Simon & Schuster Audio presents Crown of Feathers by Nicki Preto. Read by Cassandra Campbell, Samantha Dez, Gibson Fraser, Joy Osmansky, and Jacques Roy. What did the great heroes do when the sun fell from the sky? They leapt onto those wild flames and learned how to fly. Ancient Pyrrhian proverb. I had a sister once. If I had known then what I know now, I might have chosen not to love her. But is love ever truly a choice?
Chapter 1. Veronyka. Veronyka gathered the bones of the dead. Joints of venison blackened and burned on the spit, and racks of ribs stewed so long that they were dry and brittle as driftwood. She dug through rotten lettuce and potato peelings for tiny, sharp as daggers fish bones and the hollow, delicate bones of birds. The small owl perched on her shoulder hooted softly in distaste at her most recent discovery. Veronyka shushed him gently, piling the bird bones inside her basket with the rest and standing. It was late evening, the cool night air threatening frost. The village streets were empty and quiet, with no one to notice the solitary girl digging through their garbage heaps. The clouds above glowed iron gray, obscuring the full moon and making it almost impossible to see in the darkness. That was why she'd called the owl to be her guide. His eyes were precise in the black of night, and with a nudge to her mind, he showed Veronyka the way over rocks and boulders and under low-hanging branches. In her haste, she tripped and stumbled anyway. Val had told her to hurry, and she knew better than to keep her sister waiting. Excitement and anticipation crackled in her veins, tinged with no small amount of fear. Would tonight, finally, be the night? Veronyka's breath created clouds in front of her face as she made her way back to the cabin she and Val shared. It was small and had been deserted when they'd found it, the bright blue paint peeling on its front door and the shutters broken, probably used during the warmer months for hunting and then abandoned during the rainy winter season. The weather was getting drier and hotter with each passing day, so they wouldn't be able to stay much longer. Another home, come and gone. As the cabin came into view, Veronyka's insides contracted. The thick column of smoke that had been billowing from the chimney when she left was nothing more than a thin stream of ghostly wisps. They were running out of time. She ran the last few steps, the flimsy wooden door thwacking against the stone wall as she pushed her way into the single room. All was darkness, save for the orange flicker of the glowing embers. The smell of smoke was heavy in the air, the taste of ash bitter on her tongue. Val stood in front of the round hearth in the middle of the cabin, turning at the sound of Veronyka's entrance. She wore an impatient, agitated expression as she snatched the basket from Veronyka's grip and stared in at its contents. She snorted in disapproval. "If that's the best you can do," she said, tossing it carelessly aside, half the bones spilling onto the packed earthen floor. "You said to hurry," Veronyka objected, looking around Val to see that the fire burned hot and low beneath a pile of new kindling. These weren't the boiled or spit-blackened bones of animals, though. These were large white bones. Human-looking bones. Val followed her line of sight and answered the unasked question. "And still you took too long, so I went looking on my own." A shudder ran down Veronyka's spine despite the heat. She tugged at the heavy wool cloak that was wrapped around her shoulders, and her owl guide, whom she'd completely forgotten about, ruffled his feathers. The movement drew her sister's attention. Veronika froze, her muscles tingling as she awaited her sister's reaction. Would she fly off the handle like she often did, or would she let the animal's presence slide? The owl twitched nervously, shifting from foot to foot under Val's gaze. Veronika tried to soothe him, but her own anxiety was rippling across the surface of her skin. A moment later, his clawed feet dug into Veronika's shoulder, and he glided soundlessly out the still open door. Veronika shut it behind him, taking her time before she faced her sister, dreading the argument that was sure to come. They were both animages, able to understand and communicate with animals, but they had very different views on what that meant. Val believed animals should be treated and used as tools, compelled, controlled, dominated. Veronika, on the other hand, felt kinship with animals, not superiority over them. Loving them is weakness, Val warned, her back to Veronika as she crouched before the hearth. She added some of the smaller bones from Veronika's basket to the growing flames, piling them carefully around the sides of 2 smooth gray eggs, blackened and streaked with soot. They sat amid the glowing hot embers in a bed of bone and ash, tongues of fire licking up their sides. Though Veronika couldn't see Val's face, she could imagine the fervor in her eyes. Veronika expelled a slow, somewhat exasperated breath. They'd had this conversation before. The riders didn't treat their mounts like pets to be cuddled and fawned over, Veronika. They were warriors, Phoenix Aries, and their bond wasn't love, it was duty, honor. Phoenix Aries. Even with Val's scolding, excitement blazed in Veronika's heart whenever her sister spoke about Phoenix riders, animages who'd bonded with phoenixes. The literal translation of the ancient Pyrrhian word was Phoenix Masters, something Val often reminded her of. Only animages could become riders because only through their magic could they hatch, communicate with, and ride the legendary creatures. It was all Veronika had ever wanted, to be a phoenix rider like the warrior queens of old. She wanted to soar through the sky on Phoenix back, to be fierce and brave like Lyra the Defender, her Avalkira Ashfire, the feather-crowned queen. But it had been more than 16 years since the last Phoenix riders had graced the Golden Empire's skies. Most had died in the Blood War, when Avalkira and her sister Veronyka were pitted against each other in a battle for the Empire's throne. The rest had been labeled traitors for turning against the Empire and were hunted down and executed afterward. Practicing animal magic without registering and paying heavy taxes had been made illegal, and animages like Veronika and Val had to live in secrecy and squalor, hiding their abilities, in constant fear of being captured and forced into servitude. During their glory days, the Phoenix Riders were guardians above all else, and for Veronika, even the idea of them had been a shining beacon of hope when she was growing up. Her grandmother had always promised that one day the Phoenix Riders would return. One day it would be safe to be an animage again. And when her grandmother had died, Veronika had vowed to become one herself. She wanted to be the light in the darkness for other poor, lonely animages living in hiding. She wanted the strength and the means to fight and protect others like her and Val. The strength she hadn't had to protect her grandmother. Maybe the Phoenix Riders as a military order were gone, but you needed only 2 things if you wanted to be a Phoenix heiress: animal magic and a phoenix. Veronika moved around Val to kneel next to the hearth. The phoenix eggs nestled there were roughly the size of her cupped hands, and their color and texture were so similar to that of natural stones that they could easily be overlooked. It was a defense mechanism, Val had said, so that phoenixes could lay their eggs in secret and leave them unguarded for years until they, or an animage, came to hatch them. The riders often concealed eggs as well, placing secret caches inside statues in sacred spaces, but many had been destroyed by the Empire during the war. Veronika and Val had been searching for phoenix eggs for years, in every rundown temple, abandoned rider outpost, and forgotten building they could find. They'd traded meals for information, sold stolen goods for wagon rides, and made other transactions Val wouldn't let her see. After their grandmother had died, Val had been determined to get them out of Ora Nova, the capital of the Empire, and into Pyrrha, but it hadn't been easy. Travel outside the Empire after the war had been closely monitored, as many of Avalkira Ashfire's allies had tried to get into Pyrrha to avoid persecution. In the years since, with the threat of bondage or poverty under the mage tax, many animages had tried to do the same. Pyrrha had once been a province of the Empire, but it had declared its autonomy under Avalkira Ashfire's leadership. With the death of its feather-crowned queen, it had become a lawless, somewhat dangerous place, but it was still safer for animages than the Empire. Without proper identification, Veronika and Val hadn't been able to cross the border. Plus, they were animages. If their magic had been discovered, they would have been put into bondage. So they'd been forced to travel within the Empire, Val leading, Veronika following. They'd slept in ditches, on rooftops, in the pouring rain and the sweltering heat. Val would disappear, sometimes for days, then return with blood on her shirt and a coin purse in her hands. Those had been hard times, but they'd finally bribed their way onto a merchant caravan and been smuggled into Pyrrha, their parents' homeland. Veronika had been certain that finally their luck would change, and after several long months, it had. Val had found 2 perfect phoenix eggs hidden in a crumbling temple deep in the wilderness of Pyrrha, 1 for each of them. Just thinking about that day brought a prickle of tears to Veronika's eyes, a surge of emotion that she fought to keep in check. Whenever Val caught sight of Veronika's euphoric smile at the prospect of what they were doing, she'd meet it with cold, hard truths. Sometimes eggs didn't hatch. Sometimes the phoenix inside chose not to bond or died during the incubation process. Even now, Val didn't smile or take joy in the sight of the eggs in the hearth. Their incubation was as somber as a funeral pyre. A bone snapped in the hearth, and a cloud of ash rose up. Veronika held her breath so she wouldn't inhale the dead, drawing a circle on her forehead. "Stop that," Val snapped, seeing Veronika's hand and swatting it aside. Her beautiful face was a severe mask, her warm brown skin painted with black shadows and swaths of red and orange from the firelight. "Azura's eye should not be called for some silly superstition. That's for peasants and fishermen, not you." Val was never much for religion, but Azura was the god most sacred to Pyrians and Phoenix Riders, so she usually let Veronika say prayers or give thanks. Still, she hated the small superstitions, turning up her nose and pretending she and Veronika were somehow above the local villagers and working-class people they'd lived among all their lives. They hadn't had a proper home since they were children, and even that was a hovel in the Narrows, the poorest district of Ora Nova. Right now, they were squatting on the floor of another person's cottage. Who were they, if not peasants? "Have you eaten?" Veronika asked, changing the subject. Val wore that fanatical look on her face again, and heavy bags sat under her eyes. Val was only 17, but in her exhaustion she appeared much older. Quietly, Veronika moved away from the fire to dig through their box of food stores, which were getting dangerously low. "I had some of the saltfish," Val answered, her voice taking on the familiar, distant tenor that came over her after too much time fire-gazing. "Val, We ran out of the fish 2 days ago. She shrugged, a jerking twitch of the shoulder, and Veronika sighed. Val hadn't eaten since she'd found the eggs. For all her intelligence and cunning, she often lost track of the mundane activities that made up daily life. Veronika was the one who cooked their meals and mended their clothes, who worried about sleep and nutrition and a clean home. Val's mind was always elsewhere, on people and places long gone, or on distant dreams and future possibilities. As she continued to search through their stores, Veronika unearthed an almost empty sack of rice. They'd have to find something worth trading in the village the next day, or they'd go hungry. "You know we won't," Val said, speaking into the flames. Immediately realizing her mistake, Veronika closed her eyes. She'd been projecting her thoughts and concerns into the open air, where Val could snatch them up. While their shared ability to speak into the minds of animals was fairly common, 1 in 10 people, Val said, though it was higher in Pyrrha, their ability to speak into human minds was as rare as a phoenix egg. Shadow mages, they were called, and for 2 sisters to have the gift was even rarer. Unlike animal magic, shadow magic wasn't hereditary, and as far as Veronika knew, most people thought it was a myth. It existed only in old stories and epic poems, a magical ability belonging to ancient Pyrrhian queens and long-dead heroes. While they had to be careful with their animal magic since it had been outlawed in the Empire, they had to be extra cautious when it came to shadow magic. People in Pyrrha would often let animages be, but if anyone were to catch Veronika and Val using shadow magic, they would almost certainly be turned in. For every legend of a powerful Phoenix Rider queen with an uncanny ability to tell truths from lies, there was also a cautionary tale about a dark witch who corrupted souls and controlled minds. It was mostly nonsense, Veronika suspected, but people often rejected and distrusted things they didn't understand. She and Val were safest if they kept their shadow magic to themselves. Of course, that didn't stop Val from using it on Veronika whenever she pleased. "Guard your mind," Val said, speaking the words inside Veronika's head rather than out loud. Like speaking to animals, shadow magic could be used to communicate, or it could be used to influence a person's will, to order and command. Val often used the latter to get them food or clothes or shelter, but she only ever turned shadow magic on Veronika to communicate, as far as Veronika knew. Still, she could see Val was tempted sometimes when Veronika disobeyed and refused to listen, and she could understand the danger of such a powerful ability. "I'm making dinner," Veronika announced, drawing her thoughts and feelings inward and putting up mental walls to surround and protect them, just like Val had taught her. She was usually better at keeping her mind guarded, but they'd been tending the fire for 2 days, and in her exhaustion, her emotions were raw and close to the surface. Cooking some food would help distract her from the alternating surges of fluttering anticipation and aching dread that were in constant flux inside her. The closer they got to the moment of hatching, the more terrified she became that it would go wrong, that it would all be for nothing. Everything rested upon those 2 round rocks in the fire. Veronika lifted their heavy clay pot and hoisted it over to the edge of the hearth, the bag of rice tucked under her arm. "We've still got some onions and dried meat to make broth and—" "Val?" Veronika caught the scent of singed fabric. Val crouched so near the flames that the hem of her tunic was smoking, but she was still as a statue, oblivious to the heat, a steady stream of tears making tracks down her soot-smeared cheeks. Veronika's heart constricted, and she looked into the flames, expecting to see cause for concern. Instead, the nearest egg twitched and rattled. Veronika held her breath. The gentle sound of hollow scraping punctuated the hiss and pop of the flames. A font of purest, powerful hope welled up inside her chest. She looked back at Val, asking the question, begging for the affirmation. Val nodded, her answer barely louder than a whisper. "It's time."
In the beginning, there was light and dark, sun and moon, Azura and her sister, Nox. Azura ruled the day, Nox ruled the night, and together there was balance. But Nox, ever hungry, wanted more. She began sneaking into the sky during the day, unleashing her children, the Strixes, to spread shadows over the world. To combat Nox's devouring ways, Azura's own children, the Phoenixes, joined the fray. Only light can defeat darkness, and so they did, beating back the Strixes again and again. The war lasted centuries, and the world suffered under such a regime. But Azura was wise, and in humankind she saw not beings to rule over, but allies to fight alongside. Atop Pyrmont's highest peak, Azura took her phoenix form and made contact with the Pyrrhian tribes who lived there. "Who among you is brave and fearless?" she asked. "There is no bravery without fear," said Nephira, leader of her tribe. Azura was pleased with this answer and offered a trial for Nephira to prove her worth. As a test of faith, Azura lit a fire as tall as the trees and asked Nephira to enter the flames. Nephira did so and burned alive, but her death was not the end. She went into the fire a tribal leader and emerged as an animage, a shadow mage, and the first rider queen. Nephira and the First Riders, from the Pyrrhian Epics, Volume 1, circa 460 BE.
I am a daughter of death. I killed my mother when I was pulled from her womb. From the ashes I rose like a phoenix from the pyre.
Chapter 2. Veronika. On their knees in front of the fire, Veronika and Val watched as a tiny crack appeared on the egg, growing and spreading as complex as a spider's web, until the bits of shell were held together by only a thin membrane. The egg expanded and contracted, pulsing like a heartbeat, glimpses of scarlet plumage visible in the jagged openings. There was a shudder, and then a small, golden beak poked through. A thrill surged into Veronika's limbs. She wanted to clap, to cheer, but she fought the sensation, remaining rigidly, unnaturally still. She was afraid to breathe, to blink, determined not to miss a single glorious moment. There was a roaring in her ears, a rushing sound that turned everything in the world except her and this egg into empty, white nothingness. Veronika didn't know how long they watched, but hours, or maybe minutes later, the egg finally cracked open, and a phoenix fell sideways onto the burning embers. It was a brilliant, vivid red, a color Veronika had never seen in all her life, brighter than a jewel, more exquisite than dyed silk. She stared at the creature, the jubilation brimming inside her tinged with complete and utter astonishment. They'd actually done it. After all this time, they'd actually hatched a phoenix. As the bird struggled to its feet, its damp down hissed and smoked, making contact with the charcoal beneath it. Forgetting that this was a firebird, that heat couldn't harm a creature born from ash and flame, Veronika gasped and reached forward. Val blocked her outstretched hand, giving Veronika a moment for her brain to catch up with her body. The phoenix stumbled over the bits of broken shell, impervious to the heat, until at last it steadied itself and shuffled around to face them. It looked like any ordinary newly hatched chick, wobbly and unstable, with barely there wings and a narrow, spindly neck that could hardly hold up its head. But its eyes. They were wide and large and alert. And they latched on to Veronika. She exhaled, a last breath of air that marked the end of an old life, one that was small in scope and purpose. When Veronika drew air again, it was the start of something new, a life that promised wind-tossed hair and endless blue skies and fire that burned hotter than the sun. Her fingers tingled, her senses sharpened, and the world was alive in a way that it had never been before. Her magic buzzed inside her, drumming like a second heartbeat. Or maybe that was this creature's pulse, beating in time with her own. In that instant, Veronika knew Val had been right about the bond between Animage and Phoenix. It wasn't love. Such a small word couldn't begin to encompass the feelings of respect and devotion, of trust and codependence that existed between human and beast. The bond was a unity that was written in the stars, older than the empire and the valley and the mountains, older than the gods, a connection that not even death could shake. Endless, limitless, and somehow timeless, Veronika's fate was tied to this creature, and they would always be together. They were bond mates. A cool breeze slipped across her skin, and Veronika broke eye contact. The cabin was glowing with pale dawn light, the front door wide open. Val was nowhere in sight. She returned some time later. Wearing a mask of indifference, she carried a new sack of rice, some cornmeal, salt fish, and dried deer meat, a small ceramic jar of honey, and a bag of dates. The dates were a rare treat, expensive and grown only in the province of Stel. Even corn was hard to come by in the mountains, though some farmers worked the crop on the lower rim. Veronika got to her feet, leaving her phoenix on the ground and wiping sweaty palms against her trousers. Val often stormed off when she was upset, disappearing for hours or days with little by way of explanation. If Veronika was lucky, the time would allow Val to cool off and forget her anger. If Veronika was unlucky, Val's rage would ripen and rot, becoming all the more potent in their time apart. Sometimes Veronika would have no idea what had set Val off, but this time she thought she knew. The first phoenix should have been Val's. She was the eldest, and she'd been the one to find the eggs. Guilt nagged at Veronika, but she fought hard not to let it spoil this sweet, shining moment. Val would be fine. They simply had to wait for the second egg to hatch. The phoenix chirruped softly as it pecked around the edge of the fire. The warmth had turned its fiery red down into a soft puff, and its beak and feet were as golden as the phoenix statues Veronika had seen as a child in the Gods Plaza in Ora Nova, before they'd been taken down. Once guardians and defenders of the Empire, the Phoenix Riders had abandoned their posts and sworn their loyalty to Avalkira Ashfire instead. This made them traitors, and phoenixes along with them. While Avalkira was the true heir to the throne, she'd committed treason and been labeled a criminal before she was old enough to be crowned, and had been chased from the Empire. The governors threw their support behind the non-magical sister, Veronyka, instead, while Avalkira set herself up in Pira. She and her supporters had soon been deemed rebels, refusing to abide by Empire law or answer for their supposed crimes. In the years following her death, the Empire had destroyed anything that could be construed as supportive of her and her legacy, Phoenix imagery most of all. It was no easy task, as phoenixes had been a part of Empire history from the very beginning. They were symbols of the royal line and sacred to the Empire's highest god, Azura, translated to Ajurek in the trader's tongue, the common language of the empire. One by one, temple statues were removed and sacred prayers altered. Ajura, who had always been depicted as a phoenix, was anthropomorphized, and even songs, poems, and plays that featured phoenixes were forbidden. Though they had begun this process during the Blood War, it had taken the Council of Governors years to finish the job. Veronika had caught small glimpses of the phoenix's continued presence up until her last days in the Empire several months ago. Faded frescoes peeking out from under a peeling coat of paint, or crumbling concrete revealing glass mosaics underneath. Veronika would often daydream about returning to those places on Phoenix back, scraping the paint clean or cracking the sidewalk in half to reveal the truth beneath. With a jolt, she realized that this daydream now had the potential to become reality. Veronika watched her sister warily. First, Val put away the food stores. Then she tore open the bag of cornmeal with her teeth, pouring some into a small bowl and stirring in dollops of honey, producing a fine, grainy paste. "For the bird," she said at last, nodding her head in the direction of the phoenix. "Later, it will be ready for dates and fresh fruit, if we can get them." Val knew everything there was to know about phoenixes, thanks to their Mayora, who had been a phoenix rider back in her day, one of the few who had escaped the Empire's notice, at least for a time. Their grandmother loved to tell stories, and while Veronika had been interested in epic battles and romances, Val had wanted to know more practical things. Veronika took the bowl from Val, who refused to meet her gaze, and placed it on the ground next to the phoenix. The bird inspected the mixture for a moment before dipping its beak into the sticky, sweet concoction. "The other one's gonna hatch soon, right, Val?" Val looked at the rock-like egg sitting among the burning coals. "Going to," she said, avoiding the question and closing the shutters with a loud clack. The phoenix's head popped up at the sound, but it quickly returned to its meal. The broken shutters blocked out most of the late morning sunlight, leaving the cabin in near darkness, save for the warm glow of the fire. Strange that there were 3 of them now, when it had just been Veronika and Val for most of their lives. Their parents had died in the Blood War, and their grandmother, who had raised them for a time, had been beaten to death by an angry mob almost 10 years later. While the immediate aftermath of the war was apparently the worst, there had been many incidents throughout the years, trials of famous writers discovered in hiding, small groups of rebels and dissidents rounded up and executed that had caused new fervor to ripple through the empire. The council, the ruling body of the empire, made up of the 4 provincial governors as well as lawmakers, bankers, landowners, and other important political leaders, made an example of anyone who didn't fall in line, doling out punishments that were swift and severe. Animages grew more fearful and went deeper into hiding, while those who'd grown to hate them thanks to the war became eager to hunt them down and ferret them out again. It was one such riot that had taken their grandmother. It began outside the courthouses after a trial and spread toward the Narrows, where many animages lived in secret. When their Mayora heard the mob coming, she'd told Veronika and Val to flee and leave her behind. The girls were small and fast and could slip out windows and slink through alleys that she could not. Veronika had refused and held fast to her grandmother's old, withered hand. When their door had burst open, her grandmother turned to her, as calm and reassuring as the eye of the storm. "Protect each other," she'd whispered in Veronika's ear, before being wrenched from her grasp and dragged toward the door. Val had wrapped an arm around Veronika's middle, hauling her away, but Veronika had refused to go quietly. She'd kicked and screamed and bit Val's arm, but her fighting was useless. She'd been forced to stare, wild-eyed and panicked, as her Mayora was swallowed by the seething crowd. Veronika didn't know how they'd found her grandmother or what had given her away, but the mob was too worked up to be reasoned with. Val pulled Veronika out the small window, only just evading the grasping, clawing hands of the crowd. As they fled from the chaos, her grandmother's whispered words echoed in Veronika's mind. Protect each other. At the time, she'd taken the words to mean that she and Val must look out for each other. But the longer she thought about it, she suspected that her grandmother had meant more than that. In the face of hatred and fear and death, her Mayora had spoken about love and protection. That was what being a Phoenix Rider meant to Veronika. Riders were guardians and protectors, and that was what Veronika wanted to be as well. It was how she'd keep her grandmother's memory alive. Still, Veronika had hated Val in that moment, resenting the ease with which she'd left their Mayora behind. Veronika had fought, no matter how fruitless, but Val had not. With time and perspective, Veronika realized that Val had been what she'd needed to be for them to survive. Veronika's tears and panic helped nothing. It was Val's determination and level-headedness that had gotten them through. She was only 11 when their Mayora died, just a year older than Veronika, and had shouldered the burden of caring for them both ever since. As Val lay down on their pallet against the wall, a pang of guilt throbbed low in the pit of Veronika's stomach. Val had done so much for her, had given her more than Veronika could ever repay. Now Val had given her a bondmate, the greatest gift of all. After a moment's hesitation, Veronika left the Phoenix. The simple act of putting distance between them was like a physical pull on her heart, and joined her sister. They always slept together out of necessity, for warmth or because of limited space. Val would never admit it, but Veronika knew they slept side by side for comfort, too. As she settled in next to her sister, the knot of unease that had tightened inside her after Val's disappearance loosened somewhat. Protect each other. No matter what, that was what they did, what they would always do. Val was difficult. She had the capacity for dismissiveness and cold cruelty. But she was also Veronika's sister, the person Veronika loved and respected, and, yes, feared most. They would get through this, just like they'd gotten through everything in their lives, together. Val faced the wall, and Veronika stared at the back of her head. Her sister's long, dark red hair pooled on the mat between them, the color rare and particularly unique among brown-skinned Pyrians. The light of the fire made the strands glow, glinting off beads and brightly colored thread woven into dozens of braids. The plaited hairstyle had been a Pyrrhian tradition since before the Golden Empire, during the reign of queens, when Pyrrha was ruled by a succession of fierce female sovereigns, Phoenix Riders, every one. Both men and women would adorn their hair, using valuable gemstones or found keepsakes to commemorate important events and milestones. Even after Pyrrha became a part of the empire, Phoenix Riders would wear phoenix feathers and bits of obsidian, marking them as part of the elite class of warriors. Each piece of volcanic glass, often used for spears and arrowheads in the old days, represented a victory in battle, a token of pride and a mark of experience. It was said that Avalkira Ashfire had so many knotted into her hair that they scraped and sliced her bare skin, leaving a mantle of blood about her shoulders. Braids had become increasingly rare in the valley, where the decorations could be seen as a mark of loyalty to Phoenix Riders and Avalkira Ashfire, and disloyalty to the Empire's governors. Val had refused to give up the tradition, so the sisters had worn headscarves for most of their childhood. It was a common accessory in the Empire, helping them blend in and hide the evidence of who they truly were. Veronika ran her hands absently through Val's silky red hair, which was in desperate need of care. Knots and tangles had formed among the loose strands, and many of her braids were sloppy and growing out. They had to be periodically redone so that the heavy beads and keepsakes didn't fall out, and since Pierian hair was straight and shiny, treated with wax or oil for better grip. Unless Veronika did it for her, and even that was something Val barely tolerated, her sister was completely uninterested in washing, brushing, and caring for her hair. While Val's deep red shade was prized among their people, like the fiery plumage of the sacred phoenix, Veronika's hair was common black. It was a bit shorter than her sister's, but dressed similarly with plaits accessorized with charms and colored thread. They even had a few matching braids, and sometimes Veronika liked to seek them out, to remind herself of all they had shared, despite their differences. She found the pearlescent shells from the time both girls had learned to swim with their mayora in the fingers, the network of rivers that split from the palm and snaked past the capital city. The entire system of rivers was called the God's Hand, fed by the river Oris, which began atop Pyrmont and split in the valley to spread across most of the empire. Their grandmother said that all Pierians should learn to swim in the Oris, the river of their homeland, and that the water of the fingers was as close as they were going to get. After weeks of practice, young hearts full of determination, both Veronika and Val swam to the opposite bank of the fattest finger, collected a shell from the pebbled shore, then swam back. Val had been fastest, of course, but for once she hadn't made Veronika feel lesser because of it. They'd both sat on the riverbank afterward, faces glowing and teeth chattering, while their mayora braided the shells into their hair. With a wistful sigh, Veronika put the shell-capped braids aside and located the wooden beads they'd carved and painted by hand during their first night spent in Pira, and next to those, the strips of cotton they'd twined into their hair, dipped in ink and ash to commemorate their grandmother's death. Each braid marked a memory of their lives together, woven in a living tapestry, forever binding them. When Val's breathing turned steady, Veronika released her hair, sat up, and crept toward the fire. Quietly, she picked through the embers at the edge of the hearth, the phoenix watching curiously. Veronika saw flickers of its mind through their bond, a series of sights, sounds, and sensations that made the world around her feel brighter and more interesting. The phoenix was too young to form any real thoughts or reflections, but already its presence was reassuring to her. When she found what she was looking for, parts of curving, jagged phoenix shell, Veronika carefully selected a piece that wasn't too sharp. Setting it aside, she found the small box of thread and wax that she used to maintain her and her sister's hair. There was a wooden comb inside as well, plus twine, needles, a file, and other small tools. Veronika unearthed the file, carefully wearing down the sharp edges of the eggshell, which was a good deal thicker than regular bird shells. Then she used a needle to carefully twist a hole through the thickest part, as she'd seen her grandmother do with the delicate river shells from the fingers. Finally, she pulled forth a chunk of loose hair from the nape of her neck. She wasn't hiding it exactly, but she didn't want the braid to be too noticeable in case it made Val angry. Surely she wouldn't appreciate the reminder that Veronika had a bondmate and she did not. For now. According to Val, the bonding process began before the phoenix even hatched, which was why it was important to remain close during the entire incubation period. Each phoenix chose their bondmate before they entered the world, making a magical connection before a physical one. And for some reason, the first phoenix had chosen her. Veronika worked hand-warmed wax through her hair before she began braiding, the familiar twisting motions soothing some of her remorse. Val would forgive her. She always did. Soon the second egg would hatch and everything would be right again. They'd raise their phoenixes together and become riders just as their parents and their grandmother had been. The thought lit a fire in Veronica's belly. With phoenixes, she and Val would be able to travel all over the Empire with ease. They'd have to be careful, of course, but soon they'd find others like them, Phoenix Aries in hiding. The Empire couldn't have killed and captured them all. There had been hundreds once, and there would be hundreds again. Together, the riders would be stronger, strong enough to help others, and they wouldn't have to live in fear anymore. And this time, if someone dared to knock Veronika and Val's door down and come after their loved ones, Veronika would have the power to fight. What happened to their grandmother wouldn't happen to anyone she cared about ever again. Reaching the end of her hair, Veronika tied off the braid with some twine, then carefully threaded the piece of shell into place with several more knots. She looked down at it, then at the phoenix pecking the ground next to her. Not just any phoenix, but her phoenix. Smiling, Veronika scooped up her bondmate and crawled back in next to Val. The phoenix brought more than just physical comfort. Calmness settled over Veronika like a warm blanket, and sleep descended at last. She sat in a sunny room decorated with plush carpets, fine wooden furniture, and carved stone niches filled with scrolls. A library. Veronika had never been in a library or seen any room so fine, but in the dream she knew where she was. It felt like home. Across from her was a girl. Veronika didn't know her, but she was familiar. She'd seen her in dreams before. Her dark hair was braided with finely made beads and sparkling jewels, and she frowned down at the table between them, her lips twisted in concentration as she stumbled through a scroll. Dream Veronika loved her. Affection swelled in her chest, amusement and fondness bubbling up from somewhere deep inside her, some well of emotion that wasn't her own. This was someone else's life she was seeing, someone else's body she was inhabiting. "What is Finovo?" the girl asked exasperatedly. "It almost looks like Phoenix, but it has different letters on the end." "Remember your root words," Veronika found herself saying, her voice only slightly chiding and definitely female. If half the word looks like Phoenix, what does the other half look like? The girl paused for a moment, biting her bottom lip. Ovo, egg, she whispered, face alight with triumph. "So it's a phoenix egg?" Veronika nodded, her dream self pleased with the girl. They're extremely rare and difficult to hatch. They symbolize life, but also death. It's a cycle. That's how they're able to be reborn. Death gives them life. If not carefully incubated in the ashes of the dead, they will draw life from elsewhere, including their own brothers or sisters if necessary. "They kill one another?" the girl asked. "Their own siblings?" Her triumphant expression turned darker, warier, and the room around them grew colder. Veronika shrugged, but she had the sense that they were talking about more than just phoenixes. They cancel each other out, a death for a life. "It's called balance, Zizai," Veronika said. Zizai was a Pyrrhian term of endearment translating to sweet or precious one. Its use made Veronika think that these girls were probably family, sisters maybe. Footsteps echoed in the dream hallway, and both girls looked toward the door. Their afternoon together was coming to a close. The dream faded away, and Veronika woke up in the dark, cold cabin, dread pitted in her stomach. Visions had plagued her all her life. It was a symptom of shadow magic, Val said, which was why she must constantly guard her mind, even while sleeping. People's thoughts and emotions floated through the air like dandelion spores, waiting to stick to unwary minds like hers, or be snatched up by sharper ones like Val's. For Veronika, who had a hard time keeping her mind locked at night, these stray thoughts and emotions twisted themselves into strange dreams. It had been worse in Ora Nova, when there were so many people nearby. Things had been quieter in the mountains, with only Val for company, but her sister explained that minds were cavernous places and that thoughts and memories could linger there for years, only to surface later. Veronika supposed that was why she'd sometimes see the same people over and over again in her dreams, as if they'd wormed their way into her consciousness and refused to leave. But this dream, wherever it had come from, chilled her to her core. Val had often spoken to her about balance. A phoenix couldn't be born from nothing. It either died, turning its own body into ash from which it could be reborn, or as an egg, it had to be incubated in the ashes of another. In the wild, mothers had to die in order to give life to their young, and only birthed a single egg at a time. It was the early animages atop Piermont who learned how to burn the bones of dead people and animals to achieve the same effect, allowing the phoenixes to live longer and thrive in larger numbers than they ever had before. When Veronika had asked what would happen if she and her sister tried to incubate a phoenix egg in a regular fire, with no bones to feed it, Val had given a single answer: death. And suddenly, Veronika knew why the second egg hadn't hatched yet. What's worse, Val knew it too. They hadn't gathered enough bones for both phoenixes, which meant that Veronika's bondmate had had to draw life from elsewhere, from the other phoenix egg. Heart tight with worry, Veronika moved to get up and noticed Val standing over her, an axe dangling from her left hand. The sight of it brought Veronika back to their first night traveling outside of the Empire, concealed within a wagon. They'd stopped at a border inn for the night, and Veronika and Val had had to sleep in the woodshed. When a drunken villager lurched into the building, leering over them, Val had hoisted up an axe in their defense. The man had staggered back, fleeing out the open door, but Val had followed him. When she'd returned, it had been dark, but Veronika had seen her wipe the axe on an apron hanging from a peg. The next morning, the apron and the axe were gone, and Veronika had wondered if she'd imagined it all, except that Val had a shiny new pocket knife and a handful of coins they'd not had the day before. Val had purchased them a hot breakfast from the inn, and then they had used her new knife to carve wooden beads from real Pierian trees. Looking back, Veronika had to wonder what those beads were truly commemorating. The axe Val held now was closer to a hatchet, but its edge was no less sharp, gleaming in the darkness. The fire had gone out inside the cabin, leaving the room as cold and gray as the second egg, still among the ashes. Veronika searched for something to say, but Val had already turned away from her. Before Veronika realized what was happening, Val brought the axe down upon the egg, cracking it in two. Veronika's sharp inhalation of breath was lost in the crunch and splinter, and her bondmate's head popped up in surprise. Veronika couldn't help but peer around Val's legs with icy trepidation. She didn't know what she expected to see, perhaps the charred remains of a bird. But what she saw instead was as dense and unremarkable as the inside of a cracked rock. Had it ever been anything more than stone? Val stood in front of her once more. She nodded her chin at the phoenix next to Veronika, though she refused to look directly at it. "You must name it," she said. "She's female," Veronika said. She didn't know how she suddenly knew, but her instincts told her it was the truth. The phoenix chirruped softly next to her, and a deluge of ideas and pictures flooded their connection. It seemed that overnight the phoenix's mind had grown and developed tenfold, thanks to the bond magic. The phoenix's thoughts weren't yet the fully structured concepts of a human mind, but they weren't the moment-to-moment impressions typical of most animals either. Though animages could only bond with phoenixes, they tended to have an impact on the minds of regular animals they frequently communicated with too. Horses or working animals that were managed by animages often became smarter in the human sense and much easier to train. "Unsurprising," Val said. "Female phoenixes are generally drawn to the female spirit, and the other way around. They usually adopt their gender during the incubation process, based on their chosen bondmate." Veronika nodded, her thumb stroking the phoenix's soft head. "I think I'll name her Zephyra." Val's eyes narrowed. She stared at Veronika for a long time before crossing her arms and looking up thoughtfully. "Pyr means fire or flame in Pyrian, coupled with Z. Sweet flame," Veronika said, still running her fingers along her drowsy bondmate's silky feathers. "Or flame sister," Val corrected, given that the prefix could also mean brother or sister based on the gender of the name. Val had taught her all about language, how to read and write, and about the stars and the seasons and history. Everything Veronika was, she owed to Val. She held her breath a moment, afraid that the suggestion that this new intruder was as close to her as a sister would make Val angry. Finally, Val spoke. "That is a name worthy of a Pyrian queen." Her eyes glittered as if the words were the highest praise. Veronika felt a surge of pride at having pleased her sister, and yet she feared what Val said might be true, that she and her bondmate could meet the same fate as the Pyrian queens: fire, glory, and death. After all, while animages across the valley and beyond might rejoice to see flaming phoenix tracks across the sky once more, not everyone wanted the phoenix riders to return.
In Pyrrha, death was celebrated as much as life. Only through endings could there be beginnings. That was the lesson of the phoenix, and it was the lesson of my life as well.
Chapter 3. Sev. Sev kept his eyes on his feet. It was a survival tactic, a defense mechanism, and a way to avoid stepping in another steaming pile of llama crap. For the past 6 months, Sev had adjusted rather poorly to his new life as a Golden Empire soldier. He'd not chosen this path, after all, and resented being lined up alongside a ragtag mix of petty thieves, murderers, and poor children with no other options. They reminded him of exactly what he was, a poor, thieving murderer. If possible, he enjoyed his proximity to the Empire bondservants even less. They reminded him not of his worst self, but of his best, the part he'd sworn to leave behind, the part he'd had to stifle and suffocate until only the smoking wick remained. Sev might be an animage, the same as them, but that didn't mean he had to live like one, an unpaid servant for the rest of his life. And he didn't have to die like one either, leaving people who needed him behind, like his parents had done to him. Of course, no one needed Sev. He'd made sure of that. It had seemed like a good idea as a child when his world had collapsed around him. Love no one and let no one love you. Less pain that way. Sev could die tomorrow and not a soul would miss him. Sometimes it was hard to remember why he'd thought that was a good thing. Sev continued to trudge on, but when the feet in front of him slowed, he risked a glance up. He and the rest of his unit, 10 soldiers in total, not including nearly a dozen bondservants, were escorting 30 llamas they'd purchased from a breeder in the backwoods of the lower rim of Pyrmont, the mountain that held the majority of Pyrrha's settlements. It was painful to be here again, so close and yet so far from home. He'd longed for a chance to return, to leave the Empire behind, but he'd never imagined he'd return like this, as a soldier serving the very Empire he hated. It was thanks to the Empire that Preto was now a cursed land with cursed people. Their fight for independence had ended in thousands of deaths. The deaths of the Phoenix Riders in all their fiery glory, the deaths of Avalkira Ashfire, their would-be queen, and the sister who challenged her, the deaths of Sev's mother and father. Now Preto was the home of exiles and people who'd fought against the Empire in the Blood War, or animages who wanted to avoid the registry and use their magic in peace. There were no governors stationed here, no laws or taxes, or even soldiers to defend this place. Raids were common near the border, which was why Sev and his fellow soldiers were dressed in rags and mismatched gear. They wanted to blend in. They were part of a much larger force, which was camped well away from the pilgrimage road, the main thoroughfare through Pira. Sev and this small splinter unit had been tasked with exchanging their wagons, useless on the steep off-road paths they intended to take, for the sure-footed llamas, who were docile and mild-mannered beasts of burden, excess excrement aside. Their unit was meant to return to the rest of their regiment before nightfall, and they were cutting it close as it was. So why were they stopping? Sev craned his neck and took a step forward, but before he could figure out what was happening, his heel sank into a warm, slippery heap. "TK," he muttered. Only the god of tricksters could manage to constantly put piles of feces underfoot. Unearthing his boot with a squelch, Sev caught sight of the bondservant next to him, watching Sev struggle with a frown on his face. The bondservant was familiar, not because Sev knew him, but because he always seemed to be watching Sev, especially when Sev did something stupid. This happened often, and so the bondservant watched him often. He was about Sev's age, tall and broad-shouldered, with golden-brown skin and black hair cropped close to the scalp. He had a chain around his neck, a requirement for all bondservants, from which dangled a plain pendant, stamped with his name, crime, and the duration of his sentence. The bondservant seemed curious rather than hostile, as if Sev were a puzzle he couldn't quite figure out, but whenever Sev met his gaze, his expression would turn wary. Hatred for animages was rife in the military, carried over from the Blood War. It began with the higher-ups who'd spent years fighting against Phoenix Riders, with all the gruesome wounds and burn scars to prove it, and then trickled down to the lower ranks. Many of the younger soldiers had been orphaned by the war, or had grown up hearing their parents disparage the rebel animages and the Pyrrhian separatists. The two were often lumped together. Not all animages were Pyrrhian, and likewise not all Pyrrhians were animages. But after the war, when animages found their magic outlawed and their lives in danger, many fled the Empire altogether into the relative safety of Pyrrha. Most soldiers were spiteful toward the animage bondservants, lording what status they had over them and treating them like lesser servants, like criminals. After all, they were criminals, and whether their crime was serving Avalkira Ashfire in the Blood War, avoiding the register, or using their magic in secret, the animages in the Empire had been rounded up and either taxed into poverty, or, if they couldn't pay, forced to serve their debt to the Empire as a bondservant. Half of the soldiers were criminals too, but their crimes were forgiven upon enlisting, like Sev's had been. Of course, the hatred went both ways. Animages had been treated like traitors, even if they'd had nothing to do with Avalkira Ashfire's rebellion, and had suffered at the hands of the Empire. Sev was stuck somewhere in the middle, having as much in common with the bondservants as he did with the soldiers. On the one hand, his parents had been Phoenix Riders, and he carried that same animal magic in his veins. The threat of the Empire had forced him to keep it hidden for most of his life, and the fear of soldiers discovering his secret had often haunted his dreams. They didn't know he was an animage in hiding, just trying to make it through another day. No one did, and they couldn't. If anyone found out Sev was an animage, he'd have a chain on his neck too, and given his criminal past, a life sentence to go with it. Of course, on the other hand, Sev was a soldier, despite hating and fearing soldiers for as long as he could remember. The Phoenix Riders had stolen his parents, ruined his life, and left him orphaned on the streets of Oranova. He couldn't help but dislike them too. Sev belonged nowhere, a sheep without a flock. Staring down at his boot, he gave the bondservant a rueful smile before trying to scrape the mess off on a nearby patch of grass. The bondservant shook his head, looking away. Sev continued to struggle, and the bondservant finally looked back and tapped his belt exasperatedly, as if trying to show Sev something. Sev frowned in confusion, staring somewhat awkwardly at the bondservant's empty belt before realizing he meant for Sev to look at his own. There hung a water skin, perfect for removing animal dung. Face heating, Sev nodded his thanks before pulling out the stopper and making quick work of the cleanup. Once finished, Sev squinted through a gap in the trees. The soldiers had come up to a sun-drenched clearing, and visible in the middle of it was a small cabin with a blue door. The cabin was round in shape, with a domed roof, a popular style in Pira, and was probably a single-room hunting cottage or the dwelling of some old hermit tucked away here in the middle of nowhere. They'd had 2 orders from Captain Belden when they'd left camp that morning: return before sundown and don't be seen. As Empire soldiers, they were unwelcome in Pira, and Sev didn't think their raider costumes would hold up under close inspection, and besides, it wasn't like the locals would welcome raiders either. There was a commotion somewhere up the line, and it seemed they were moving out once more. Sev expected they were diverting around the clearing in case anybody was inside the cabin. It looked empty, but not abandoned. Firewood was stacked against the back wall, the pathway was cleared of overgrown grass and weeds, and ghostly wisps of smoke slipped from its chimney. "Boy!" came a sharp voice, drawing Sev back to his immediate surroundings. Up ahead, Ott was making his way down the convoy. Short and round and puffing from exertion, he reminded Sev of the fool from one of the Arborian comedies. Even his patchwork tunic added to the effect. All he needed was a pointed hat and bells on his shoes. Ott's usually sallow skin was ruddy with splotchy sunburns, and sweat trickled down his temples from his thinning hair. "Sir," Sev said, straightening his spine when Ott reached him and standing at attention. He made sure he moved slowly, never too quick of mind or foot. That kind of thing will get you noticed, after all, and that was the last thing Sev wanted. Most of the other soldiers thought Sev was as dull as an unsharpened blade, and Sev did his best to encourage that assessment. He was just good enough at his work to go unnoticed, and just bad enough that they didn't ask too much of him. "Stay here," Ott said, actually pointing to the ground as if Sev could possibly misunderstand the instructions. "The animals will move on, but you're going to be our eyes," he added, pointing to his own with 2 fat fingers. "Make sure no one sneaks up on us. Me and Jotham are checking things out." Ott hitched up his trousers as if preparing for the real work to begin. Jotham was his usual partner in crime, in this case literally, and stood just behind Ott as the line of llamas started to move past them. Sev knew what checking things out meant. The Empire might have forgiven their felonies so they could serve in the military, but Jotham and Ott were career criminals. They didn't break the law to survive, they did it because they enjoyed it, and because it allowed them to fill their purses above and beyond a soldier's meager salary. They were innocent men now, their criminal records expunged and their previous misdeeds forgotten. There were dozens like them in the military, and as long as they didn't steal from their commanding officers and fellow soldiers, no one seemed to care what they did. Jotham and Ott often chose a green soldier like Sev to act as a lookout or an accomplice because they thought young, untried soldiers were too stupid to understand what they were doing. Sev enjoyed a good theft as much as any poor street rat, but it was one thing to cut a rich merchant's purse and quite another to steal from a run-down cottage with broken shutters. These weren't the kind of people who had excess anything. And what if the cabin wasn't empty as they expected? Sev knew what. Violence. "You, mage-slave," Ott barked, directing his words at the nearest bondservant, the one who'd seen Sev's heel skid through llama dung. The term mage-slave was a disrespectful slur, and the sound of it made Sev cringe. He glanced at the bondservant, but the boy didn't react to the insult, save for a tightening in his shoulders. "Bring up the rear. I don't want any stragglers." Jotham joined Ott, and the 2 men disappeared through the trees. Sev hesitated, looking at the bondservant again. "Sorry about him," he muttered. "Excuse me?" the bondservant said. Sev had never heard him speak before. His voice was a low rumble, as if it came from deep inside his chest. "It's just, they shouldn't use that word." The bondservant stared at Sev for several silent heartbeats, as if trying to determine the tone of Sev's apology, if it was mocking or genuine. Most soldiers didn't bother speaking to bondservants, and certainly none of them would dream of saying sorry. At last, the bondservant snorted, almost in disbelief, chin falling to his chest as he shook his head. "The word's not the problem, soldier. It doesn't matter if he called me slave or sir. What I am is the problem." He was right, of course. The only difference between Sev and this bondservant was that he had been caught using his magic and Sev had not. Magic had always been a part of the Empire. For some people, it was like breathing. How was it okay to make existing illegal? It wasn't, and as a soldier, Sev was complicit in the injustice. Sev didn't know what to say, and remembering Ott's order, he stifled his guilt and stepped through the line of trees, leaving the bondservant behind. He took up a position at the edge of the clearing, around the side of the house and away from the front door. He didn't want to see what happened inside. The full heat of the sun pounded down on him, and the faint smell of wood smoke, tainted with something bitter and unsettling, flavored the air. A bead of sweat trickled down Sev's forehead, and his leather-padded tunic stuck to his dampened back. As Jotham and Ott walked closer and closer to the cottage, the silence pressed in, like the forest held its breath while it marked their passing. It was unnatural. Ever since they'd crossed the border of the Empire a week back, Sev had been overwhelmed by the sound of the wilderness. He was used to the sound of Oranova, where his senses were overloaded with shouts and cries and rolling wagon wheels. But here in Pyrrha, the Freelands, the Pyrians liked to call it, the noise wasn't noise at all. It was music, lyrical and lilting, and somehow falling into a rhythm that set his mind at ease and soothed his weary soul. The sounds reminded him of his childhood on the farm, when life was small and simple and safe. How he longed for it. Something brushed against Sev's fingers, and he whirled around to find one of the llamas next to him, butting its head against his hand in a comforting sort of way. There were two others lingering nearby, along with the bondservant, who had apparently chosen to follow Sev into the clearing rather than keep up with the convoy as he was supposed to. Sev pushed the llama aside, more gruffly than he wanted to, but he had to keep up the appearance that he was disinterested in animals. Even regular human affection might be mistaken as magic these days, and Sev couldn't afford to give himself away. The bondservant's eyes narrowed. Had he sensed Sev's magic just then? Sometimes it got away from him when he was distracted or upset, and the next thing he knew, a bird or cat would sidle up to him, called there by accident. "What are you doing here?" Sev asked. The bondservant's nostrils flared. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, his dark eyes fixing at a point over Sev's shoulder where Ott and Jotham approached the cabin door on quiet feet. "Don't apologize to me for a soldier's harsh words and then stand aside while that same soldier robs innocent people, leaving nothing behind but their corpses." Sev scowled. "They won't listen to me," he said, gesturing toward Ott and Jotham. "And I hate to break it to you, but they'll do a lot worse before we leave this mountain." The Empire hadn't disguised a 200-person regiment and snuck them into the Freelands to undergo treaty negotiations. Sev didn't know exactly what they were here for, but whatever it wasn't about peace. The bondservant gave him a look of open disgust. "And you're okay with that, are you?" Sev stared at him, at the challenge on the bondservant's face. It wasn't that Sev was unused to being challenged, but since he'd been a soldier, no bondservant had dared to even speak to him. Yet this one did so without hesitation or fear. "It doesn't matter what I'm okay with," Sev said. "I have no choice." The bondservant's lip curled as if Sev were lower than the dung on his boots and not his superior. "There is always a choice." Lies. Sev hadn't chosen to be abandoned by his parents at age 4 or to live in the overcrowded war orphanages where sickness and hunger were rampant and hiding his animage ability was the difference between freedom and bondage. When Sev had accidentally killed a soldier, he hadn't chosen to take the soldier's place, joining the very people he'd hidden from all his life. Choice was an illusion, a fork in the road in an adventure story. Choice wasn't real life, at least not without desperate consequences. If Sev was going to make one choice in his life, it would be to run away from death and the people who dealt it, not toward it. If the forest was silent before, now not even the wind rustled the leaves. Then, like thunder out of a clear blue sky, Jotham kicked down the door.
The death of our father marked the end of a dynasty 1,000 years in the making, but it was not the end of us.
Chapter 4. Veronyka. Veronyka's fingers were gritty with soil, the knees of her trousers damp as she knelt in the cool grass. With a sharp tug, she gripped the onion's base and unearthed it by the roots. She tossed it into her basket, and as she reached for another, a bristle of awareness tickled the back of her neck. She heard something. No, she sensed it, the sound reverberating through her magic, not her ears. Unease tightening her chest, Veronyka whirled and came face to face with Zephyra. Veronyka smiled, her heart soaring at the sight of her bondmate, despite the fact that Zephyra wasn't supposed to be out in the open. "I told you to stay in the cabin," Veronyka chided, though the words were unnecessary given their bond. "You could have been seen." Zephyra blinked at her, all innocence and curiosity, before snapping at a moth that flitted by. Veronyka sighed. Even though they were in Pyrrha, supposedly out of the Empire's reach, it was still dangerous for an animage to be seen. And for a phoenix, it was life or death. They weren't too far from the foothills, where it was common for raiders to strike nearby settlements. If they were caught, Veronika would be forced into bondage, and Zephyra would be executed. At least Val wasn't with them. She'd left first thing in the morning to barter at the Runnet market and replenish their stores, for which Val meant using shadow magic to convince unsuspecting sellers to give her their wares for free. Wanting to be useful, Veronika had left soon after to gather bulbs of wild onion, garlic, and edible roots, and Zephyra was supposed to remain safely behind. Since the moment Zephyra had taken her first flight 2 weeks ago, Val had forbidden her from ever leaving the cabin unless Val herself was present to keep a lookout, and even those opportunities were rare. Just as she'd turned up her nose at Veronika's other animal friends, Val's distaste for Veronika's bondmate grew more obvious every day. Veronika knew it was jealousy, that Val felt hurt and left out. But the more Veronika tried to bridge the gap that had grown between them, the surlier Val became. For every affectionate croon or indulgent praise Veronika gave the young phoenix, Val spat out a dozen rules and warnings about their dangerous magical relationship. Veronika mustn't coddle Zephyra, or the bird would grow pathetic and complacent. She mustn't let Zephyra misbehave, for that showed weakness and Veronika would lose control over her. She must maintain the power dynamic. Veronika was the master, Zephyra the servant. They were not family, not like her and Val, and Veronika's insistence upon treating Zephyra as a friend and an equal would be their undoing. Veronika tried to listen to Val, but she had been close with animals all her life, and she'd always gotten what she wanted or needed with a request, not a demand. Sometimes Val's words seemed like the highest wisdom. At other times, they sounded like convenient trumped-up excuses to put a wedge between Veronika and her bondmate. Whenever Veronika openly disagreed with Val, she'd lash out. It had always been that way. "It's just your sister's nature," her grandmother used to say whenever Val would be cruel or controlling. "She's like fire. She devours." "What am I like, Maora?" Veronika would ask. "You're like fire, too. You light the way." Thinking of her grandmother made Veronika smile, no matter how desperately she missed her, especially since Zephyra had been born. Veronika was certain that her Mayora's advice would counterbalance Val's and help make peace between them again. To Val, their differences were something to fix, a problem that required a solution. And of course, Veronika was the one who should change, never Val. But their grandmother had a way of highlighting their similarities, like the fire analogy, helping them see that they were simply two sides of the same coin, opposites but ever connected. It was okay to be different from Val, and the sooner her sister accepted it, the better off they'd both be. But Veronica's determination to stand up for herself wavered the closer she got to the cabin. Things had been so tense between them lately, and she didn't want to have another unnecessary fight. Her patience with Val's surliness was wearing thin. If Veronika and Zafira beat her sister back to the cabin, they could avoid a confrontation altogether. Zafira soared ahead as they cut through the thick forest, flitting from branch to branch, poking her beak at worms and grubs and chirruping at other birds that crossed their path. She was like a precocious child, intelligent, curious, and sometimes impulsive, but still lacking a certain maturity and understanding of the world. Their communication had grown in the weeks since her birth, shifting from images and impressions to more developed thoughts and even the odd word or sentence, though it would be months until Zafira had the vocabulary and language comprehension to have a full conversation. They'd begun to anticipate each other's movements and thoughts, doing daily chores as if attached by an invisible string. Much as Zafira was changing, Veronika found her own mind expanding with all the sensory information her bondmate gave her. Smells and sounds and sights that had always gone unnoticed by Veronika became bright spots of interest for the phoenix. Veronika's magic was affected too. Ever since they'd bonded, the strength and reach of her animal magic had almost doubled, bringing the world to life around her more vividly than ever before. Already Zafira was the size of a large eagle, her down replaced with silky, iridescent feathers, longer and darker on her tail, matching the beginnings of a crest growing atop her head. Females had deep purple crowns and tail feathers, while the males' accents were golden yellow. Val had said Zafira was large for her age, and by 2 months she could be ready to ride. Though the timing varied, most phoenixes were considered fully grown between 3 and 6 months. Phoenixes developed quickly, physically and mentally, their accelerated growth cycle giving them lightning-fast healing times and sharp intelligence. Zafira was thirsty for knowledge, which was why it was so difficult to get her to remain indoors. The other reason was her deep-rooted interest in finding other phoenixes. Brothers and sisters of fire, she called them in her mind. Phoenixes weren't solitary, they mated for life, and they usually lived in groups, gathering food and defending territory together. Veronika knew it was only a matter of time before Zafira would insist on leaving to seek others like them. She would need the guidance of other phoenixes, and Veronika would definitely need the help of other riders. The thought of striking out together was impossibly exciting, an adventure Veronika hardly dared to imagine. It was the logical next step, but it was so much more than that. The idea of being welcomed by other animages and their phoenixes, of making friends and finding a place to belong, was an intoxicating dream. But there were so many uncertainties, not least of which was the question of whether any such place or any such people existed. There was also the question of whether or not Val would come. If she even could come, she didn't have a phoenix after all. Absorbed in her thoughts and distracted by Zafira's contemplation of a cobweb, Veronika actually jumped when a loud crack echoed through the forest, coming from the direction of the cabin. She swallowed, a hot spasm of fear lancing through her stomach. It had sounded like a door being kicked in. Val. She must have returned home early. Veronika quickened her pace, telling Zafira to do the same. If they hurried, she might get within view of the cabin before Val saw their approach, and Veronika could convince her sister that they'd never journeyed beyond the isolated safety of the small clearing. Fixing the story in her mind, Veronika ducked under a heavy bough, sticky bits of sap clinging to her fingers and hair. She released the branch with a swish, and the cabin came into view, bathed in the hazy, brass-colored sunlight of late afternoon. It was peaceful-looking, idyllic, like a wise Mayora's cottage in an old folk tale. Except there was no kindly old woman before her, offering sweets and a story. There wasn't even Val, with arms crossed and nostrils flared. Instead, there was a raider, and he was staring right at her.
We clung to each other in our grief. Her suffering was my suffering. Her pain was my pain.
Chapter 5. Sev. Sev's hand dropped reflexively to the knife strapped to his belt. He was surprised such an instinct existed in him. He supposed the months of combat training were finally starting to pay off. Only he'd never trained against an unarmed girl bursting forth from the trees like a startled animal. Her eyes lit on him, then darted to the cabin. This must be her home, and here he was, armed and blocking her from returning to it. The girl was young, not much younger than Sev himself, but something about her seemed childlike. Her rich, golden-brown skin glowed like bronze in the sun, and her black hair was twisted with braids, thick and thin, some capped with beads and shining objects, others woven with thread. Her feet were bare, and that willful vulnerability told Sev that she'd thought she was safe here, safe enough to leave her home without fear of never returning again. Perhaps it was that certainty of survival, that sense of invincibility, that made her seem young to him. It had been a long time since Sev had enjoyed that feeling of safety. As soon as she saw the knife in his hand, she became abruptly, unnaturally still, like prey sensing a predator. Sev swallowed, his throat as dry as sun-baked sand. What was he supposed to do now? If Jotham and Ott saw her, they'd want her silenced. The sound of breaking glass echoed from the cabin behind him, shattering the frozen moment. The girl's head whipped in the direction of the noise, and the realization that there were more raiders, that Sev was not alone, dawned on her face. "Empty," came Jotham's voice, loud and impossibly close-sounding. Sev's heartbeat spiked painfully, but when he glanced behind him, both Jotham and Ott were still inside the cabin. "Not a damn thing worth stealing, either," Ott added. Panic sung through Sev's veins. If there was nothing worth stealing, they'd be outside again at any moment. He turned back to the girl. "Get out of here," he whispered, waving his hand toward the trees. The girl frowned, clearly confused. Why was a raider who'd drawn his knife on her now telling her to run away? She must suspect some kind of trick, and when her eyes roved the trees around them and settled on the bondservant lurking in the shadows behind Sev, she stepped away from them, deeper into the clearing. Wrong direction. "No, wait! We, Sev began, gesturing toward the bondservant, "mean you no harm." He sheathed his dagger. "But they," he pointed toward the cabin, "do." She wavered, her gaze flicking from Sev and the bondservant to the cabin as more sounds drifted out to them, the clatter of items being carelessly tossed around, followed by indiscernible mutters and curses. Before any of them could make another move, something drew Sev's attention to the forest behind her, a ripple of energy or movement. He thought it might be an animal, but before he could figure it out, the branches to the right of the girl shook and creaked, and something fluttered forward to land protectively on her shoulder. It was an animal, a bird, bright red, with long tail feathers and the beginnings of a spiky crown atop its head. It stood out like fire in the darkness, like the moon on a cloudless night. This was no ordinary animal. This was a creature of magic, its presence pure and powerful and tingling against Sev's skin. A phoenix. The bondservant shoved Sev roughly aside, gaze fixed on the firebird. The girl's muscles tensed, but this was no attack. The bondservant stopped and pressed a hand to his chest, a gesture of reverence and respect, and bowed his head. The girl looked up at him, at the chain hanging heavy on his neck, and it seemed that she knew what he was. An unspoken understanding passed between them. They were both animages. Only someone with animal magic could hatch and bond with the phoenix, and only animages were forced into bondage in the Empire. And that seemed to unify them in a way that left Sev feeling cold and disconnected, despite his own magic, standing in the shadows cast by their warm glow. She gently stroked the phoenix perched on her shoulder, and a hesitant glance seemed to invite the bondservant to do the same. He took a halting step forward, hand outstretched, when the loud smack of the door against the frame brought them all sharply back to reality. "Captain'll have our hides if we don't get moving," Ott was saying, as a second smack of the door told Sev that Jotham was following just behind, as usual. They'd round the side of the cabin at any moment. Sev's brain rang with alarm bells, but he couldn't seem to untangle his thoughts and form words. "Bushes," he managed, gesturing frantically for the girl and her phoenix to take cover in the trees. His sudden movement caused the phoenix to squawk and spread its wings in a defensive stance, but luckily Ott chose that exact moment to speak. "Kid," he called, heavy footfalls crunching on dried leaves. "Where are you?" The girl glanced at the bondservant, clearly trusting one of her own kind over Sev, and after the bondservant's reassuring nod, she dove into the cover of the leaves, her phoenix flapping behind her. After making sure both were hidden from view, Sev whirled around. The two soldiers approached, Jotham as stoic as ever, while Ott's round-cheeked, pockmarked face scrunched in disapproval. "What's this one still doing here?" he demanded, speaking to Sev about the bondservant as if he weren't even there, gesturing carelessly at him with his crossbow. Sev's mind was still ringing, his hammering heart making it difficult to focus. "I was looking for this," the bondservant said, stepping forward. In his palm was a bent piece of metal that looked like it belonged on a buckle or a strap. "From one of the saddles." Ott's eyes narrowed before shifting to stare into the trees behind them. Had he seen the girl, or was he searching for the end of the llama train? "Listen, mage slave," Ott spat, stepping into the bondservant's personal space, though all this did was highlight the considerable height difference between them. "We're the soldiers," he gestured to Sev and Jotham, "and you're the servant, got it? Next time do exactly as I tell you, else I'll fill you full of bolts and leave you for the crows." The bondservant lowered his hand in acquiescence, but Sev could feel the hatred radiating from him. Ott smiled at his subservient posture, too convinced of his own authority to notice. "Now get out of here, and make sure that broken saddle gets fixed," he ordered, before returning his attention to Sev. As soon as Ott's back was turned, the bondservant met Sev's eyes for an instant before staring meaningfully at the place where the girl and her phoenix hid. Then he left. It was all up to Sev now. "They'll never respect your authority if you don't exercise it every now and again," Ott was saying in his oily voice, slinging an arm around Sev's shoulders conspiratorially. Sev held his breath to avoid the stench of sweat and unwashed skin. "And if they don't respect you, they best fear you, eh, Joth?" Jotham nodded placidly, his attention focused on picking his grimy fingernails. Then Ott shoved Sev roughly aside, laughing loudly as his gaze swept the area. Sev remained perfectly still as Ott looked about, as if his own stillness could help the girl in the trees achieve the same. They were very nearly in the clear. "What's this, then?" Ott demanded, squinting at a point just behind Sev's shoulder. Sev kept his features as blank as possible as he turned, though his gut clenched in dread. Ott pushed past him to pick up a woven basket from where it lay on the ground, a collection of bulbous vegetables scattered around his feet. The girl must have dropped it when she'd first arrived. As Ott held the basket up expectantly, awaiting an answer, Sev did the only thing he could do. He shrugged. While he was a decent liar, sometimes it was better to just say nothing at all. Stupidity, feigned or otherwise, could explain away any number of strange occurrences. Ott peered around them, then back into the basket. He snorted. "Some lookout," he said, tossing the basket back onto the ground in disgust. "Wouldn't notice a swarm of wasps until one stung him on the ass." "Time to leave," Jotham said, his tone bored. For every 10 words Ott spoke, Jotham said 2. If Ott was the fool, short and round and blustering, Jotham was the scarecrow, his silent, lanky counterpart. Jotham's gaunt face and long, greasy hair added to the effect, while his leathery brown skin was crisscrossed with a maze of jagged, poorly healed scars. The Fool and the Crow had been one of Sev's favorite shows as a child, along with Princess Pearl and The Conman's Bluff. Sev would squeeze through the legs of the crowds outside the theater on Mummers Lane and watch from between people's knees as the actors performed. While most of the Arborian comedies were still allowed, the epics and tragedies had been banned. They were popular and, since the war, controversial, featuring many famous warriors and notable figures from Phoenix Rider history, and that was exactly why they were forbidden. Rumor had it that some of the underground theaters and gambling halls in Oranova paid extra for the players to perform them in secret for the after-hours crowds, charging twice as much admission to make up for the risk. As Jotham stalked away, Ott considered Sev.
"Since you're no good as a lookout, you can make yourself useful and carry this,"
he barked, dropping his crossbow into the dirt before grinning smugly and sauntering away. Sev watched him and Jotham leave, not daring to breathe until the sound of their departure was swallowed by the forest. He took a shaky breath, unsure what to do or say, when the girl stood up. She had surely overheard them and knew that he was no regular raider, but a soldier. The Phoenix remained somewhere out of sight, and now that the danger had passed, Sev's mind was free to face the knowledge of its existence for the first time. They were supposed to be things of the past, snuffed out, just like the rebellion they had symbolized. Once the war was over, the Empire's governors had deemed the creatures too dangerous to remain and too loyal to animages to be trusted. Phoenixes had been hunted into extinction within the borders of the Empire, and in the early years following the war, poachers had tracked them into Pyrrha as well. While the Empire's laws didn't exist in the Freelands, with the fall of Avalkira Ashfire, there was no one in the now independent country to defend them or their lands. No government, no soldiers or infrastructure remained. Each village governed itself and didn't have the population or resources to unite with the others under a common banner or purpose. Pyrrha's people might be free of the Empire's laws, but they were free of its protections too. Sev had often wondered why the Empire didn't march into Pyrrha with its full army and retake the lost province. But according to what he'd overheard, the answer was simple. It wasn't worth it. The land was too wild and vast to easily reclaim and would require spreading the Empire's forces thin. Besides, Pyrrha wasn't a rich country. Its economy had all but collapsed during the war when travel and trade became dangerous, and the cost of rebuilding would be too high. But then Sev had to wonder, if there was nothing in Pyrrha the Empire wanted, what were he and the other soldiers doing here? He looked at the girl again. Maybe the riders weren't gone after all. Maybe this was why they had come. Are you a Phoenix rider? He asked, his voice soft. He hadn't spoken the words Phoenix Rider in a long, long time, since his mother and father had died. What if this girl was part of some new rebellion? The girl crossed her arms, her expression stony. He might have saved her from detection, but he was still a soldier standing between her and her home. The Phoenix chirruped from somewhere behind her, and her harsh features softened somewhat. She crouched down and scooped up one of the tubers from her upturned basket and tossed it into the trees. There was a great crunch and a crackle and an erratic stirring of leaves as the Phoenix devoured the treat. The girl grinned, and Sev smiled too. There was a moment of camaraderie between them, a heartbeat of relaxed tension, before her breath hitched and her dark eyes widened in alarm. Sev understood a second later when the air stirred behind him, cooling the sweat that dotted the back of his neck. Before he could react, there was pressure at his hip, a barely audible snick, and then a rough hand jerked his chin to the side while another pressed the blade of his own knife against the exposed flesh of his throat.
I promised her the throne would not come between us. Nothing would. How I long for the foolishness of youth.
Chapter 6. Veronica. Val held the knife in a steady hand, a savage smile on her lips and murder in her eyes. With her long red hair blowing in the breeze, she looked like a death maiden, one of Nox's guides into the dark realms, and this poor soldier had been ensnared like a lost soul on a battlefield. "Val, no, wait!" Veronica shouted, her hand outstretched. "Stop!" Val stayed her hand, though she didn't remove the blade. She breathed deeply, and the boys shuddered. "He smells of the Empire." "He saved my life," Veronica blurted, stepping closer again. The gravity of the situation hit home when she realized that Zafira was still about, somewhere in the trees. If Val was mad now, she'd be a raging volcano if she knew Veronica's phoenix was out in the open, if she knew that this soldier and that bondservant had seen the phoenix. If Val used her shadow magic to interrogate this soldier, she would learn the full truth, and he wouldn't make it out of here alive. Even though he was an Empire soldier, Veronika didn't want to see him die because of her. She had to keep her sister distracted. "He was here with 3 others," Veronika said, speaking fast, playing her advantage. Val was probably exhausted after a long day in the village, overusing her magic and pushing herself to her limits. If Veronika stuck mostly to the truth and made sure to hide incriminating details deep down in the corners of her mind, Val might just take her words at face value. Veronika was capable of lying to her sister if she worked hard at it, but it required intense focus. Val usually found her out eventually, but if she kept her wits about her, she could save this boy's life. "They were armed and came here looking to steal from us," Veronika continued. "He helped me hide in the bushes and didn't give me up to the others. He saved my life," she said again. Val considered. "He also robbed us." "You know there's not a damn thing worth stealing," Veronika said, using the other soldier's words. The boy darted a glance in her direction, but Veronika kept her focus on Val. She considered the boy. "I can sense the coward in you," Val murmured, her body shifting, her movements liquid as she moved the edge of the blade along his neck, almost like a caress. The boy's throat bobbed in a tense swallow, and the tip of the knife bit into his skin. "She is a sweet young thing," she said, eyes flicking to Veronika. "All alone in the forest, where no one could hear her scream." Veronika almost groaned, realizing that her words had somehow become twisted in Val's dark mind. She was inventing trouble now, looking for any excuse to hurt this soldier. "Val, the others," Veronika said hastily. "They're waiting for him. If you kill him, they'll come looking, who knows how many. They'll come back and you can't fight them all." "I can try," Val said. But Veronika saw a frown crease her forehead, and her face lost some of the fierce intensity that had come over it. "He didn't hurt me, never even touched me. He means us no harm, do you?" Veronika asked, turning her question to the boy. He was wild-eyed and panicked, and his olive-brown skin had lost its color like painted shutters in the sun. When Val loosened her grip, he slowly shook his head. She looked bored all of a sudden, as if the joy had gone from the day. She removed the knife and gave the soldier a hard shove in the back. He stumbled and turned around, rubbing a hand across his neck, smearing blood from the small wound Val had opened there. Smiling her most beautiful, most terrifying smile, Val raised the dagger and pointed it at him. "If I see you again, Empire rat, there won't be words between us, only this knife. And just like this time, you won't see it coming. Not even a sweet story from my sister will save you. That's a promise." The boy bowed slightly as he nodded his head, then stumbled, looking around for the crossbow his companion had abandoned. He held it out, showing his finger was far from the trigger, before backing into the trees. His footfalls were heavy, uneven things, as if he tried to run forward and look backward at the same time. After several tense moments, the forest became quiet again. Val slid the boy's knife into her belt. The cabin looked much the same as they'd left it, except that their box of food stores was open, their sleeping pallet turned over, and their ceramic cooking pot was laying on its side, a crack running from the rim to the chipped handle. The soldiers were right. There was nothing of value here. Val began storing the supplies she'd gotten from her day in Runnet. The village was a few hours south at the edge of the foothills, a popular stop for valley traders. Veronika stood in the doorway, her basket of garlic and potatoes in hand, uncertain of what would happen next. The events of the afternoon were finally catching up to her, and her hands shook. The rapid succession of emotions, shock, fear, panic, had now receded, leaving her body an empty, quaking shell, and she had the horrible feeling that the worst of it was yet to come. Surely Val was angry. Surely she had something to say, some reprimand or warning. But her sister only poked at the smoking embers of the fire, placing several pieces of wood on top from the basket near the hearth, and then settled the chipped pot on the edge. "Close the door, Veronika," she said, without looking her sister's way. The words were simple, direct, and yet the hairs on the back of Veronika's neck rose. She took her time, mentally calling Zafira in from outside, hoping that Val's preoccupation would allow her bondmate to return without notice. As Zafira flew through the door, some of the anxiety that filled Veronika's chest eased. Her sense of safety had been shattered, but as long as she and her bondmate were together, everything would be all right. Veronika closed the door behind her as Zafira fluttered to the ground, poking her curious beak into the contents of their food stores before flitting off again. Val watched the phoenix, expression unreadable. Then she drew the soldier's knife from her belt and held it out to Veronika. Veronika frowned, uncertain. Then Val nodded down at the basket of vegetables she'd gathered. "Careful," Val said when Veronika wrapped her fingers around the hilt. "It's sharp." Veronika didn't know if it was the lasting tension from the confrontation outside, but the words sounded closer to a threat than a caution. She looked down at the shining blade, its edge catching the waning evening sunlight that filtered through the shutters. She was startled to discover it was stamped with the cross dagger symbol that marked it as Veronese steel, the finest blade money could buy and rare in the mountains. All the best metalworkers came from the province of Pharaoh, where the iron ore used for steel was mined. The weapon was more suited to a ranking officer than a lowly foot soldier, and it was strange using the instrument of war to cut up vegetables. It was like using a shovel to stir soup. They prepared their meal in silence. They'd have to talk about the soldier at some point, but Veronika was in no hurry to broach the topic. It would mean addressing the fact that she and Zafira had left the cabin against Val's wishes, and it was a fight Veronika knew she would lose. They might be sisters, equals in theory, but Val was always in charge. Veronika was always meant to fall in line behind her, no matter how much Veronika resented it. Still, the silence made her uneasy. The only time her sister was ever truly still was when she was plotting. "I'm going away for a couple of days," Val announced, stirring the contents of the pot, causing great tufts of steam to swirl about her face. "Going away?" "Where?" Veronika asked, putting down the knife and scooping up handfuls of vegetables to toss inside. Next to her, Zafira nibbled at a potato skin, lifting the oversized piece into the air, only to shake her head, spit it out, and try another one. "To look for another egg. There's an outpost just outside Vale. It hasn't been in use since the Reign of Wisdom, when they relocated to Hightower across the river." "But wise Queen Malka ruled almost 100 years ago. Do you really think there'll be eggs there?" Val shrugged. "Only one way to find out." "We should go with you," Veronika said, her heart fluttering at the idea of going on a journey, however short. "You can come," Val said, "but your phoenix cannot. I won't compromise our safety as cavalierly as you do." Veronika stared at her hands. They had come to it, her and Zafira's disobedience. Rather than await Val's tirade, Veronika jumped in and changed the subject. Maybe it's time we moved on anyway, she said carefully. She might defer to Val, let her make the majority of their decisions, but Veronika had a brain too. She had opinions and ideas of her own and plans she wanted to make. Veronika had always wanted to seek out other animages once she and her sister were in Pyrrha, to try to find friends and allies. Now that they had a phoenix to protect, Veronika and Val needed those friendships more than ever. The owner of this cabin could be back at any moment, Veronika continued. Zafira is still small, but she's only going to get bigger. And those soldiers, we're not safe here. I will protect us, Val said. I always have, haven't I? Her jaw jutted out, as if daring Veronika to claim otherwise. Even if you're not here? Val's nostrils flared. If you'd done what I told you to do and stayed inside, I'd probably be dead, Veronika snapped. They stared at each other, but Val made no reply. We don't have to do this alone, Veronika whispered, trying to keep her voice reasonable. We could look for other animages. We could look for Phoenix Riders. Phoenix Riders, Val repeated flatly. There are no Phoenix Riders, Veronika. The Empire slaughtered them all. The Riders maybe, but not the animages. If we can hunt down lost eggs and hatch them, who's to say that others haven't done the same? We should travel higher up Piermont. The farther we get from the Empire, the better. The Empire is everywhere, not just on the lower rim. We can't trust anyone but ourselves. Veronika bit her lip. All their lives it had been like this. Veronika was never allowed to make friends, to attend festivals or walk the city alone. It had gotten worse after their grandmother's death, but her loss made Veronika yearn for connection all the more. Val pretended it was about safety, blindly threatening to kill any stranger who crossed her path. But Veronika knew it was more about control, and she was tired of constantly bowing to Val's whims. Yes, the Empire was everywhere. They'd just seen the evidence. But just because someone was from the Empire didn't mean they were bad. Veronika and Val had both been born in the Empire, no matter their Pyrrhian roots, and so had their Maora. She had told them to protect each other. But that didn't mean living in seclusion and never trusting anyone else ever again. Trusting that Empire soldier had saved her life. If she'd been like Val, blindly threatening to kill any stranger who crossed her path, she'd probably be dead. There was strength in trust, in unity. They needed to find a place where people like them could be safe and protected. If such a place didn't exist, they'd have to make it for themselves. Call her off, Val said, interrupting Veronika's thoughts. She jerked her chin down at Zafira, who was picking her way across the floor, burrowing her beak in a pile of shavings. What? Why? They're garbage anyway. That's not the point, Val snapped, picking up the knife from where it lay on the cutting stone. The air in the cabin stilled, as if all the oxygen had been siphoned from the room. She followed you today, left the cabin when you told her not to. Val, nothing happened, Veronika lied, her throat tight with dread. She tried to think of what to say, how to talk Val down from her simmering rage, but her mind was a blank haze. She's still young, she's curious, and she's almost ready to ride, Veronika. She's no fresh hatchling. It's been weeks since we built that pyre. Look how fast she grows, how much stronger she gets each day. You must rein her in. There may come a time when Zafira's obedience is the difference between life and death. You can't ask her then. You will have to tell her, and she must listen. With the knife gripped in one hand, Val drew a pitted date from her pocket with the other, holding it in the center of her palm. Zafira's head popped up, drawn to Val's movement, her eyes fixed on the fruit in the girl's outstretched hand. Dates were her favorite. Val, Veronika said sharply, her muscles stiffening as she prepared to stand up. Val took a step backward, putting distance between her and Veronika, and Zafira followed. Powerlessness seized Veronika, turning her body to lead. Zafira was just out of reach, yet she might as well have been on the other side of the valley. The phoenix's attention was turned toward Val, but she soon felt Veronika's distress. Zafira's black eyes glittered as she swiveled her head, looking from her bondmate to the treat, and then back to Veronika. "Just call her off," Val said calmly, stooping low to offer the date to Zafira. Veronika couldn't take her eyes off the knife in Val's hand. Dark, dangerous memories flashed before her eyes. Val dragging the dead body of their landlord into the alleyway after they'd missed several months of rent. Val defending them against 3 men who wanted more than their money, her face exultant and her hands dripping with blood. "I'm trying," Veronika said in a strangled voice, blocking out the haunting images and turning her focus to Zafira. She slowed her breathing, trying to calm herself and convey meaning to her bondmate, to explain the concept of danger. Zafira's response was to send her bright-eyed reassurance. She'd had dates before. They were sweet and delicious, and Val was a familiar sight and sound and smell. Zafira didn't understand. "Don't explain it to her," Val said, while Zafira took another step forward. "Tell her. Command her to step back. Command her to go to you." Terror had sunk its teeth into Veronika, and she tried, but she knew she did it wrong. She was desperate now, afraid and on the verge of tears. She didn't command, she begged, she pleaded, and all her wild emotions managed to do was cause her phoenix to tilt her head in confusion before edging nearer to Val. "I can't!" Veronika cried out, losing her faith that Val would never do anything to hurt her. "Please, Val, I can't! Order her!" Val yelled. The words weren't just words. They were power. Val had used shadow magic on her, the magic she'd never turned on her sister before. For a moment, Veronika thought her body might bend to Val's will. But the next thing she knew, she was on her knees, reaching, sobbing, tears streaming down her face. Val straightened up, no longer trying to lure the phoenix toward her. She sighed, her dark eyes filled with disappointment. She tossed the knife onto the cutting stone and dropped the date onto the ground at her feet. Zafira leapt the last few paces between them and began pecking at it eagerly. Relief flooded Veronika's chest, loosening the tight knot twisted there. "Val," she began, but she was interrupted by a retching, spluttering sound. A second later, panic seared through the bond, intruding upon her thoughts. She knocked the cutting stone aside and leapt for Zafira, but Val got there first, slamming into Veronika and pushing her backward. Zafira gagged, opening and closing her beak as she tried to bring up the date. Her feelings were so wild and insistent that Veronika couldn't tell which thoughts were hers and which belonged to the phoenix. As Veronika struggled against Val, sorting through her clouded mind, she finally made sense of what was happening. Zafira wasn't choking on the date. It wasn't lodged in her throat, obstructing her airway. She'd already swallowed it. So why was she struggling to breathe? "You poisoned her!" Veronika gasped, unable to believe it even as she knew it must be true. She stared wide-eyed at Val, the person who'd helped raise her, Veronika's sister, and protector, and friend. "Nicki," she said, using the Pyrian nickname for Veronika. Val's voice was sweeter in Pyrian, the long E sound of Nika softer, gentler, almost soothing. But if it wasn't a denial Val intended to speak, Veronika didn't want to hear it. She shoved her sister hard, and Val toppled backward into the cabin wall. Veronika didn't hesitate, but flung herself onto the ground next to her bondmate. Zephyra's bulging eyes met hers, but they couldn't focus. Pain gnawed at Zephyra's stomach, pulsing through the bond, while her thoughts, her emotions, they were ebbing away, like water through cupped hands. Veronika reached out for her, mentally and physically, but then Val was there again, dragging her backward. Veronika fought her, more savagely than ever before, more than she'd fought even for her Mayora. But Val's grip was unrelenting. Veronika could do no more than watch in horror as, with a stagger and one last chirrup, Zephyra fell to the ground, unmoving. Veronika's mind went silent. Their bond, their connection, just like that, it was gone.
Phoenixes are the reason magic exists. Ozurek's flaming warriors of light needed to be able to communicate with humankind and vice versa, and so Nephira and the First Riders were gifted with animal magic. Because the First Riders were Pyrrhian, some people believe that the people of Pyrrha are the source of magic, and that all magic in the valley was brought with them when Alicia made her conquest. But, of course, Alicia didn't come alone. She came with phoenixes. Therefore, Ozurek is the source of magic, and phoenixes are its bearers, spreading magic across the land and bringing it to life where it lay dormant in humans all over the valley. Of course, if phoenixes were ever to disappear from the Empire, magic would soon follow. Origins of Magic, from Solstice Day Sermons by Freya, High Priestess of Ozurek, published 111 AE.
There was rot inside the Empire, taking root in secret, unchecked places. I knew I could not unplant the seeds, but I could raise the crop to the ground.
Chapter 7. Sev. Sev returned to the campsite in a stupor. He kept seeing the girl and her phoenix, kept feeling the phantom press of cold steel against his throat. Sev rubbed the wound, the cut a superficial, stinging reminder of how close he'd been to death. But it wasn't the brush with death that had him rattled. He'd been there many times before. No, it was that God's cursed phoenix. What was he supposed to do now? Sev had known he wasn't cut out for life as a soldier, but now he knew it beyond any shadow of a doubt. He couldn't stomach the thought that they might run into more like her and that things might turn out very differently. He had been lucky today, both he and the girl had. But next time he might not be. Next time Sev might find himself with an innocent animage's blood on his hands. He had to find a way out of this mess. When he rejoined Jotham and Ott, he kept his distance, not wanting to draw notice to himself or the fresh cut on his throat. It was growing dark by the time they passed the perimeter guard, and soon a low rumble of conversation, followed by shadowy figures moving through the trees, told him they'd arrived at camp. They'd set up in a thick copse of trees, and though the darkness was growing deeper with every step, there wasn't a single torch or fire to light the way. Secrecy was paramount, and any fires after nightfall were prohibited. The soldiers tended to their weapons and set up their tents and bedrolls, while the bondservants fed the newly arrived pack animals and cared for the messenger pigeons. The cooks and attendants were already preparing the evening meal, slicing up cured meats and slathering honey on cold barley cakes. Just the sight of the hard, round discs made Sev want to gag. He'd been starving most of his life, but even he struggled with the bland, starchy food, a staple in the Empire's military diet. Better barley than black stew, he thought. It was a common saying among the soldiers he'd met who had, like him, gotten their start in the poorest parts of the Empire, lining up for hours in the Narrows or the Forgotten District for a ladleful of the dark, sludge-like gruel served by the acolytes of Miseria, goddess of the poor and hopeless. Up ahead, Ott's angry voice floated above the sounds of the camp.
"What do you mean the captain's gone?" he demanded. "What'd we rush back for then?"
"You rushed back because your captain ordered you to," came the curt reply. It was Officer Yara, Captain Belden's second in command. She was a veteran of the Blood War, her face and hands pocked with scars and burn marks. She was one of the few women in their party, a relic from the time before the war when female enrollment in the military was encouraged. It was Phoenix Rider tradition for both men and women to fight, but after the Riders defected and betrayed the Empire, the governors did everything they could to erase their influence, from destroying statues and banning songs to changing laws and customs. As far as Sev knew, women were still allowed to join the army, but it wasn't common practice. Officer Yara was also Purian, but she was no Animage and so had remained loyal to the Empire. She had earned her position during the war and fought hard for the respect of her peers. She was strict and no-nonsense, overseeing the daily operations of their company with a firm hand. "He has gone on an urgent errand," she continued, "and you will report to me in his stead." After some dark muttering, Ott proceeded to recount the day's events, conveniently leaving out their stop at the cabin. Sev barely listened, his mind racing with what Officer Yara had said. The captain had gone on an urgent errand. That meant a change in routine. That meant possibility. Sev closed his eyes and flashed back to the duty roster he'd seen just that morning. He had a gift for memory, and he usually put his overactive brain to use studying people and things and ordering them in his mind. It was a habit he'd picked up on the streets of Aranova. Just as he knew where to beg for coins and where to beg for a roll, he also knew which alleys were off-limits thanks to gangs and street lords, and the best shortcuts to make an easy escape. He'd had to start all over again in the army, learning who to avoid, like Jotham and Ott, and who might show a kind hand. Sev had memorized people's schedules and performances, as well as their skills and liabilities. Most of it was useless, but sometimes it came in handy. Like today. Captain Belden had 2 personal guards, both of whom usually worked a night watch shift. But with Captain Belden gone from camp, and them with him, their shifts would have to be covered by 2 others. It was a small thing, but it might just be the advantage Sev needed, the twist of fate that he'd been waiting for. He had wanted a way out ever since he'd been made a soldier, but it hadn't taken long to realize that desertion was next to impossible inside the Empire's heavily guarded training facilities and walled compounds. But then he'd been sent on his first mission outside the Empire. Sev had figured his work was half done and had been on the lookout for his chance ever since. Dragging his feet, Sev lumbered forward. "Excuse me, Officer Yara," he said as Jotham and Ott were dismissed. She peered down her nose at him, and Sev guessed she was trying to remember his name. "Yes, soldier." "Do you know if Garrett is already at his post? He said it was my duty to bring round dinner to him and Aro, and—" Yara's lips pursed. She knew full well that it wasn't Sev's duty to bring dinner to his fellow soldiers, and no doubt assumed this was some form of hazing that the younger recruits often endured at the hands of the older, like the crossbow Ott had ordered Sev to carry on his behalf. "Garrett and Aro are currently accompanying Captain Belden on his errand. Ryan and Heller have taken their places, but I assure you, you need not bring them dinner." Sev nodded gratefully and bowed his head before departing, trying to hide the smile that lit his face as he delivered Ott's crossbow to the weapons master. Ryan was as good a soldier as any, but while Heller was experienced, he wasn't terribly spry. Old injuries plagued him, and though he did his best to hide it, Sev knew he was going deaf in his left ear. He'd first noticed it weeks back, the way Heller always tilted his head when someone spoke to him, and then Sev had tested his theory several times, sidling up to Heller's left-hand side and trying to catch him off guard. It had earned Sev a smack to the side of the head, but it had been worth it. It wasn't much by way of an advantage, but it might be enough. The watch would change once more before they broke camp at dawn, so Sev would have to make his move before then. Exhilaration swelled inside him as the soldiers settled in for the night. Sev performed his usual routine of wandering the edges of the clearing, outwardly looking for a spot for his bedroll, but in actuality refreshing his knowledge of the names, faces, and habits of his fellow soldiers. Confirming that no eyes followed him and that any problematic soldiers were occupied with sleep or liquor, Sev clutched his bedroll tighter, concealing the fact that he wore a travel pack stocked with water and food supplies, and drifted deeper into the shadows before turning his back and slipping between the trees. The darkness pressed against his eyes, and Sev had to take careful steps to ensure he didn't trip over roots or get caught in brambles. The perimeter watch always maintained a certain formation, and from his memory of the day's duty roster, Sev knew that Garrett and Aro had been assigned to the southwest points, so that's where Ryan and Heller would be. Tiptoeing in that direction now, Sev smiled when the stooped figure of Heller became visible between the trees. Limbs tingling with anticipation, Sev paused to gather himself. He had only one shot at this, and if he was caught, he had no reason for being this far from camp. Reaching into his travel pack, he took a hasty swig from a bottle of liquor he'd stolen from Ott, reasoning that if all else failed, he could pretend to be drunk. Clenching his jaw, Sev closed his eyes and cast his awareness wide, searching. Finally, he had it. A cluster of bats perched on a branch nearby. Perfect. While he sent the creatures right, distracting Heller, Sev would slip left. Once he got away, no one would think to look for him until morning. By then, Sev would have several hours head start. He'd continue south into the foothills and ask around until he found his way to his parents' old farm, or what was left of it. It had been a beautiful place to live once. Sev's family had been sheep herders, and to this day, when he closed his eyes at night, he saw rolling green fields and wide-open skies. When the war broke out, the Pyrian border became the front lines, and animages had fled to the mountains in droves. People like Sev's parents were recruited, given second-hand weapons and phoenix eggs, and expected to fight to keep the Empire foot soldiers back. They never complained, never lamented their fates. It was an honor to serve a rider queen, they'd said, and Avalkira Ashfire had the rightful claim to the throne. Her mother was queen at the time of Avalkira's birth, which made her the true-born heir, while her sister was made legitimate after the fact. Sev's parents were proud to don their armor, and with every victorious battle they braided pieces of obsidian into their hair. The sight of his mother and father flying out to meet Empire soldiers had filled Sev with blistering, blinding pride. Foolish pride. He'd thought his parents were invincible, but of course they weren't. Nobody was. Sometimes Sev hated them for dying and leaving him behind, but it had taught him a valuable lesson about survival. He wouldn't make the same mistakes as them. As soon as he got away from camp tonight, he'd disappear. No more Jotham and Ott, no more scowling bondservants and vengeful girls with sharp knives and extinct phoenixes. He wanted none of it, had chosen none of it. It was time he took his life into his own hands. With a forceful, somewhat clumsy command, Sev directed the bats away from Heller. They resisted. Sev was a passable animage at best. Too many years of hiding his abilities had left them weak and unimpressive, and the creatures merely chittered and shifted in agitation. Heller glanced up at the tree, and a cold sweat broke out over Sev's neck. With a desperate surge of magic, Sev pushed hard, and the bats took flight, darting through the leaves in a burst of shifting, flapping shadows. Heller cursed and lurched to his feet, squinting into the darkness toward the sound of the chattering bats. This is it.
"I'd be more careful if I were you,"
said a voice just behind him. Sev's heart leapt into his throat. He whipped around to see a small figure standing mere inches behind him. It was a withered old bondservant whose pale, wrinkled face was topped with a cap of wispy white hair, which caught the barest gleam of the moonlight above like a tuft of cotton on the end of a stalk. He'd noticed her before, laughing darkly all by herself and muttering constantly in her sleep. The links of her chain gleamed, casting reflected light onto her face. "Careful?" Sev asked, turning back around, seeking Heller through the shadows.
"Get out of here, old woman,"
he whispered angrily, preparing to make a run for it, noise be damned.
"You know,"
she said loudly, too loudly, leaning comfortably against the tree,
"if you were smart, you'd do exactly as I tell you before it's too late."
Sev wanted to wring her spindly neck. He'd completely lost track of Heller. The bats were still putting up a racket, and even as he resolved to throw caution to the wind and make a break for it, a voice called out through the darkness, "Heller, you there?" It was Ryan, wandering over from his position farther south. Had the noise from the bats been that loud, or did they often visit each other during lookout shifts? Sev was still hidden from view, but he wouldn't be for long. He looked desperately at the old woman.
"Up, in the tree,"
she said, pointing to the heavy, low-hanging boughs. It was definitely climbable. Not pausing to think about why she was helping him, or how she would explain her own presence at the edges of camp in the middle of the night, Sev took hold of the nearest branch and hoisted himself up. He was just crouching into position on a wide branch when the old bondservant began screeching from somewhere below. "Help! Help!" she cried into the night, and Sev nearly dropped from his perch. What in Nocht's name was she doing? "Over here!" Ryan found her at once, blade drawn. The tree cover was thinner out here, and Sev could make out the man's scowl in the dappled light of the moon. "Oh, thank the gods and their servants," the woman said breathlessly as Heller joined them as well. "You'll have the whole camp up in arms with your incessant trilling, woman," Heller barked, wheezing as he caught his breath. "What are you on about?" Sev was utterly still. Even his lungs didn't move, though he silently begged them to. That is to say, we need your help." And to Sev's horror, she pointed at him, squatted above in the tree like an overgrown bird. "What in blazes are you doing up there?" asked Ryan, sidling next to her and bringing Sev into his sights. "One of my pigeons has taken ill," the woman said hastily. "Took off when I tried to tend him and wound up in this tree, refuses to come down no matter how I beg and cajole. You know how the pigeons get, their brains are a bit addled. See, there it goes." A warm something splattered on top of Sev's head, and he suspected he knew what it was. Looking up, he was unsurprised, though no less chagrined, to spot a pigeon cooing meekly after emptying his bowels on top of Sev. He had dealt with entirely too much crap today. "This lad was helping me retrieve the poor fellow, but alas, he's not much of a climber and can't seem to get down again." Sev shot daggers at the old woman, who only looked up at him with wide-eyed concern. After taking a deep breath and fighting the urge to call out her ludicrous lies, Sev did as Ryan and Heller instructed and held the pigeon in his hands while Ryan scaled the branches to help him. It was mortifying having the man half carry him down the tree like a child who'd climbed up too high and gotten scared. Standing before them at last, with a pigeon clutched to his chest and bird droppings in his hair, Sev couldn't quell the growing suspicion that the woman was having rather a good time. She was certainly smiling widely enough. Ryan and Heller told them to head back to camp, and Sev walked alongside her, trying to decide whether he should thank her or throttle her. She had helped him in an extremely roundabout way. If she hadn't stopped him, he'd likely have barreled into Ryan as he tried to run away. Even if he hadn't, the bats had made such a fuss that Ryan and Heller probably would have come poking around anyway. Sev could have tried his drunk routine, but he knew that was a less than foolproof strategy. Once they were out of earshot of the perimeter guards, Sev cast the woman a sidelong glance. "You're welcome," she said graciously, and Sev scowled. "For what? For making a fool out of me?" he snapped. "Oh, I think you were doing a fine job of that on your own. I saw your, trick with the bats. Do you want them to know what you are, boy?" she asked. "They'll tag and chain you faster than you can say Phoenix." Sev's mouth went dry. She had caught him using his magic. While at first glance the woman seemed frail and grandmotherly, Sev sensed she was anything but. Even as she stood there in her loosely hanging tunic with bits of her cotton hair standing in all directions, her eyes glinted with keen intelligence. Sev opened his mouth to speak, cleared his throat, then shrugged as nonchalantly as he could manage while still holding the pigeon. He pushed it into her hands. "Don't know what you're talking about." Best to play dumb. Sev was very good at it. "Oh, I think you do," she said as she took the pigeon. "An animage living and working among the Empire's soldiers. Such a terrible secret to bear." She bowed her head to the pigeon in her hands, murmuring in a low voice, and then released it. The bird soared away as gracefully as an eagle on an updraft. Sev frowned. The pigeon wasn't even sick. Had the whole thing been some kind of trap? "Perhaps it was that burden that drove you to sneak off in the dead of night with a packed bag and purse full of stolen gold," she said with a weary sigh, as if the entire thing were some terrible tragedy. Sev gaped at her, unsurprised that she'd gleaned he'd been trying to escape, but confused about her last comment. "Gold? What?" She gestured for him to check his pack, a smug smile on her face. Frowning, Sev dug within its depths, drawing out a coin purse, one he most certainly had not packed, embroidered with Captain Belden's initials in golden thread. When had she planted it on him? He'd never felt so much as a tug or brush against him. "What did you... How?" he blathered. She only smirked, snatching it from his hand in a lightning-fast move and making it disappear again. "It would be a terrible thing to have to report you," she said, her tone still heavy with feigned sorrow. "No one would believe you," he said faintly. That had to be true. Sev was a soldier, one of the Empire's most celebrated servants, no matter how low he was on the food chain. This woman was a bondservant, a criminal. It seemed she was following his train of thought. "Whether they believed my word or not, the facts would be stacked against you, boy. Stealing from the captain's own personal stores, your fondness for poor, sick animals stuck in trees." Tingling, crackling fury was creeping up Sev's neck. "And that's not to mention the way the other animals flock to you." "The animals don't flock to me," he said automatically, though he thought he already caught her meaning. "Not yet, they don't." Sev stopped walking. He was truly and completely foxed. "Why are you doing this?" he asked. "I propose a deal. You give me what I want, and I give you what you want, an escape." "There you are," came a low voice from the darkness of the camp. Sev blinked in surprise when the bondservant from earlier emerged. When he spotted Sev, he scowled. "What's he doing here, and what's—" He trailed off, eyeing the mess in Sev's hair. "We were talking," Sev said shortly, tugging a rag from his pack and wiping angrily at his hair. "Me and, The soldiers and servants call me Thea," she said, filling in the silence. "But I grow weary of it. I'd like something with more oomph, more pizzazz." There was a pause. Sev was certain she was going to keep speaking, but she didn't. "Like what?" he prompted. She pursed her lips. "I'm not sure yet. There's so much in a name. What's yours again, boy? Seb?" "Sev," he corrected. "Sev, a unique name. Veronese, isn't it? Short for Severo?" His brows rose. Severo wasn't so much a unique name as it was a rare one, even in Pharaoh where it originated, and where his father was from. People rarely guessed his Veronese background, as he'd taken both the straight hair and warm brown skin from his mother's Pyrian side. He did grow a bit paler in the winter months, though, and it was only just spring. He nodded in confirmation, and she grinned. "Yes, thought so. You've got hints of that olive-toned Veronese glow about you, and those eyes are as golden green as TK's cat. He's quite handsome for a soldier, isn't he, Cade?" Cade scowled, and Sev's face grew hot under the attention of their stares. He jumped in before the bondservant could answer. "Look, I don't care what you want to be called," he began, trying to get the conversation off his looks and back on point. "Just tell me—" "Trix," she announced, and Sev faltered. Okay, fine. Trix. Or Trixie? No, I take it back. Too silly. Trix is best." "Enough of this," Cade growled, as fed up as Sev. He turned to Trix. "I need to talk to you." "So do I," Sev cut in, stepping forward. Cade glared at him, straightening his spine and filling the space between them with his broad chest. Sev might outrank him, just barely, but that meant nothing when they were standing alone in the dark with no commanding officers to keep order. Cade knew Sev was a green soldier, easier to stand up to and bully than someone like Ott, but Sev wasn't going to be intimidated. This woman had just offered him an ultimatum, or maybe it was a threat, and he needed to understand what he'd gotten himself into. "Well now, an old lady could get used to this," Trix said, eyes twinkling. "Come on, boys, let's take a walk through the moonlight." She made for the darker cover of the forest thicket, away from the sleeping figures in the camp, but still a good distance from the perimeter guard. The moonlight she supposedly sought was nowhere to be found in the dense trees. "It's about the girl," Cade said under his breath, trying to exclude Sev from the conversation, though they were walking mere feet apart. "What girl? The one by the cabin?" Sev asked.
What's it to you, soldier?
Trix sighed, coming to a stop next to a massive gnarled tree and taking a seat on a thick root.
Enough, Cade. He's working with us now.
I am? Sev asked, at the exact same moment Cade said, He is?
Aren't you, soldier boy?
She asked, carefully adjusting the folds of her threadbare tunic, all dignity and polite innocence.
You give me what I want, and I give you what you want.
But working with them, what could that possibly mean? Did they want help with their bondservant duties? Cade frowned between them.
I don't have time for your little games, Thea.
Trix, I'd like to be called Trix.
The captain has left camp,
Cade practically growled, his voice rumbling.
This will be our only shot. She's little more than a girl, and she's in danger.
Trix's expression turned thoughtful.
Safer as a girl, I think, than as a woman. Besides, she'll be in more danger if you go back there.
It is the girl by the cabin you're talking about, isn't it? Sev asked. The one with the...
Watch your mouth, soldier,
Cade hissed, glancing quickly around. After several heartbeats' silence, he turned back to Trix.
Now's the perfect opportunity. We have to help her. How can we help her, Cade? Better to leave her behind than to lead her onward, into peril. But she's defenseless.
She's not, Sev said quietly, thinking of her sister's ease with a blade.
Did she do that to your neck?
Cade asked, rounding on Sev again. When had he seen the knife wound on Sev's throat? Surely he couldn't see it now, when Sev could barely see the bondservant's face.
What did you do to her after I left?
Cade, Trix said sharply, and to Sev's surprise he backed down at once. I didn't do anything to her except save her life. Trix smiled at this, but Cade remained stony. She's fine, I swear it, Sev added softly, but there was no reply.
See, no need to fret,
Trix said brightly, though her voice turned severe as she continued.
I will not sacrifice our mission and the fate of the Phoenix Riders for one mountain girl.
Sev felt like the ground had disappeared beneath his feet.
Phoenix Riders?
He whispered hoarsely. While he gaped at Trix in shock, Cade was glowering at her in outrage. He obviously hadn't taken kindly to her shutting down his idea, and Sev didn't know what was more confusing, that she had the audacity to give him orders or that Cade apparently followed them.
Oh yes, soldier. Your captain would have you march up this mountain and wipe out the last remnants of the Phoenix Riders. He's off right now meeting with his sneak of an informant.
Sev felt nauseated. He should have known, did know somewhere deep inside. Maybe that was why the girl had spooked him so badly today. Maybe that was why he'd been so desperate to make his escape. The tree cover, he muttered, waving over their heads. The no-fire rule. He's not worried about us exposing ourselves to the local villagers. He's worried about exposing us to the sky, to the riders. Sev couldn't deny that a part of his heart soared at the idea that there were still Phoenix Riders out there in hiding, but the rest of him quickly stomped down the feeling. What was there to be happy about? They didn't stand a chance against the Empire before, when there were hundreds of them and they had a fiery warrior queen to lead them. But now, with no heir in sight and their numbers reduced to the brink of extinction, what chance did they have? Trix positively beamed at him.
Told you he was brighter than he seemed,
she said to Cade. It appeared Sev's reputation of mild-mannered stupidity preceded him, even if this woman had seen through the ruse. Cade was looking at him with unflattering surprise, as if he'd truly thought Sev were some kind of simpleton. What's it to you if I'm smart or not? What do you want from me? Sev asked Trix. She twisted her lips thoughtfully.
I could make good use of a soldier.
Sev gritted his teeth, the events of the night starting to catch up with him.
For what? What use is a soldier to a bondservant? There are places a bondservant cannot go and things a bondservant cannot access.
Sev frowned at her.
Like duty rosters, supply lists, weapons, she clarified with an airy wave of the hand.
What if I refuse?
Give us a moment, won't you, Cade?
She said sweetly, and after a breath of hesitation, Cade stomped off into the darkness.
I thought I made myself clear, soldier, she said conversationally, turning back to Sev. Whether you're an animage or not, I can certainly make you look like one. Cross me and you'll have every critter in this forest on your heels. I could make those llamas purr if I wanted to, and they'd do it just for you. They're a superstitious lot, soldiers are, and you'd hardly be the first person thrown into bondage without proper proof. And when they come for you, I'll make sure you're caught with the captain's gold, silver, and silks, too, just to be certain."
Sev clenched his fists, his heart thumping in his ears.
"Besides," she added softly, all hint of threat gone, "you want a way out, and I'm your best chance. Help me, and I'll help you. That's a promise, Sevro."
Sev's pulse fluttered as he replayed her words. He knew Trix could do all she'd promised. She'd shown him that tonight. Worse, soldiers were the type to act first, think later, and if they suspected he was an animage for even a second, there'd be no going back for him. Add stealing from the captain into the mix. Sev did want a way out. He felt no love or loyalty to the Empire or their cause, but he still wasn't exactly sure how she could be the one to set him free unless— "Help you with what?" Sev asked, unease building inside his chest. "What's your goal?" Trix smiled warmly at him.
"To bring these filthy Empire assassins down from the inside, of course."
It was the death of her mother that ended us. Let me be more specific. It was the death of that regicide-committing, whorehouse-dwelling usurper Queen Regent that ended us.
Chapter 8. Veronika. Veronika went limp in Val's arms. Zafira was dead. "I did it for your own good," Val was saying, panting slightly from the effort of holding Veronika away from Zafira. "We'll start over. We'll get 2 new eggs and do this together, so I can guide you properly. You weren't ready. It's not your fault this happened." Veronika stepped back from her, the silence of the severed bond echoing in her mind. The spot in her heart where Zafira had burned bright was now a cold, hard lump. With every breath she took, the knot in her chest grew tighter, heavier, until she thought she might suffocate under it. "You're right," Veronika said, her voice utterly lifeless, like Zafira. Val visibly relaxed, opening her mouth to speak, but Veronika continued. "It's not my fault. It's your fault. You did this. You murdered her," she finished with a scream. The words ripped from her throat, leaving a raw track of fiery agony in their wake. Her face crumpled, and she had to force breath in and out of her lungs. "Zafira is dead. Zafira is dead. And Val had killed her. I will never," she continued raggedly, throat tight with unshed tears. "Ever," she added, needing stronger, better words but unable to find them in the maelstrom of her mind, "forgive you for this." Her hands were shaking. She wanted to hit Val, to make her hurt, but what she did instead was turn away and heave onto the dirt floor at her feet. Painful spasms racked her body, but she hadn't eaten much that day, and nothing came out except acid regret. The next thing she knew, Val's arm was against her back, rubbing circles there, comforting her. "Phoenixes died all the time in ancient Pyrrha, Veronika," she said soothingly. "In training, in war, in sacrificial fire dives that set cities ablaze. It's the animage, the rider, that matters. Zafira was just an animal." Just an animal. Veronika wanted to turn around and spit in her face, but she couldn't make her body move. Zafira had been more than just an animal, more than just a bondmate. She had been Veronika's future, her whole world, shattered in an instant. The last time her sister had tried to comfort her had been in the wake of their Mayora's murder. They'd been running across tenement rooftops and down narrow alleys until the screams and shouts of the mob faded into distant background noise and then into nothing. Veronika had finally jerked her arm out of Val's grip. "Where are they taking her?" "To the stars," Val had said, looking up at the blue sky, where nothing but sunlight shone. It was strange for Veronika to hear those words from Val, when it was her Mayora who had taught her that after death, the soul rose up into the sky to live among the stars, to be Azura's light in the darkness of night, where she could not shine. "Does that mean... Is she... Veronika had faltered, not wanting to know the truth, but needing to hear it all the same. "She is dead. Nicki." "Are you sure?" Veronika whispered, tears blurring her vision at the realization that she'd abandoned her grandmother to that fate. When Val didn't answer, she'd taken it as an affirmation. "But who will burn her body?" Val had knelt in front of her then. "Do not cry for the dead," she'd said, stoic as ever as she'd mopped her sister's wet face. "Cry for the living. Cry for us. Things will be harder from here on out." "But soldiers die all the time, Nicki, and no matter how much she liked to play nursemaid, your Mayora was a soldier. We survived. That's what matters. It's what she would have wanted." Now, in this cold cabin, rage reared up inside Veronika. Val knew the motions, understood the gestures and the words that were expected, but she performed them like a poor player reciting an epic poem, the moves studied and unnatural. Val had never shed a tear, said a prayer, or even spoken fondly of their grandmother. Sometimes Veronika wondered if it was because she wasn't technically related to them. Their grandmother had been their mother's mentor and dearest friend, and as the war had grown desperate, she had sworn to protect Val and Veronika if the worst should happen. It had. Both of their parents had died during the last battle of the Blood War. Other times, Veronika convinced herself that Val was cut off and distant, not because of a lack of feelings, but rather because she hid them, forcing the emotions down as a survival technique. But that was wishful, childish thinking. Val was every callous word spoken and cruel action undertaken. Val was colder than the river Oris and more hollow than a solstice festival bell. It was no wonder the second egg didn't hatch. No wonder that Zafira had chosen to bond with Veronika. Val was an empty shell and had nothing in her heart to give. And now, for the first time, Veronika was seeing her sister clearly. She shoved Val aside and lurched toward the door. She couldn't bear to look at Val or to even glance in the direction of the body. Just the thought of it was enough to leave her dizzy and weak, and she couldn't be weak, not now. Val followed her as she rounded the side of the cabin. "Veronika," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "Veronika, stop. What are you—" But as Veronika started piling firewood in her arms from the stack against the wall, Val's mouth snapped shut. Veronika pushed past her, back the way she'd come, her footsteps slowing as she approached the door. Her jaw trembled, but she clenched it tight and forced one foot in front of the other. Her vision blurred with unshed tears, but she could still see the body. Zafira. She was as brightly colored as always, vivid red feathers and autumn gold beak, yet somehow smaller in death than in life. Veronika stepped around her bondmate and threw the wood onto the hearth. Showers of sparks and clouds of ash billowed up, and Veronika breathed deeply. This is not the end. Movement sounded behind Veronika as she stoked the flames, but she ignored Val completely, urging the wood to burn hotter, faster. Like many things, her Mayora had taught Veronika about phoenix resurrection. She'd explained how phoenixes could live forever if not mortally wounded, but if they had grown weary with the world, they might ignite and choose death, or resurrection instead. Her Mayora had said the eldest female phoenix in existence had been at least 200 years old. Maybe even older, she had exclaimed. The phoenix just turned up one day, mind closed tight as a trapdoor, with no hint of her name or her bondmate. She had the longest tail feathers ever recorded, so putting an exact age on her was near impossible, though she was certainly older than the Empire. Imagine all she'd lived through, all she'd seen. Maybe she even remembered the dark days before the queendom, before time itself, when Ajarek summoned the first phoenixes to defeat Noct and his endless night and bring light into the world. Ajura and Nox, Val had corrected. She'd risen from her place in a darkened corner of the room and joined them by the fire. Their Mayora's stories had always come at night, when the rowdy Narrows neighborhood around them had grown quiet. Their grandmother had had some training as a healer, so in the daytime, people were always coming and going from the back door, sharing gossip or paying for salves and tinctures. Your peasant upbringing betrays you, old woman, Val had continued, her voice dripping with disdain. These valley nobles claimed our goddesses and made them into men to suit them. Ajura is the sun in the sky. She is light and life, wings and fire, and phoenixes are her earthbound children. Val had snatched a pitcher of water from the ledge and emptied it into the hearth with a smoking hiss, plunging them into darkness. Nox is more than just night and shadow. She is a void. She is death. She is the end of everything. What happened to her? Veronika had whispered after Val stormed off to brood alone. The old phoenix. Though her grandmother had gone stiff and silent in Val's presence, the light in her eyes had flickered back to life at Veronika's question. Her bondmate died young, some said, and so she loved the hatchlings best. When the blood war broke out, many of her charges were slaughtered. She fought for them with beak and talon and flame, but could not save them all. After that, she disappeared, and no one ever saw her again. Dead? Veronika had said, disappointed at how the phoenix's story had ended. Or reborn? Her Mayora had asked, an enigmatic look on her old, wrinkled face. Where there is a will, there is possibility, Veronika. Remember that. Possibility. Most of what Veronika knew about rebirth had been in the form of myths and stories, like the old phoenix who loved hatchlings. But no matter the tale, the resurrections all went the same. Phoenixes were born from fire and ash, and phoenixes were reborn from fire and ash. Veronika understood the basic principle, the concept of balance that had so recently haunted her dreams. A death for a life. Phoenixes could resurrect by using their own deaths to fuel their funeral pyres and their new lives. However, the phoenixes were usually alive when they did this, with Zephyra already gone. This is not the end. Veronika would have to start the fire herself and keep it burning through the night. During incubation, you needed to keep a fire blazing hot for 12 hours per egg. Veronika could only hope the same would apply with a pyre. After putting all their wood into the hearth, Veronika cast around for more to burn. She added her woven basket, their rolled-up pallet, and even the window shutters. She hauled the heavy stew pot outside and upended it onto the ground next to their door, the soggy chunks of vegetables sloshing across the packed earth. She picked out the joint of meat Val had boiled for the flavor, her fingertips burning as she carried it back inside and wedged it into the heart of the flames. She added the rest of the bones she'd gathered the night of Zephyra's hatching, the ones Val had deemed unworthy of their fire, and the broken shells of the egg that did not hatch, the phoenix that never was. Val had ordered her to get rid of them, but in a fit of sentimentality, Veronika had wrapped them in cloth and hidden them on the windowsill behind the broken shutters. Her face grew hot as she worked, her hair plastered to her neck with sweat. Lifting the heavy strands, Veronika unearthed her newest braid. Feeling Val's eyes on her, Veronika took up the soldier's knife and cut the braid with a savage jerk. Then she tossed it into the fire, the last bit of shell she had left. The last bit of life. Veronika feared it wasn't enough, even though logic told her Zephyra's body alone should suffice. A death for a life. They had burned dozens of bones for Zephyra's incubation, though, and only one egg had hatched. Still, she worried time was a greater concern, that the longer her phoenix's body was allowed to sit, cold and unmoving, the lesser the chances this would work. And it had to work. Putting Zephyra's empty, lifeless body onto the flames was almost more than Veronika could bear. She flashed back to the moment of the phoenix's birth, when Zephyra had stood upon hot coals without so much as a scorch mark. Now her body went up instantly, like dry paper. The flames licked across her spread wings, her curled feet, and Veronika thought she might choke from the desperation inside her. This was her bondmate. Zephyra's pain should be her pain, but Veronika knew the blistering anguish inside was entirely her own. Val had been standing against the wall the entire time. She didn't speak a word, didn't ask questions or point out mistakes. Good. Veronika had had enough of Val's advice. She settled on her knees and stared into the flames. This is not the end. The sun set. Dawn came. Went. Shadows moved across the ground, and the bright sky outside their window bruised with the coming twilight. She had kept the fire burning for 12 hours, then 24, using every scrap of wood from the stack outside. But just as the fire dwindled, so too did Veronika's hope. She was cold, bone-chillingly cold. The steady heat that had warmed her all night and all day was gone. The fire nothing but a pile of ashes, softly stirred by the evening breeze. Her tears had stopped, her eyes so dry that Veronika didn't know if she'd ever be able to cry again. They were itchy and swollen and heavy with sleep, but Veronika continued to watch. She watched until the last flickering ember went out. It echoed something inside her, some lost piece of herself that Veronika knew she'd never get back. Is this what the end feels like? As intently as Veronika had watched the flames, so Val had watched her. Now she put a hand on Veronika's shoulder and opened her mouth to speak. Veronika jerked away and gathered her belongings. She felt stiff and disconnected from the world, numb in a way that had nothing to do with the cold outside and everything to do with the cold inside. "Veronika," Val said, her tone measured. "Talk to me." Veronika ignored her, tugging on her warm leather boots and grabbing her cloak from the hook by the door. Nicki, you need me. Don't do anything stupid. I do not need you, Veronika snapped, her voice raw from the smoke. Val bristled. Oh, yes, you do. This cabin, that food, the clothes on your back, all of that comes from me. Veronika glared at her. Despite Val's sharp tone, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. The sight made Veronika's fists clench. Val had no right to sadness, not in the face of what she'd done. Fine, Veronika said, kicking off the boots and flinging the cloak onto the dusty ground, leaving behind anything Val had given her. She stood in nothing but the threadbare, undyed tunic and pants she'd been wearing since the previous day, clothes she had made herself. Val called them farmer's dreck and hated the practical worker's attire. She preferred scraps of expensive silk and faded embroidery, no matter how old, dirty, and worn out. Veronika, you'll freeze. No, I won't, she said, marching over to the edge of the cold hearth and picking up the soldier's knife from the dirt. This, she said, holding it outward and causing Val to stop in her tracks, does not belong to you. You don't know what you're doing, Val shouted to her retreating back, following Veronika as she marched out the door. Yes, I do, Veronika said, whirling around. Val stood on the threshold of their home, looking strangely small and forlorn. Veronika was repulsed by the sight of her. I'm getting away from you, as far and as fast as my feet will carry me. I would rather die than stay here 1 second longer. Val's face twisted with rage. Where will you go? Off searching for Phoenix Riders? She sneered. They are gone, Veronika, and not even your foolish hope will change that. Nothing about hope is foolish, Veronika said, turning her back on her sister once more. Val was a determined person, almost to the point of obsession, but one thing she'd always lacked was imagination. Veronika couldn't see the end of the long, winding path before her, but she could see the first step. The rest she'd make up as she went along. If it's eggs you're after, you won't find any without me, Val called out, almost desperately, as if searching for some way to slow Veronika down or make her turn around. You're wrong, Veronika thought, her mind locked tight as she pressed on. About everything. First, she would go to Vale and wise Queen Malka's abandoned outpost. If Val didn't want her to be able to find an egg on her own, she shouldn't have told her exactly where to find one. After that, she didn't know where and she didn't know how, but Veronika would find other Phoenix Riders if it was the last thing she ever did.
That was the day her loss became my victory, and everything changed between us.
Chapter 9. Tristan. Tristan perched on the edge of the rocky cliff, staring down at the steep, jagged drop. The sky was vast above him, with barely a cloud to break the endless blue, and below, his phoenix's scarlet feathers were the only pop of color among a sea of gray stone. The other apprentice riders, along with their instructor, stood behind him, awaiting their turn. Tristan took a deep breath, steeling himself. It was no small thing to leap blindly into the abyss, timing his jump just right so he landed on the back of his phoenix as he soared far below. But this, believe it or not, was the easy part. The hard part? Rex, his bondmate, was supposed to be in full flame when Tristan landed. It didn't get much worse than being a Phoenix rider who was afraid of fire. Maybe, Tristan thought darkly, fighting to keep his legs from trembling. Being afraid of heights would be worse. Maybe. Logically, Tristan knew that, at least when it came to his bondmate's fire, he couldn't be harmed. Their bond protected him. An animage bonded to a phoenix had a higher tolerance to all fire, though Tristan had yet to test the theory. Would never, ever test the theory. He squeezed his eyes shut. Focus. Rex's fire couldn't harm him. That was what mattered. When an animage and a phoenix bonded, their magic intertwined, and their beings became inextricably linked. Emotions and internal sensations were shared, so that when Tristan felt angry or scared, Rex did too. The same was true of certain abilities. Rex's immunity to fire extended to Tristan, and likewise Tristan's use of language and communication expanded the phoenix's mind beyond what it would become on its own. Tristan repeated the reassurances over and over in his head, trying to bury his fears in facts and centuries-old knowledge, but it never worked. Fear, he'd learned, didn't leave room for logic. It didn't leave room for much of anything, except mistakes. Fear is a luxury. It was one of his father's favorite maxims, lifted from some ancient bit of Pyrrhian poetry. When Tristan thought about luxury, he imagined fine silks, expensive Arborian honey wine, and gilded furniture. Not a ridiculous fear of fire. But he supposed that while he couldn't afford those luxuries, not anymore, he could afford his fear even less. Rex would try to help, of course, but while their bond would make it easier to time the landing, Rex couldn't very well stop in mid-air if Tristan's muscles refused to make the leap. All their bond would do then was allow Rex to feel Tristan's terror before he plummeted to his death. Calm as the mountain, he told himself, repeating one of the phrases his mother used when he was angry or sullen as a child. She would tell him to look up at Piermont and imagine himself as stone, still and quiet and unchanging. He tried it now, pressing his feet into the steady, solid ground beneath him. "Whenever you're ready, Tristan," prompted Fallon, their instructor, his voice seeming to come from very far away. He was the youngest of the master riders to survive the war, and something of a hero to a lot of the apprentices. Fallon had both youth and experience, even if he'd been too young to actually fight in the blood war, and Tristan hated the idea of embarrassing himself in front of him. No one knew about Tristan's fear. They probably thought he was delaying for dramatic effect or trying to one-up Fallon's demonstration. That was not who Tristan was, but with a master rider father who was confident and fearless, and who held the rest of them, particularly his own son, to an impossible standard, many thought Tristan was the same. A hard-headed perfectionist, serious to a fault. "While we're still young and pretty, Tristan," shouted Anders from somewhere behind him. "When were you ever pretty?" asked Latham, and laughter broke out. Tristan clenched his fists. He knew they were only messing around, that they didn't have any clue what he was dealing with, but their teasing didn't help things. Tristan squared his shoulders, staring at the expanse below, though his vision blurred and slipped out of focus. "It doesn't even hurt," he told himself firmly, sensing as Rex swooped back around, leveling out his flight and building his heat to prepare for Tristan's jump. Even when Rex was blisteringly hot, fire rippling across his feathers, it felt like nothing more than a tingling sensation, like pins and needles, strange and a bit uncomfortable at times, but not painful. So what was Tristan afraid of? Rex was making his final approach, his focus and determination helping to break up the building terror in Tristan's mind. His bondmate knew he could do it, and so he knew it too. Only he didn't. It happened the way it did in his dreams sometimes, when he'd see himself in the middle of a battle. The fear would take hold of him, and he'd freeze, unable to move, even to save his own life. His muscles would lock, his heart would stutter, and he'd stand there, immobile, as the world burned around him. Rex sensed Tristan's faltering resolve, throwing his wings out wide to slow his pace, but it was no use. As if time itself had seized, Tristan watched in slow motion as his bondmate floated past, while he remained still as a statue on the cliff above. A gentle wind disrupted the stillness, ruffling Tristan's hair, and bringing with it the scent of smoke, ash, and defeat. Heart heavy with disappointment, Tristan slowly faced the others, pretending not to notice as the other apprentices whispered and muttered behind their hands. Fallon clapped encouragingly, telling him he'd get it the next time, but Tristan barely noticed. His father was there, standing next to Fallon, in the space that had been empty moments before. His arms were crossed over his chest, his expression utterly unreadable. Tristan's stomach dropped. His father must have arrived while Tristan's back had been turned. He had seen his son's failure firsthand. And failure, like fear, was something the Phoenix Riders simply couldn't afford. They had been struggling to rebuild for years. After the war, those who weren't killed or captured had gone into hiding. And even after his father reunited with other survivors, they'd had to scout locations, find resources and funds, and recruit new riders, all without drawing notice from the Empire. It had taken more than a decade to get them where they were now, fewer than 24 riders hidden in the wilds of Piermont, and they still had so far to go. Too far, Tristan thought desperately. Only with a strong rider force could they hope to defend their lands and protect their people. Tristan had to do better. As the next apprentice stepped up, Tristan walked to the back of the group. He tore off his arm guard and threw it to the ground. Next came his other arm guard and the straps across his chest. One piece after another, Tristan shed the fireproof armor he hadn't needed because he hadn't jumped. He slouched onto the ground and stared at his clenched fists. There wasn't some devastating story, some horrible event that had led to Tristan's phobia. It was a little thing, a memory from when he was a child. He'd been quite young, maybe 5 or 6, and playing in his father's library. He wasn't allowed in there, of course. The room was like a museum, stuffed with rare art, draped in fine fabrics, and populated with expensive furniture. While playing with a carved onyx figurine of Damien, first king consort of the Golden Empire, and Tristan's distant ancestor, he'd accidentally knocked over a candle. It had landed on a rug, and in seconds the small flame had spread, tearing hungrily through the fabric. He'd known a singular moment of terror as the flames leapt toward him, fear for himself, but also for the rug, for the books and scrolls stacked 3 deep in the fine wooden shelves. He wasn't supposed to be in this room, and in the space of a few breaths he'd imagined the whole place burning up with him still inside. But it hadn't. One of the servants had come running, lifted him out of danger, and easily stamped out the rug. It was rolled up, replaced, and never mentioned again. Tristan and his father had left that house, a country cottage on the outskirts of Faro, soon after. All their properties confiscated as they were banished from the Empire following his mother's death. That burning candle was Tristan's last clear memory of his life before, when things still made sense. After that, his father had become even more distant, always locked away or gone on business, and Tristan had spent more and more time alone with the servants. Somehow, that moment in his father's library had become embedded in his mind, laced with a terrible fear of the burning rug beneath his feet, of his father's wrath, and of that crawling, spreading, devouring flame. He was fine with fireplaces and lanterns and candlesticks. He could even shoot flaming arrows, but there was always a breath of hesitation, a stutter where his body refused to obey his mind. When that fire leapt free, skittering over dry brush in a forest fire or licking across the scarlet feathers of his bondmate, something shook loose in him, something he'd not yet been able to fix. Rex tried to comfort Tristan as he circled back around, coming to perch next to the rest of the apprentice mounts on an outcrop nearby. But Tristan was in no mood to be comforted. How could Rex possibly understand his struggle? Rex was a firebird. For him, heat and flames were a part of his personality. Whenever Rex was angry or excited, he would grow hot, the same way a human might flush or feel their pulse pounding in their veins. Fire was a phoenix's lifeblood, and it was their greatest weapon. And for Tristan, it was his greatest liability. He glanced at his father, hoping for some encouragement or reassurance after his dismal performance, but his father seemed to have forgotten he was there. Tristan sighed, watching from the back of the crowd as another apprentice started the exercise. Maybe fear of fire wasn't the problem. Maybe fear of his father was.
She had changed, but I had changed too. Bloody vengeance and righteous murder will do that to a person.
Chapter 10. Veronika. The promise of finding another egg was all that sustained Veronika during the long, dark walk. She tried not to think of Zephyra, but every now and then her body would wilt, folding in on itself, and a gasp of sorrow would work its way out of her throat. There was a hollowness, a gaping chasm inside her, and it seemed only to grow as the night wore on. The place where Zephyra had been felt oddly numb, and Veronika's mind was filled with terrible, ringing silence. Her bondmate had become a part of the way she lived and experienced the world, and now she felt blind, cut off, and vulnerable. She knew she should probably call an owl or night creature to help guide her, but she couldn't muster the strength or the magic. The idea of starting over, of seeking a new bondmate when her first had only just died, made Veronika's stomach churn. But it was all she had, the one thing in her life she could cling to. Without it, Veronika feared she would lie down in a ditch and never get up. But then she'd think of her Mayora's words and keep on moving. Where there is will, there is possibility. Veronika needed to be a phoenix rider, but not a rider on her own, isolated and shut away as Val would have had her. She would be a rider in a flock, one of dozens, maybe even hundreds, soaring through the sky on flaming wings. Together they would make right the wrongs that had plagued their people since the war. She couldn't undo what had happened to her Mayora and countless others, but she could be a part of the change that made the world safe for them once more. Veronika crossed the bridge into Vale just before dawn, her legs aching and her throat dry. Villagers were out and about already, fishermen readying nets and boats for a day on the water, while lights glimmered inside the bakery. Though Veronika longed for sleep and the sweet oblivion it would provide, she couldn't waste her head start. Eventually, Val would realize where she had gone and come after her. Veronika kept looking over her shoulder, expecting to see Val burst from the bushes to drag her home or to berate her for her foolishness. The shadows moved, the trees whispered, but there was no sign of her sister. Vale grew gradually brighter as Veronika wandered its quiet streets, individual buildings distinguishing themselves with every step she took. Outposts were always on the highest ground available, and Vale was a village perched atop stony bluffs and rocky hills, each street stacked above the other. The sound of the river helped Veronika keep her sense of direction through the winding alleys, and by the time she reached the high street, she could actually see the water below, rushing underneath the arching bridge and disappearing down the mountainside. Veronika looked around as she caught her breath after the steady climb. She had a decent view of the surrounding landscape, but of course, most of Piermont was rock or tree and not much else. Was she imagining it? Or could she see the clearing where the cabin was, just barely out of sight? Veronika turned resolutely around. She didn't need to look back and down. She needed to look forward and up. Ahead of her was a row of fine houses, larger than most village cottages, their window boxes bursting with flowers and their shutters coated with fresh paint. Everything looked blue-gray in the pre-dawn, but Veronika knew the houses would glow in bright pastel shades in the daylight. Behind the houses was a copse of trees rising higher than all the land around it. Veronika squinted, looking for a stone tower, but the forest was dense. The sun was breaking free of the jagged mountain skyline by the time Veronika crested the hill, practically dragging her leaden legs. Dusty white beams of light sliced the countryside, and she came to a stop in front of Malka's outpost. Or, at least, what remained of it. There was nothing left but a circle of crumbling stones marking the base of the once tower, with tall shoots of grass and skinny saplings poking up between the ruins. Part of a spiral staircase lay on its side, while other bits of wall or broken statuary dotted the ground. "No," Veronika whispered, her voice faint with exhaustion. "No." She fell to her knees and squeezed her eyes shut, forcing herself to think. This wasn't destruction from war or raiders. No major battles were fought this high up Piermont, and no bandits or thieves had the machinery required to bring down stone buildings. This must have been deliberately dismantled for materials, or because the crumbling tower was no longer safe. Eggs were usually hidden at the highest point of the structure, preferably somewhere reachable only by Phoenix. This meant any eggs that might have been here were long gone. Veronika searched anyway. She rolled heavy stones and dug through dirt. She hacked at mortar and scraped fingernails into every crack and crevice. Despair welled up inside her, crowding her throat. She didn't remember when she'd started crying, but soon she was so blinded by tears that she was forced to stop her search and sag against a piece of cold granite wall. She couldn't stand it, this gnawing ache. It wasn't just Zafira that was missing. It was the part of Veronika that had bonded with the Phoenix, the part she'd willingly given. Gone forever. Veronika embraced the emptiness, let it surround and consume her. The exhaustion she'd been fighting off since she'd left the cabin washed over her, and she slumped down onto the grass. She was asleep before her head hit the ground. When Veronika woke, the late afternoon sunlight was hot against her cheeks, and there was a cool obsidian blade pressed against her neck. She fought the instinct to jerk away and blinked furiously against the blazing sun, her gaze traveling along the rough shaft of a spear and coming to rest on a young girl. Veronika relaxed slightly. She'd expected it to be Val, until the girl slid the flat edge of the weapon along her jawline, expertly applying pressure that forced Veronika up off her back and onto her hands and knees. "What you doing?" the girl asked. Her voice was surprisingly husky, yet her tone was blunt with a kind of self-assuredness that comes only with youth. "Sleeping," Veronika said, unable to keep her irritation from leaking through. The girl cocked her head, not looking directly at Veronika, but instead focused somewhere in the middle distance. "In the toilet?" Veronika reared back, horrified. Her gaze flicked around, but there were only indistinct lumps of stone and nothing to suggest that this particular patch of grass was used as a latrine. It's not," Veronika stammered, and the girl grinned. Her smile was impish, making her seem young again, though Veronika suspected that only a few years separated them. Her hair was a tangle of honey blonde in the warm sunlight, and though tiny objects were visible among the strands, Veronika was quite certain these items had gotten stuck there by accident and had not been braided in on purpose. Her suspicions were confirmed when she spotted a skein of cobwebs tangled near the girl's right ear and a live sparrow perched by her left. She must be an animage. The girl lowered the spear and straightened from her aggressive stance, letting the weapon dangle carelessly from her hand. "Not a toilet no more," she said with a shrug. "Still a strange place for a snooze." She jerked her chin in the direction of the stone wall directly behind Veronika. She hesitated a moment, wary of the girl's weapon, before turning. The bit of wall behind her had a face carved into it, just barely visible beneath climbing vines and decades of dirt. Veronika had noticed it during her desperate search of the ruins, but hadn't paid much attention to the details. Now she saw that it was a woman's face, upturned, and in her arms was a round bowl. It was a water deity, Veronika suspected. They were usually depicted carrying bowls, jugs, and other vessels that held liquid. The inscription was obliterated, but bits of colored glass protruded from the dirt beneath Veronika's hands, suggesting the kind of tiled floors common in bathhouses. It must have been a part of the outpost complex. Turning back around, Veronika stood. The girl was a head shorter than Veronika, dirty and thin, and her cool, sand-colored skin was freckled on her cheeks and bare shoulders from too much time in the sun. She'd clearly made her own spear, the shaft a knotted branch that wasn't quite straight, and the obsidian tip fastened with a length of oiled leather rope. Still, it looked sharp. "Won't hurt you," the girl said, smirking in amusement, as if Veronika were being suspicious and overcautious, and hadn't just been awoken with that very weapon pressed to her throat. The bird in the girl's hair twittered, and she nodded, as if reminded of something. "What's your name?" the girl asked. Veronika hesitated, fearing that the word alone would somehow draw Val down upon her. "Veronika," she whispered. The girl pointed at herself. "Sparrow, and this is Chirp." The bird chirped obligingly, and Veronika knew her suspicion that Sparrow was an animage was true. It wasn't uncommon for animages to have loyal pets, almost as near and dear to them as riders and their phoenixes, but without the magical bond. Veronika held a hand out to her in greeting. The girl continued to stare somewhere slightly off to Veronika's left, until the silence caused her to frown. She blinked, tilted her head, then Chirp dislodged himself from her hair and fluttered onto Veronika's outstretched arm. Sparrow's frown smoothed out, and she took Veronika's hand. "She can't see," Veronika realized, as Chirp hopped up Veronika's arm to land on her shoulder, his black eyes gleaming as he studied her. The sparrow must act as her guide, much in the same way Veronika used owls and other night creatures to help her see in the darkness. Tentatively, Veronika reached out to Chirp. Before she'd more than brushed the bird's mind, Sparrow gasped in pleasure. "You're an animage," she said, cheeks flushing with delight. Chirp left Veronica's shoulder and took up a perch on Sparrow's instead. They cocked their heads at Veronika in unison before Sparrow scanned the area around them, not with her eyes, with her magic. "But you're alone." Val had never let Veronika keep a pet. Even the creatures that helped her every now and again suffered her sister's scorn and contempt. Only a phoenix was worthy of them, Val would say, and animages who kept cats and dogs by their sides deluded themselves with a pale imitation of what a true bond was. Veronika nodded in response to Sparrow's observation, then, remembering that the girl couldn't see, added, "Yes, I'm alone." The words caused Veronika's throat to tighten. Barely a day had passed, and she'd lost both a bondmate and a sister. Zafira's loss was like a fresh knife wound, raw and stinging, but she refused to feel hurt over Val. Her sister had chosen this schism, She had willingly destroyed the most precious thing in Veronyka's world, ruthlessly and without remorse. "For now," she added. "For now," Sparrow repeated, nodding, as if Veronyka's words were the highest wisdom. "Sometimes we have to be alone, but not always. And look, now you're with me. Not alone no more." Veronika expelled a breath, relieved that the tension of this confrontation had diffused. She looked around the clearing again, a frown creasing her forehead. Did Val know this place was in ruins? Had she deliberately sent Veronika here, or lied about where she actually intended to go to make sure Veronika couldn't follow? "Sparrow, Before Veronika could finish, the girl had her by the arm and was yanking her down behind part of the wall with a water goddess. Veronika staggered after her, confused, until faint voices drifted through the trees, followed by the steady roll of a wagon's wheels. Her mind immediately went to raiders, then to the soldiers she'd found outside her door. But when Veronika peered around the edge of the wall, she could see the approaching people through the trees. There was an older man, past middle age, and a teenage boy, both sitting at the front of a wagon pulled by a pair of sturdy mountain horses. They were dressed simply, like many of the local villagers, in short tunics and cropped pants, though Veronika spotted knife hilts on both of their belts. It was common enough to carry a weapon while traveling, but the younger of the two had a bow across his back as well. While the older man looked like a local, the boy had coloring similar to Sparrow's, his light brown hair shining gold in the sun. When the older of the two spoke in a low, barely audible rumble, Sparrow visibly relaxed. "It's just a steward," she said, though she made no move to pop up and say hello. That was probably for the best, given the boy's bow and wary expression. Maybe he was the man's personal guard? "Steward for what?" Veronika asked, still watching their slow progression. As far as she knew, stewards ran households for rich lords and merchants in places like Marble Row, where the empire's wealthiest lived. Veronika remembered seeing stewards and their attendants at the local markets, purchasing all the best food, wine, and finery for their employers. The concept of a manor household filled with staff wasn't something that had ever taken hold in Pyrrha. Even the wealthiest of Pyrrhian merchants, farmers, and tradespeople employed only a bare-bones staff, a cook, an animage or animal keeper, and maybe a household attendant to clean and maintain the home. Sparrow had turned away, leaning her back against the wall as she picked at a bit of twine on her spear. "For that exiled governor's house. They say he's an old hermit, walled inside his country estate, and he sends his steward to the villages every month or two. Sometimes they come looking for stable hands or—" Veronika stopped listening to Sparrow. The steward's voice was growing louder, and she was shocked to hear the man speaking ancient Pyrrhian. It hadn't been an official language in at least 100 years, slowly phased out in favor of the trader's tongue. But Veronika knew it. It was still part of upper-class education, and so her Maora had learned it, thanks to her status as a phoenix writer. She had been common-born, just like Val and Veronika, but being a writer elevated you to the highest echelons of society, or at least it used to. It took a moment for Veronika to understand what they were saying. She hadn't spoken it much since her grandmother was taken from her. But there was one word she would never forget, one that Val made sure she always remembered. Phoenix Aries. Phoenix Writers. Veronika lurched to her feet, seeking out their faces, hoping to better hear their conversation. They continued to speak in Pyrrhian, but seeing their lips move helped Veronika puzzle through it. "Enough for everyone, including the underwings. We ran out last month." Veronika's heart was beating very fast now. Underwings were apprentice writers. These travelers were here on behalf of Phoenix Riders. The lane twisted away before she could hear any more, and they soon passed out of sight. "He always goes to the Vale Market," Sparrow said, getting to her feet. "The market," Veronika muttered, turning on the spot and looking back down the hillside. "Where? Come on, I'll show you," Sparrow said, and Chirp agreed, trilling loudly before zipping forward to lead the way. Sparrow didn't bother with the road. She cut directly through the trees, down the sloping ground like water over a riverbed, swift and smooth, either very well connected to the bird who flew just in front of her, or so familiar with her surroundings that she didn't need guidance. She used her spear like a walking stick, poking aside brambles and stepping over rotten logs. Veronika did her best to keep up, stumbling over gnarled roots and getting her hair snagged on branches, her mind whirling. The steward's arrival provided Veronika with some much-needed hope and focus. The outpost had been a bust, but all was not lost. He'd mentioned both Phoenix Riders and Underwings. Surely that meant whatever exiled lord he served had been a Phoenix Rider. Still was, and they had apprentice riders with them as well. Maybe they would take her with them when they returned to the rider's estate. The thought lightened her heavy spirit, filled her with a sense of opportunity. And yet there must be a reason they were speaking ancient Pyrrhian to each other and claiming to simply work at a country estate. They didn't want people to know they were riders. It was wise, especially on the lower rim, so close to the border to the Empire. But if Veronika told them she'd overheard their secret, would they welcome her or be angry with her for eavesdropping? "What was it you said about stable hands, Sparrow?" she asked, thinking back on their earlier conversation. "Most of the time, the steward comes for food, bags of dates and casks of honey wine," she said. "But other times he needs extra help with horses and hounds and the like, so he brings workers back with him." "Animages?" Veronika asked. Surely stable hands was code, their way of recruiting without drawing unwanted notice. Sparrow nodded. "Only boys, though." "What? Why?" Veronika asked, her theory unraveling. There had been male and female Phoenix Riders since the dawn of time. The first riders were all women, chosen by Azura, she corrected herself, then immediately thought of Val. Hot anger burned through her body, but she pushed it down, refusing to let her sister take hold. In the early Pyrrhian tribes, women were the hunters and fighters, and so Azura chose them to help fight the darkness and bring balance back to the world. It wasn't until the next generation that daughters and sons rode, and even during the height of the Phoenix Riders in the Empire, the women outnumbered the men. Maybe they really did need help in the stables. Not that girls can't do that, too, Veronika thought irritably. "Something about sleeping bunks," Sparrow continued skeptically, "as if boys and girls can't sleep side by side without trying to stab each other." Veronika cast Sparrow a sidelong glance, unsure if the girl was trying to speak in innuendo and messing up the subtleties, or if she really thought it was fighting the steward might be worried about. Still, the idea nagged at her. Could it be true? Could Veronika have found Phoenix Riders regrouping on Piermont only to discover that she couldn't join them anyway? It must be a mistake. She would talk to them, convince them that she belonged. As they stepped onto the road, Sparrow began pointing to houses and shops, indicating who lived where and what they sold. She knew about their families and their friends, old grudges and new romances, and if ever she were uncertain of who she was seeing or where they were, all she needed was a quiet tweet from Chirp to get her back on track. The buildings were mostly made of large local stones, except for their roofs and shutters, which were made of woven slats of wood, painted in sun-bleached shades of blue, yellow, and red. Tinkling wind chimes and bright flowers added more color to the stony village. Despite the fact that Pyrrha had been a part of the Empire for almost 200 years, the countless gods of the Empire's pantheon never really took root there. Some would pray to TK the trickster for luck, or to Miseria for her mercy, but those gods had come from the valley, and their worship was seen more as superstition than true piety. Technically, the Pyrians had two gods, Ahura and Nox, but you didn't really worship the goddess of death and darkness. Smoking incense was burned at funerals, and black veils were worn in mourning. Otherwise, Pyrrha was Ahura's domain. Circular eyes of Ahura were painted on thresholds and entryways, protection against lost spirits of the dead, and woven phoenix idols made with red-dyed dove feathers dangled in open windows. Though Sparrow seemed to know the villagers inside and out, Veronika was surprised at their cool treatment of her. They regarded her as somewhat of a pest, like a buzzing fly they wanted to swat away. Did she not have family or friends here? Was she even from Vale? She had the look of someone from Stell or Arborea South, but there were plenty of people living or hiding in Pyrrha these days who weren't Pyrian. The fact that she might be alone made Veronika feel new kinship with her, and she remained close to the girl's side as they wended their way through the busy Vale streets. When at last they caught up to the steward, the market was too crowded for Veronika to hear any more, and she was anxious to approach him. But if the steward and the boy were speaking Pyrian to keep their affairs secret, they certainly wouldn't appreciate Veronika approaching them in the middle of the bustling market. "You're staring at them," Sparrow said. It wasn't phrased like a question. Her brow was furrowed, and her head was tilted slightly, as if trying to make sense of the noise all around. Yes, I guess I am," Veronika muttered, turning around and pretending to shop at a stall of headscarves. The proprietor gave her and Sparrow dubious looks. Both were barefooted and dirty, and when Sparrow began feeling the fabrics enthusiastically, the saleswoman slapped her hand away. "Why?" Sparrow asked Veronika, unperturbed by the chastisement. She turned away from the stall and twirled her spear in front of her with a haphazard flick of the wrist, causing everybody they passed to gasp and scuttle out of the way. Veronika glanced around, but Sparrow's spear made sure everyone gave them a wide berth. "I think they might be phoenix riders." Veronika didn't know why she trusted Sparrow with this information, but she figured she could use all the help she could get. "Oh, phoenix riders," Sparrow breathed, eyes alight. Her hands stilled and the butt of her spear landed on the ground with a soft thud. "Lyra the Defender, Wise Queen Malka and Thrax, Aurelia, the Golden Queen." "Have you heard anything about them recently, Sparrow? Anything to do with the steward?" The girl shook her head. "I will listen harder." Then, without another word, she darted in the direction of the steward's wagon. "Sparrow!" Veronika hissed. She chased after the girl, leaping back from a horse-drawn cart and dodging the flailing arms of a fishmonger promising the freshest catch of the day before finally catching up to her next to the wagon. Veronika opened her mouth to insist that they leave at once, afraid they would be seen eavesdropping, when Sparrow clapped small, clammy fingers against Veronika's lips. "Rooms are booked," the steward said, his voice drifting over to them from the opposite side of the wagon. The words were followed by the grunt and shift of heavy items being loaded inside. "We'll leave just before dawn. Then it's Rushley and a hard push to Petratech. You off to see her?" "If that's all right, Master Barrack," the boy answered, his voice tight with worry. "Master Barrack? As in Master Rider? The designation for a fully trained Phoenix Rider?" While anyone who rode a Phoenix could be called a Phoenix Rider, when referring to Phoenix Riders in the military sense, there were two specific subgroups, masters and apprentices. "Remember, no formalities here, Elliot." "Of course. I'm sorry, sir." "You've plenty of time for a visit, so long as you're back before daybreak." I will be. Barrick sighed. If only the commander weren't so strict. You might have brought her back with you. Your sister's an animage, yes? Everyone is in my family. She'd have come when I did if he would have let her. His voice wavered slightly, as if fighting to hide his bitterness. She desperately wants to be a writer. Barrick cleared his throat, and Veronika feared he could hear her heart skip a beat on the other side of the wagon. Well, lucky she's visiting relatives so close to Vale and that you get to see her now, at any rate. Yes, sir. I'll go now, then. Veronika had a split second to realize that the scraping footsteps were heading in their direction before she straightened up, trying to pull Sparrow back with her. The young boy, Elliot, rounded the wagon and spotted them lurking near the edge of the canvas flap that covered their supplies. "Hey!" he shouted, eyes landing first on Sparrow. Like the scarf seller, Elliot had taken one look at her wild hair and dirty clothes and had decided she was no good. "Get away from there, thief!" He lunged forward, waving an arm as if he meant to scare her off, and Veronika instinctually leapt between them. She didn't want to see Sparrow harmed and was fed up with the careless way people treated her. "She's no thief!" Veronika snapped, keeping a hand on Sparrow, pleased to hear that her voice sounded braver than she felt. Chirp started twittering away, zooming in wide circles around all three of them, and it seemed their combined efforts were enough to stop Elliot short. He stared at the bird, then at Veronika, and she knew she looked hardly better than Sparrow. "What's this now?" said Barrick, rounding the side of the wagon. Veronika froze. She hadn't thought this through. She'd only meant to protect Sparrow. The last thing she wanted was to be seen as a thief or a troublemaker by the man who might be able to make her dreams come true. Without another word, Veronika pulled Sparrow's arm and marched her through the crowd, Chirp following behind. She glanced over her shoulder, but they weren't pursued. It was probably obvious by their lack of possessions that they hadn't actually stolen anything. Still, Veronika's insides twisted. Had she just ruined her chance with the steward? "You stood up for me," Sparrow said as they came to a stop in the outskirts of the market. She reached absently for Chirp, who landed in her palm. She gazed down at him, patting his head, her brow furrowed. "No one ever stands up for Sparrow and Chirp." "Oh," Veronika said, her thoughts still on her next move. The girl's words were so frank and earnest that a pang pierced Veronika's chest. "It was nothing. You've been really nice and helpful. Chirp, too," she added, and Sparrow beamed. "The steward's staying at the cookhouse for the night," she said, clearly determined to continue being helpful. She pointed over Veronica's shoulder where Barrick was delivering the wagon to the hostler at the attached inn. Elliot had already disappeared to visit his sister and the relatives she was staying with. "Want me to get you into his rooms? I know the servant passages." "No," Veronika said sharply, afraid Sparrow would run off and get them into more trouble. She didn't need to accost the man while he ate or barge into his private room, as Sparrow suggested. The steward said he was leaving at dawn, and Veronika would just have to be there when he did. She wouldn't let him leave this village without getting some answers. "I'll just wait out here till morning." To Veronika's surprise, Sparrow stayed with her. When the market closed and the sun began to set, Sparrow begged a free dinner for both of them at the cookhouse back door. The endless tendrils of smoke issuing from the domed roof reminded Veronika unpleasantly of Zephyra's pyre, and just like that, the memories pressed in on her, sudden and suffocating. The dark, malignant glint in Val's eyes, the dense smell of boiling vegetables, and the choked sound of Zephyra's last, labored breaths. The stillness of her body and how quickly it had gone up in flames. Thinking of her bondmate was like being punched in the stomach, and Veronika took a great shuddering breath. She couldn't afford to go to pieces every time Zephyra popped into her mind. Val thought Veronika was incapable of moving forward, incapable of surviving without her help, and Veronika refused to prove her sister right. She knew what she had to do, even if it felt like betrayal to do so. Veronika swallowed, her throat thick. Mere hours ago, Zafira had been a source of strength, a part of her very being. Now her bondmate was a source of despair. How could Veronika move forward if she carried the weight of the dead with her? Veronika closed her eyes and steadied her breath. She could never forget Zafira, not truly, but she could make her memory harder to find. She'd learned the technique from Val, or rather, because of Val. It was hard to keep secrets from a sister like her, but Veronika had figured out a few tricks. There was a way of walling things off in her mind, hiding them from conscious thought, so that people like Val, who had shadow magic, couldn't easily find them. Veronika had never tried to hide things from herself, but it was worth a shot. She visualized an empty, dusty corner of her mind, far in the back, out of sight and easily forgotten. There she would hide Zafira away. Just for now, she told herself, hating the cold necessity of it and the way it reminded her of Val. Just for now. Carefully, like a collector with her most delicate and prized possessions, Veronika gathered every fond memory and happy feeling she had of her bondmate, Zafira's hatching, her first wobbly flight, and the comforting warmth of her feathers. Veronika experienced each moment of joy one last time, then put them inside that dark corner. She thought of it like a mental safe house, tucked away and concealed, but not truly gone. Zafira was still a part of her. She always would be. As her bondmate slowly disappeared from her thoughts, the weight in Veronika's chest lifted. Instead of a chasm left behind after a catastrophe, her mind was an empty field, soothing, peaceful, no matter the turmoil just below the surface. Later, when she had her life sorted out, she could take the time to properly grieve for Zafira. "You gonna go with them if they let you?" Sparrow asked several hours after dinner. "Become a famous warrior, like Avalkira Ashfire?" She was playing with a moth, catching and releasing it over and over again, while murmuring encouragement and cooing words of praise. Insects were nearly impossible to communicate with, their minds too small and foreign for most animages to grasp, usually. It wouldn't have surprised Veronika to know Sparrow had managed to make contact with some of them. Veronika smiled. "I hope so. What will you do?" She didn't know anything about the girl, where she came from or where she was going. Maybe Sparrow didn't know either. "We haven't been to Run It in a while," she said with a sigh, letting her moth friend fly away. "Maybe we'll go there next." Her sparrow cheeped his assent, making it clear who the we was in that sentence. Sparrow was soon snoring, but Veronika only dozed lightly, afraid to miss the steward's departure. She saw the fishermen leave for their boats and smelled the baker's first bread. Elliot returned just before dawn, shoulders hunched against the cold, or maybe it was the idea of leaving his family that dragged him down. When the wagon rolled out of the stable yard into the golden morning sunshine, Veronika was waiting by the gate. "Excuse me," she said, startling Barrick as he shuffled through some papers. Elliot was just out of earshot, adjusting the wagon's canvas cover, though he frowned at her in recognition. "Yes?" the steward asked. While Elliot seemed to remember her, Barrick's expression was vaguely polite. Veronika swallowed. I know that you're Phoenix Aries," she said, keeping her voice low. Barrick had leaned in to hear her, but he straightened abruptly when she spoke in Pyrrhian. "I'm sorry, lass," he said sharply, "but I don't speak ancient Pyrrhian." "Please," Veronika said, stepping in front of him as he moved to walk away. He glanced at her, and she must have truly looked pathetic, because he stopped. "I want to go with you. I'm an animage, and—" "You must be confused. I manage a country estate, and this here is my assistant." "Your underwing?" Veronika asked stubbornly. Barrick smiled tightly, and when Elliot wandered over, he waved for the boy to get onto the wagon. "Listen, lass, and listen closely," he said in a rapid whisper. "Whatever you think you heard, you'd best forget it. For your own sake. Even if I were recruiting, which I'm not, and even if that recruitment was for animages, which it isn't, I'm afraid you'd not fit our requirements." "'Cause I'm not a boy?" Veronika asked. The man wore a heavy, regretful expression, as if this weren't the first time he'd had to reject a girl and he didn't enjoy it. "I know it seems unfair, but he has his reasons." This commander that Barrick had mentioned the previous day. Before Veronika could argue further, he gave her arm a bracing pat, then hopped onto the wagon. She watched them go, a riot of emotions inside her chest. She was disappointed, yes, but he'd basically admitted that he was a writer. The existence of even one Phoenix writer on Piermont was cause for celebration. "What did he say?" Veronika jumped, surprised to find Sparrow standing right next to her. She'd been lurking in the shadows outside the inn, but once Barrick left, she had sidled up to Veronika on silent feet. "It's like you said, they only want boys," Veronika muttered, still trying to understand their exchange and what it meant. Were the Phoenix writers of the future going to be men alone? Sparrow shrugged. "Then be a boy." Veronika's breath caught, and she looked up at Sparrow in surprise. Be a boy. It was simple. It was brilliant. It was exactly what Veronika would do.
Ora, the original capital of the Queendom of Pyrrha, sat atop Piermont's highest peak. It was built around the everlasting flame, a massive pit filled with the same god-made flames that had tested Nephira 1,000 years ago. It continued to burn long after her trial, constantly fueled by gases leaking from holes in the mountain. Stone filled with veins of precious metals surrounded the everlasting flame, and the Pyrians slowly excavated temples and statues from the living rock. Fissures of gold reflected the firelight, gilding every surface, leading to the name Ora, the Golden City. The Pyrians slowly spread over the highest peaks of the mountain, able to live and build in places where only those with phoenixes could ever reach. It wasn't until the everlasting flame went out that the riders went in search of new lands and new prosperity. Many saw the extinction of the everlasting flame as a sign that Azura was displeased with them and that they had fallen out of favor. Every phoenix ever hatched until that time had been incubated in the everlasting flame, and it was an integral part of everyday life for the ancient phoenix riders. In that divine fire, lives were birthed and dead bodies burned. Festivals and celebrations, weddings and ceremonies, all were done in the light of the everlasting flame. Newly crowned Queen Alicia knew her people needed more than a new home. They needed a new start. After years of maintaining and defending Pyrrha's borders, which had grown to encompass all of Piermont and the surrounding foothills, Alicia set her sights on expansion and exploration. She maintained that was their true purpose, to spread Azura's light into all corners of the world. There were battles and alliances, treaties and new boundaries, and soon Pyrian queens married valley kings and established the Oran, more commonly Golden, Empire, never returning to the highest reaches of their mountain home. Myths and Legends of the Golden Empire and Beyond, a compilation of stories and accounts, the Mauryan Archives, 101 AE.
She called it a betrayal. I called it justice. A poisoned cup for a poisoned cup. A death for a death. A queen for a king.
Chapter 11. Sev. Sev soon came to regret his deal with Trix, if it could even be called a deal. Blackmail, more like. He thought often of reporting her, but he didn't doubt she'd make good on her threats. He hadn't built up any amount of clout or goodwill with the other soldiers, and he knew from experience that Trix could be very persuasive. The fact of the matter was, the woman was smarter than him, and he couldn't afford to cross her. Trix knew about his little escape attempt and would probably keep an eye on him at night to ensure he didn't make another run for it. If Sev refused to help her, well, she'd reveal his secret and frame him for any number of other things as well, and he'd find himself in bondage or worse. Being an animage in hiding was one thing, but being an animage hiding among the Empire's precious ranks of soldiers was something else. Most bondservants were forced to serve until they'd paid back their debt to the Empire, which really just meant paying back lost taxes. That usually resulted in a term of at least 10 years, depending on how old the animage was and what exactly they'd been caught doing. If they were running a booming business thanks to their magic, breeding Stellan horses or training expensive hunting falcons without paying the mage tax, the Empire would have lost out on piles of gold, so their term as a bondservant would be much longer. Children and poor folk tended to serve shorter terms, but their families usually suffered without them. And once they were released from their bondage, they were taxed twice as heavily for the rest of their lives. Traitors who were captured after the Blood War, animages who supported Avalkira Ashfire, served for life or were deemed too dangerous to live and were executed. Sev expected to be lumped in with the traitors if he were discovered, but he wasn't sure if his crime would be considered bad enough to get him killed. The Empire took its military seriously, and Captain Belden was not an understanding man. Plus, Sev had been a convicted murderer before he enlisted. In the face of his treachery, they might decide to unforgive that crime, take his head, and be done with it. He was stuck. Sev knew it, and Trix knew it too. For better or worse, he was a part of her scheme. Since her plans would get him out of his life as a soldier, their goals aligned for the time being. Still, joining her trying to bring these filthy Empire assassins down from the inside went against everything Sev had learned about survival. Heroics were for fools, and what was more heroic or more foolish than a handful of servants trying to bring down 200 soldiers? She'd already been at the task for weeks, and Sev was just one of many moving pieces. Trix's role as a bondservant was to manage the messenger pigeons, and Sev had no doubt she read the captain's letters. She had the cooks and the craftsmen, the young runners and the old washerwomen, people from every facet of camp life reporting to her, including Captain Belden's personal attendant. They gave Trix every scrap of information they had, and she weaved them all together like Anianki, goddess of fate, spinning her tangled webs. Everyone in the camp was caught up in it, including Sev. "What makes you think you can even pull this off?" he asked her several days after Trix had first recruited him. The only time Sev could really talk to the woman was late at night when everyone's duties were done and most of the soldiers were either passed out or so deep into their cups that they didn't notice a soldier fraternizing with a bondservant. Fires were still forbidden, but the bondservants had set up an area to sit and work, with logs ranged in a rough circle in the barest scraps of moonlight filtering through the trees. Trix was seated here, humming to herself, and Cade was next to her, mending a bit of broken harness. Though his hands were large, they were graceful too, and capable of delicate work. His head was bent over the scrap, a tool held between his teeth as he carefully took the buckle apart. Despite Cade's apparent focus, he snorted at Sev's question. "What makes you think I can't?" Trix asked, grinning slightly. Sev gave her a sidelong look, taking in every inch of her bent, gray, and less than intimidating form. Sure, she was a good gossip, but gathering information was one thing, and acting on that information was something else. Trix was calm as she patted the log next to her, inviting Sev to take a seat. "Not all battles are fought with axe and arrow. Some say the war ended 16 years ago, when the sister queens died. Not me. I've been fighting this war every day since." "This," she said, pressing a hand against the metal chain dangling from her throat, "is my armor, and this," she swept an arm over the quiet campsite, "is my battlefield." A shiver ran down Sev's spine. He cast his gaze over the prone soldiers, imagining them not as sleepers, but as corpses. "You've been a bondservant all this time?" Sev asked. "For 16 years?" 6, she said. An icy chill emanated from her, so Sev decided not to ask her what she'd been doing before that. Living life on the run? Blackmailing other careless Empire soldiers? He supposed it didn't matter. Whatever Trix had done, no one deserved bondage. No one. "Did you fight in the war?" he asked. "As a warrior, a Phoenix Rider?" He couldn't help the way his words sped up at talk of the riders, the way they tumbled from his mouth in excitement or fear. He couldn't be sure which one. "Does that surprise you? Not all of us were fit to grace palace frescoes and temple mosaics like Evelkira Ashfire with her crown of feathers. Some of us were best suited for the shadows." "Did you know her, Evelkira Ashfire?" "We were acquainted," she said offhandedly. Seb's eyes widened, and he stared at her with newfound respect. To actually have met the Queen meant that Trix was no lowly conscript like his parents had been. "Does that mean you were a part of her patrol? Were you a famous Phoenix Rider too?" "If I were, that would have quite defeated the point," she said dryly. Seb frowned. "The point of what?" "No more questions, soldier," Cade interrupted, but Trix quieted him with a hand on his shoulder. "I was an advisor of sorts." "An advisor to Evelkira Ashfire?" Seb asked incredulously. It was one thing to fight alongside her as a soldier, and quite another to give her counsel. He lowered his voice. "How did one of the feather-crowned queen's own advisors wind up here in service to Captain Belden, who's been charged with the destruction of whatever is left of the Phoenix Riders?" "That's none of your—" Cade began, but Trix cut him off. "They have no idea what I did or didn't do in the war," she said disdainfully, jerking her chin in the direction of the captain's tent. "To them, I am an old anime-age woman past my prime, meek, slightly mad, and nothing more." "That still doesn't explain how you wound up on this mission. Dumb luck? A happy coincidence?" asked Sev. "You're nosy, boy," Trix said, her tone thoughtful, and Cade nodded, clearly anticipating a reprimand until... "Which is exactly why I need you." "For what?" he asked, latching on to the change in subject. Whatever it was she needed from him, Sev wanted to know. He had no intention of getting roped into rebellions and stupid heroics. That was how people wound up dead. "Please, just tell me what you need so I can do it and be free of this arrangement." Cade stared at him, a frown creasing his brow. It almost looked like disappointment, but Sev shook the odd sinking feeling it gave him. He wasn't joining their little revolt because he wanted to. He was doing it because Trix was forcing him. What he really wanted was to escape, and the sooner he did whatever she needed, the sooner that would happen. "I need you to sign up for pack animal duty," she announced. What?" Sev asked, his gaze flicking to Cade. He was one of a dozen bondservants who were responsible for the newly purchased llama's care, and if Sev signed up for pack animal duty, they'd be stationed together. "Why?" Cade demanded, getting to his feet. "I don't need him." "I never said you did." "For how long?" Sev asked. "Until I say so." "What? Why can't you just tell me?" Sev demanded. "Some things are best kept secret," Trix said. Both Sev and Cade continued to scowl at her, but she seemed wholly unperturbed. "Secret?" Sev repeated blankly. "Okay, well, what do I need to do while stationed there? Surely more than my regular duties." Trix only smiled. "Consider yourself on a need-to-know basis, boy, and right now you do not need to know. So, for the time being, that information—" "Let me guess," Sev asked resignedly. "Also a secret?" "That's the thing with secrets," she said. "They never really die. Just when one bursts into flames, another rises up to take its place."
She knew my darkness better than anyone, and always she had forgiven me. Always she had seen the good in me, until the day she didn't.
Chapter 12. Tristan. Tristan's favorite place was soaring through the sky on the back of his phoenix. His not flaming phoenix, of course. The pump of Rex's powerful wings beneath him, the gusts of warm air that floated up from the rocky earth below, and the vistas that showed him mountains and rivers and endless trees as far as the eye could see. That was, when his eye wasn't fixed on the back of his bondmate's head. Unlike usual, Tristan didn't scan the ground below for danger, as he was supposed to do, or gaze into the distance, where mountain ranges enclosed the valley like a sturdy rock palisade. He didn't even try to see his old home in Faro, an impossible feat from this distance and angle, but something he did almost every time he rode. No, Tristan hunched in the stirrups of his saddle, muscles rigid and hands clenched tight on the reins, as if riding a stampeding horse, not floating above the ground in wide, elegant arcs. He refused to enjoy his late afternoon flight, preferring to scowl at Rex's feathers and stew in silence. Rex tossed his head, taking Tristan's irritation and making it his own, one of the negative effects of the bond. The phoenix dipped suddenly, beating his wings with an impatient flap and jolting Tristan out of his distracted thoughts. He realized his stiff, awkward riding position was as uncomfortable for his bondmate as it was for him. "Sorry, Rex," Tristan murmured, settling more comfortably in the saddle. With a heavy sigh and a twist of his neck to work out the kinks, Tristan took in the familiar landscape that unfolded below them, running a gentle hand down the silken feathers of Rex's bright red neck, warmth bleeding through his gloves. Tristan was dressed in his full rider regalia, leather gloves and arm guards, fitted tunic, a thick woven breastplate, and padded riding pants tucked into boots, all coated with a fire-resistant resin. The layers made Tristan hot and uncomfortable, and he much preferred to fly without them. But today's ride wasn't for leisure. Today, he and several of the more senior apprentices were participating in the local patrols along with the master riders. It should have made him happy, and it did at first. Tristan had begged and pleaded for the chance, and at last the order had come through. Finally, after months of asking, he'd get the opportunity to prove to all the master riders, including his father, that he was ready to become one of them, that he belonged among their ranks. Tristan should have known better. He'd been assigned the easiest, tamest area to watch, a segment of the surrounding land that was so safe they usually didn't patrol it at all. The opportunity he'd so longed for immediately became an insult. It was a useless post, and Tristan knew his father was behind it. Ever since that day on the bluffs 2 weeks ago when he'd failed to make the jump, Tristan had been waiting for his father to bring it up, to use it against him in some way. Never mind that Tristan had since completed the exercise correctly nearly a dozen times. He'd known that one slip-up would come back to haunt him. And here it was. Tristan had seen the look on the other apprentices' faces when his patrol was announced. Several clearly pitied him, while others smirked at what they saw as a deflation of Tristan's overlarge ego. The reaction of the master riders was worst of all. They stared openly at Tristan and his father, seeing it as an example of favoritism, like his father was trying to give him an easy path. It only proved how little they knew him. Tristan pushed the thoughts from his mind, imagining them floating away on the wind that whipped across his skin. He tried to focus on his patrol, urging Rex to fly in the crisscrossing pattern they'd been taught, but there was nothing to see. As a rule, they stuck to the air above the very upper reaches of Piermont, not wanting to draw attention from the Empire or the villages on the lower rim. They flew only one daylight patrol, soaring so high up that they appeared as no more than distant specks, perhaps a particularly large eagle or falcon to anyone on the ground. The rest of their patrols were at night, which allowed them to fly lower, but of course the landscape was more difficult to see in the darkness, no matter how superior a phoenix's eyesight. This left them blind to a lot of what was happening in Pyrrha, and in the Empire beyond. This was why Tristan had pushed for more horse-mounted patrols. He had also pushed to accelerate the apprentice program so they could put together a third patrol group. He had been rebuffed at both turns. And now, just when he'd thought things were happening for him, he'd been sent to float above the pilgrimage road like a kite in an Azurex Day parade. With an unspoken command, Rex banked hard, and together they set their sights to the east. Tristan had long since memorized their patrol grid and knew where there were gaps in their surveillance. The road didn't need watching. The wilderness did. The moment Tristan deviated from his orders, a bubble of exhilaration inflated inside his chest. Rex flew faster, and they surged up and down with every powerful thrust of his wings. This was the land of Tristan's Pyrian ancestors, and right now he felt as if he claimed it for himself. He wanted to discover its secrets, to know the mountain better even than those who were born here. As he soared through the sky, he wasn't the son of an exiled governor. He was a phoenix rider, like the legendary warriors of old. He identified familiar landmarks as he flew. The domed houses of Monocent, the last still-occupied village before the thrust of rock that led to the ruins of Aura. The serpentine twist of the river Auris snaking down the mountainside. The staggered row of carved phoenix statues that lined the path on the way to the village of Petratech. And the lone figure, cutting through the long grasses between the village and the river, making their way toward the bridge that led to the Phoenix Rider's hidden base. Tristan almost fell from his saddle. While Rex tucked his wings and dove for the skulking traveler, Tristan fumbled for his horn. The ringing sound drew the person's gaze, but they didn't run or wave. They simply froze, open-mouthed and gaping, neck craned toward the sky. The instant Rex landed, Tristan leapt from his back, drawing his spear and leveling it at the intruder. They locked eyes, and Tristan's heart sank. It was just a boy. Some kid, barely into adolescence, scrawny and dressed in rags. He was definitely Pyrian, with large, deep-set eyes and dark brows. His mess of straight black hair was cut in a jagged cap around his head, and his brown skin was smudged with dust and dirt. They stood in awkward silence until the thump of beating wings echoed from above. Tristan squeezed his eyes shut. The nearest rider patrol had answered his call and were about to discover that he'd raised the alarm over this child. And of course, the nearest patrol just happened to include the commander. Dreading what would come next, Tristan fixed his gaze on the boy, as the riders, including Ronan and Elliot, the other apprentices chosen for patrol, descended, kicking up grass and leaves in a gust of warm wind. Rex shook his wings and edged closer to Tristan, puffing out his chest in an attempt to assert dominance as phoenixes landed all around them. There were 8 new riders in total, a full patrol, plus the 2 apprentices and everyone's mounts. The phoenixes retained their flight formation, feathers bristling and heads tossing as they stood in a rough V shape, and every single rider had a bow or spear drawn. They scanned the area, ready for a threat, and it took them several moments to notice the boy Tristan held captive. Cassian, patrol leader and commander of the Phoenix Riders, pursed his lips, then made a quick gesture for the rest of his riders to stand down. Weapons were put away, and arrows returned to quivers as the entire patrol, except for the commander, dismounted. Even the phoenixes relaxed their postures and quelled their battle fever. At last, Commander Cassian turned his attention to Tristan. "Sir," Tristan said, bowing his head slightly. The commander's face was expressionless, yet there was a rigidity to his features that told Tristan he was much angrier than he looked. Tristan tried to square his shoulders and stand his ground, but he had difficulty meeting the commander's eyes. Yes, he had disobeyed orders, but he had also found a strange traveler dangerously close to their hidden base, proving those orders were flawed. The intruder was a small, unarmed boy, but it was better to be overcautious than caught off guard. He hoped. "You found a child," the commander announced from astride his phoenix, turning his imperious gaze toward Tristan's captive. "He's an unknown traveler," Tristan said, feeling slightly foolish for being the only one with his weapon out, as if he were afraid of the boy. He lowered it slightly. "I was only following protocol." "Protocol?" the commander repeated, his voice cracking like a whip. "If you were truly following protocol, you'd still be patrolling the 9th Quadrant, where you were assigned, and not raising the alarm for an underfed, unarmed child." Low murmurs rippled through the group of riders who stood in a semicircle around the boy, their mounts looming behind them. The boy cowered slightly, and Tristan let the butt of his spear hit the ground. "I blew the horn before I landed, so I didn't know—" "You didn't know," the commander said, emphasizing each word and loosing them like well-placed arrows into Tristan's already wounded pride. "You didn't know, and yet still you acted. If we blew a horn every time we saw a traveler, our patrols would never sleep." Tristan's face flushed, and Rex snapped irritably at a nearby phoenix. The rest of the patrol studied their boots or the straps on their saddles, avoiding Tristan's chastisement. The commander dismounted, and as he walked past Tristan, he spoke in a low voice. "Secrecy is our greatest weapon, and our greatest defense. You undermine both by calling us here." Before Tristan could answer, and truly he had no idea what to say, Commander Cassian's steward and second-in-command, Barrick, moved to the front of the group, a frown on his face. "We've met before, haven't we?" he asked, staring at the boy before them. "In Vale, sir," Elliot interjected, straight-backed and serious. He was training to become steward one day, and so he was usually lurking somewhere in Barrick's shadow. He'd never gotten particularly close to the other apprentices, always busy running errands or attending Barrick in meetings, and had a reputation for being a bit stuck up. Tristan didn't mind, though. His father had been pushing him to become steward, apparently more than happy to let Tristan remain safely buried in papers for the rest of his days. Luckily, Elliot had practically begged for the opportunity, relieving Tristan of a future stuck mostly behind a desk. The idea that his father thought he was better suited to a position as an administrator rather than a soldier was a painful blow. "You know him, Barrick?" the commander asked in surprise. I think it was my sister, sir," the boy said, his high voice confirming his youth and complete lack of threat. "You met her outside the inn about a week ago?" "Yes, that's right," Barrick said, nodding, though he still seemed troubled. "You're a long way from home, lad." "What is your name?" the commander asked, cutting into the conversation. "Nick," the boy answered, his voice quaking slightly. He seemed not scared exactly, but distracted by the group around them. Obviously the boy had never seen phoenixes before, never mind so many all at once. "Where are you heading, Nick?" the commander asked. "Monacent is farther north, and Petrotek's behind you." "I came to find you, sir. To find Barrick and the master he served. I came to find the Phoenix Riders." Ringing silence greeted his words. The commander glanced at Barrick, who raised his hands helplessly. "His sister came asking, wanting to serve us, heard us speaking Pyrian. I turned her away as best I could, but—" He shrugged. The commander sighed. Secrecy might have been their greatest defense when they'd first set up, but word traveled down the mountain, no matter how careful they were. Barrick needed to purchase supplies, and even if he didn't, people turned up occasionally, lost travelers or traders, and of course they had servants and guards working for them. There were too many loose strings, too many variables to constantly monitor and keep track of. It was only a matter of time before the entire mountain knew they were here, and the Empire wouldn't be far behind. They'd want the Phoenix Riders, the so-called rebels, snuffed out for good. With them gone, there would be no one to challenge the governor's rule, or to put an end to the mage tax and the persecution of their people. This was why they needed more patrols. They were essentially sitting ducks. I don't know what your sister told you, what she might have guessed or overheard, but we are not the Phoenix Riders your parents told you about. I am a private citizen, and these riders are my personal guard. This is not a government-funded military order. But, Nick said, taking hold of the commander's arm as he turned to go, what if I paid for my own supplies and training? And the rest of the riders stiffened, as if preparing for possible danger for the first time. Tristan didn't understand their concern at first, until he saw the glint of steel. The boy had drawn a knife. Apparently he was armed after all. Realizing his mistake, Nick released the commander's arm and stepped backward, holding the knife in the palm of his hand. It was a dagger, small but finely wrought. I only meant, maybe I can trade this for enough gold to join? Everyone in the group stared at the blade. It wasn't just steel, it was Veronese steel, stamped to mark its origin and authenticity. It was quite valuable, though it would hardly be enough to fully fund a new rider. Still, it wasn't the value of the object that was the trouble. It was the fact that this humble Pyrian child possessed it. Where had he gotten such a weapon? Was he a thief? An escaped bondservant or an Empire spy? Search him, Commander Cassian ordered. After taking the knife and handing it to the commander to inspect more closely, Barrick took hold of the small bundle slung over Nick's back, while Elliot strode forward to check the boy's body for more concealed weapons. Nick's jaw clenched during the search, but it was over quickly, and his pack contents were laid out for the commander to examine. There was nothing more of value or interest, a small collection of roots and berries, some dried meat, and a tin pot. Rather than waylaying their concerns, the boy's modest belongings only drove home just how curious his possession of the dagger really was. How did you come by this weapon? The commander asked, glancing at the bottom of the hilt before handing it back to Barrick. He was looking for a maker's mark, to link the weapon to a specific metalsmith, or perhaps other signs of personal ownership. Nick hesitated. He must have stolen it, Tristan guessed, or he was lying about being from Vale. Even on the lower rim, where trade was more common, no mountain-born kid without 2 coins to rub together could afford a weapon such as that. I found it, he said, though he sounded uncertain. Tristan was torn between an odd sense of anxiety for the boy and his own self-satisfaction. He had been right to blow the horn, even if he hadn't known it at first. His sister tried to steal from us, Elliot piped in, looking triumphant. They're probably a team. One distracts while the other— My sister wouldn't steal, the boy snapped, and neither would I. The commander glanced up at the darkening sky, then down at Nick. He frowned. Take him to Mora, he said to Barrick, and mounted up. But, sir, Commander Cassian, Tristan called before the commander could fly away. Shouldn't I escort the prisoner since I was the one who discovered him? Since you shouldn't have been patrolling here in the first place, I think I'd do better with a rider who follows orders, rather than an apprentice who does whatever he pleases.
Day 12, second moon, 169 AE. My sweet Veronyka, I hated to leave without saying goodbye, but I was chased from my bed in the dead of night. Perhaps you know this already. Perhaps it is upon your orders that I was hunted down. You should also know that I am not sorry for what I have done, but I am sorry for your pain. It has taken me some time to get settled, but I am safe now. I am ready. Let's put this behind us. We've an empire to rule. Your sister, a Valkyra. The winner in any contest is the person who's willing to go the furthest, to do whatever it takes to succeed. That person is me.
Chapter 13. Veronyka. Prisoner. The word fell like the final spark from a flint stone, setting the dormant fears in Veronica's heart ablaze. The first flicker had been the horn call, the second, the young rider's gleaming spear. Everything had happened so quickly after that, the terror building inside her chest, waiting for release. The looming crowd of indifferent faces, dressed more like military foot soldiers than phoenix riders. The commander's brusque questions and easy dismissal. The dagger. The rough, searching hands that threatened to accidentally discover her bound breasts at any moment. All the while, Veronika held her breath, afraid her hitching chest might stoke the flames of her emotions or draw attention to the smallest swells beneath the fabric. The presence of the phoenixes, with their wild hearts and fiery minds, had made it all worse. But somehow, her secret remained her own. For now. It had never occurred to Veronika that a simple knife could arouse such suspicion. Then again, coupled with her vague account of being the brother of the girl who had eavesdropped on Barrick in Vale, and Elliot's accusations that her sister was a thief, she supposed her story was far from perfect. She hadn't expected to be interrogated, and that small moment of hesitation when she was deciding what she should and shouldn't say was all it took to condemn her in their eyes. Now she was being escorted to their compound as a prisoner. It felt like some kind of irrevocable sentence. It felt like failure. A lead weight settled into the pit of her stomach as the majority of the riders took off into the sky, leaving Barrick and Elliot behind. The boy who'd found her was last to leave, his scowling face telling her she'd made an enemy already, though she wasn't entirely sure how. When he'd first landed before her, swooping in on Phoenix back with his drawn spear flashing in the setting sun, he'd looked like a hero out of a Pyrrhian epic. Then he'd dismounted and pointed the weapon at her, and the fantasy had shattered. Lost in thought, Veronika was startled when Barrick sidled up to her again. "Twins?" he asked curiously. His voice was gruff, but not unkind. Still, Veronika jumped, as if he'd shouted at her. "Pardon?" "You and your sister. Are you twins?" "No, sir," Veronika said, avoiding his eyes and running a self-conscious hand over her cropped hair once his back was turned. It had hurt at first, hacking away the long braids she'd worn all her life, but Veronika wouldn't let a little thing like being a girl stop her from becoming a writer. While plenty of Pyrrhian boys wore their hair long and braided, Veronika hadn't failed to notice that Barrick, whose deep brown skin surely marked Pyrrhian heritage, did not. Her Maora had told her that it was tradition for Phoenix riders to cut their hair short when they began training, symbolizing a new start. It also created a camaraderie with the other Empire military orders, who wore short hair as well. Braids became a status symbol, something earned and possible only after years of training allowed freshly shorn hair to grow long again. When Sparrow suggested Veronika become a boy, it was the first thing she'd thought of. If she were going to transform herself and start over, why not fully embrace it? Besides, anything she could do to be more like the others could only help her in blending in. The short hair did make her look more masculine, highlighting her sharp jaw and cheekbones, and when she used a scrap of fabric to flatten her breasts, the simple transformation was complete. While the hair itself was meaningless to her, the beads and sentimental embellishments she'd added over the years were priceless. Veronika had salvaged what she could and stuffed the mess into a secret pocket inside her trousers. She had stitched it in years ago in order to hide coins and other valuables from pickpockets and thieves, and, in this case, random body searches. As long as she didn't let her voice get too high, she'd be fine. She was Nick, now, and Veronika was just another part of her past she'd have to leave behind. "Well, we'd best be off," Barrick said. "It's a short walk, so the mounts'll meet us there," he continued as the last two phoenixes took to the sky, leaving their riders behind. Barrick took the lead, keeping Veronika's knife and small bundle of supplies in hand, while Elliot walked behind. He seemed tense and wary, as if he expected her to make a run for it, and it almost made Veronika laugh. She could barely put one foot in front of the other, never mind attempt an escape. It was a strange relief to surrender herself to her captor's control after almost a week of hard travel, worrying about getting lost and struggling to keep herself from going hungry or becoming dehydrated. By the time she'd gotten her disguise in place in Vale, Barrick's wagon had long since disappeared over the hills. Veronika had been ready to run after them when she realized that time might be her friend. If she'd caught up to Barrick that night, surely he would have been suspicious and would have remembered the girl's face from that morning a little bit too clearly. But if she crossed paths with them at Rushley or Petratech, the places he'd mentioned visiting next, she had a better shot at presenting herself as a boy recruit and fooling them. She knew he might still spot similarities between Veronika's two personas, which was why she'd thought up the sister lie. She did have a sister, much as she loathed to remember it, so it felt easier to pass off as a truth. As Veronika had prepared for several days of travel, Sparrow had been worth her weight in gold. She'd helped gather provisions for the journey, begging stale bread from the baker, scraps of salt trout from the fishmonger, and several packs of dried venison from a hunter passing through town. When she was young, Veronika had struggled with the concept of eating animals. It had seemed cannibalistic in some way, as if she were eating her friends. But over time, after connecting with animal after animal, she began to understand that they didn't see it that way. Humans were predators, and eating prey was where they fit on the food chain. Hunting was still difficult for her to imagine, though animages did it all the time, tracing back to the first riders, who were famed hunters. They would never use their magic to lure prey, though, because they considered that an abuse of Azura's gift. The non-magical folk in the Empire, however, felt differently. They were more than happy to force their bondservants to keep livestock docile before they were slaughtered, or to ensnare a stag on a hunting party. It was a cruel use of their gift. Animages deserved better than that, and the animals under their charge did too. After the food stores were taken care of, Sparrow had given Veronika a small satchel and an old tin pot from her personal supply of hoarded items that she kept hidden in a tree. When Veronika mentioned her Veronese steel blade, Sparrow's mouth had fallen open. "Would fetch a pretty penny if you wanted to part with it. Then you could make your own, like me," she added, indicating her spear. "I think I ought to keep it," Veronika had said, adjusting the knife where it stuck out of her belt. "In case of emergency." She remembered her grandmother mentioning private Phoenix Rider tutors. They were usually retired riders paid for by wealthy valley lords to teach their animaged children, making them top-notch recruits by the time they joined the military and ensuring they gained a spot among the elite ranks. Her Maora saw it as disgraceful cheating and claimed that no rider should have to pay out of pocket for their training. But this wasn't the Empire's well-funded military. Whatever this was, Veronika needed to be prepared, and if she had to pay to join them, she'd best keep the most valuable item she had. "Thanks, Sparrow, for everything," Veronika had said as they'd parted ways at the edge of the river. Though she'd been anxious to get going, it was a 2-day walk to Rushley, and she had a lot of ground to make up. The prospect of being alone again made her dawdle. "I hope I see you again." Sparrow had looked confused for a moment, as if unfamiliar with those kinds of pleasantries. Then she'd smiled widely. "Good luck tricking the steward. Maybe I'll try to trick him next time he comes to town." And with that, she walked away, disappearing from Veronika's life as abruptly as she'd arrived. Veronika thought of Val, the way she used her shadow magic to force and manipulate people into helping her. But as Sparrow strolled away, twirling her spear and chatting animatedly to Chirp, Veronika reveled in the knowledge that you didn't need to control someone in order for them to help you. Sometimes you didn't even have to ask. Unfortunately, it wasn't long until Veronika's plans went to pieces. The journey took far longer than she'd thought, thanks to her tired muscles and the fact that she'd barely slept in 2 nights. She missed Barrack and his wagon at Rushley, and she got lost twice on her way to Petratech. In truth, that rider boy spotting her from the sky had felt more like rescue than capture. And now, finally, she was on her way to their hideout. Before long, they came to the edge of the river Oris and crossed it by a rickety rope bridge that dangled over the foamy water like a damp cobweb. Though full dark had fallen, it was brighter in the open space surrounding the river, the moonlight coloring the mountainside in shades of charcoal and ash. Water beaded in Veronika's short hair, and the steady rush muffled all other sounds. When they reached the far side, a wide path, the pilgrimage road, came into view, slicing across a rolling plain of tall grasses. It led directly to a series of lantern-lit buildings tucked into the side of a soaring cliff face, the looming spear of rock a solid black mass against the star-encrusted expanse of the sky. There was a stable, a stone well, and a larger building Veronika assumed was an inn and cookhouse, a way station for weary travelers. As they drew nearer, she could make out a steep, narrow stair cut into the living rock of the escarpment, zigzagging to the top of the precipice and out of sight. Realization dawned on Veronika. This was the end of the pilgrimage road, which meant they were standing on the field of feathers. This was where Queen Lyra the Defender rallied the Phoenix Riders during the lowland invasion. There had been a tribe of people living in the foothills hundreds of years ago who'd tried to conquer Pyrmont. Queen Lyra's riders, often called the Red Horde, represented the first ever gathering of the entirety of Pyrrha's Phoenix Riders. Traditionally, the riders lived in scattered settlements on the higher reaches of Pyrmont, villages and cities accessible only on Phoenixback. It was after Queen Lyra successfully beat back the lowlanders that the riders expanded farther down the mountain into the rest of the lower rim and foothills, establishing the boundaries of Pyrrha still in place today. Veronika wasn't going to some exiled governor's country estate. If this was the Field of Feathers, then those stairs must lead to Augerex Eyrie, Barrack said, following her line of sight and pointing to the rocky bluff that loomed above them. There was nothing to see from this angle, but that was the point. After Queen Lyra defeated the lowlanders, the buildings atop this bluff, given the name Augerex Eyrie centuries later, became one of the largest military outposts built during the reign of queens, encompassing a temple to Azura, living quarters, and training facilities. The temple at the Eyrie was supposedly located in the exact place that Azura's phoenixes won their first battle against Nox, commemorating the victory. When Pyrrha became a part of the Empire, most training facilities were moved to the valley, and this location fell into disuse. It was during the reign of pious King Justin that the compound was transformed into a religious site, and construction of the pilgrimage road began. The project had taken most of King Justin's reign to complete, but the resulting trade and tourism helped Pyrrha's economy flourish and encourage travel throughout the mountain region. When Avalkira Ashfire moved to have Pyrrha separate from the empire, all that commerce was lost, and Pyrrha hadn't recovered since. All the inns and cookhouses that had serviced the pilgrims had closed down, and religious sites like the Eyrie were left untended and abandoned, with no funding or leaders remaining to see it restored. Until now, apparently. High as Augerex Eyrie was, Pyrmont's upper reaches loomed farther in the distance, rising steeply to disappear into the night sky. No road cut a path through that wilderness. Those that had dwelt there rode phoenixes and had no need for such conveyances. Veronika's escorts led her past the way station and straight for the staircase, pausing just long enough to adjust their packs before starting the climb. She worried her legs might give out beneath her, but she refused to ask for a break. Instead, she focused on counting the number of stairs to the summit. Veronika passed under hanging vines and into the cover of twisting, gravity-defying trees before the stairs switched back and there was nothing but wide, open air between her and the ground below. During one of these open stretches, Veronika chanced a look back down the mountainside. She felt incredibly small, the mountain stretching endlessly beneath her. Many of the peaks that surrounded the valley were lower than she was now, their jagged tops ringed with wisps of clouds. She couldn't see any of the villages that lined the road, but for a moment she swore she could feel the distance between herself and where she'd started. Between herself and Val. The air became thin and sparse in her lungs, and she forced herself to look at the steps directly beneath her feet. What kind of would-be rider got silly when it came to heights? 221 steps later, gasping, Veronika crested the top of the staircase. While Barrick and Elliot murmured about reporting to the commander, Veronika took the opportunity to plunk herself on the ground and catch her breath. They were on the edge of a gently rolling plain, enclosed by rocky spears of stone on all sides, making the plateau invisible to anyone below. It was like a little slice of soft Pierian countryside, wedged into this hard, jagged landscape. Long grass swished in the breeze, and the sky above was vast and star-strewn. At the far end of the field was a small stone village, tiered gardens of carefully tended crops butting up against the walls that enclosed it. Rising above the village was another set of walls, taller and thicker than the first, surrounding a fortified stronghold. The walls were dotted with flickering lanterns, casting the buildings and the people who walked among them into dancing shadows and silhouettes. A magnificent temple rose behind the fortress walls, at least 10 stories high and topped with a carved golden phoenix, wings spread as if about to take flight. Veronika remained on her hands and knees. It seemed fitting to lie as supplicant to a sight such as this. All her life, the glory and power of the Phoenix Riders were a long-lost story, a whispered history. Now, it was alive before her. She was here with her people at last, and she was ready. Veronika was led through the courtyard of the stronghold, past the stables, kitchens, and dining hall, and around the towering temple. Behind it were a series of stone buildings, including smaller wooden structures like storage sheds. At the farthest point in the yard, a wide set of stairs led to a carved arch. Veronika couldn't see anything through the doorway in the darkness, but she sensed the stir of magic beyond. Phoenixes. They must live and roost there, out of sight of the rest of the stronghold. Veronika's body crackled with a surge of warm, tingling energy, her exhaustion completely forgotten. The archway called to her, and she yearned to follow. "This way," said Barrick, steering her toward the largest of the stone buildings. It had the same hard gray exterior as the rest of the stronghold, nondescript and unadorned, but the inside was another matter entirely. They were greeted by a servant and led through richly carpeted halls hung with colorful tapestries and populated with the kinds of carved wooden tables and shelves of scrolls that Veronika saw only in her dreams. At last they were directed into a large chamber, the imposing stone walls brightened by sconces casting pools of molten light. Taking up the majority of the space was a long table made from a single slab of wood. Veronika had never seen anything so fine, the light from the lanterns highlighting the contrasting wood grain and the delicately carved details along the corners and legs. It was surely Arborean-made. The province was famous for its massive trees and talented woodworkers. A dozen matching chairs surrounded the table, though only one was occupied. The commander sat at his leisure, and the rest of the riders from the clearing stood behind their leader, including the boy who'd caught her. He was stiff and scowling, and as she entered the room, he turned his bitter gaze in her direction. Veronika stared at her feet, trying not to slump or fidget as Barrick briefed the commander on the journey back. Her tiredness had resurfaced, yet her growing nerves buzzed like wasps inside her mind. "He needs some sleep, Commander Cassian, and a proper meal. I can call Mora in the morning." "We'll deal with this now," the commander said, cutting off the end of Barrick's sentence. He turned to Veronika. "You'll answer our questions now, and you'll be truthful. Depending on how you do, you will either sleep in a guest room or in a cell, do you understand?" "Yes, Commander, sir," Veronika said. "It would do you no good to lie, so I'd advise against it," he added, and something in the tone of his voice made a finger of dread slip down her spine. Following Barrick's lead, the others in the room left, except for Veronika, the commander, and the boy. He projected his anger and frustration so potent that it bumped distractingly against Veronika's mental defenses. Was this how Val had felt when Veronika was careless with her emotions? The room was silent, and Veronika didn't know where to look or what to do with her hands. The commander had a way of filling the space, of making Veronika feel crowded and small. He was a large man, well over 6 feet, she would guess, with big hands and wide shoulders, but it was his attitude that was imposing. He radiated superiority and power, but it came across as elegant rather than brutish. He was olive-skinned, his wavy, salted brown hair receding slightly from his proud forehead. He had changed from his armor into a magnificent embroidered tunic, patterned with a Veronese cross-dagger motif picked out in silver thread, and several golden rings glimmered on his hands as he knit them together. He looked every bit an Empire governor, exiled or not, and reminded Veronika of the wealthy merchants and noblemen she'd seen in Oranova being carried through the narrow city streets on palanquins. The boy, on the other hand, had his arms crossed over his chest and his feet spread wide, as if bracing himself. While his posture was rigid and unmoving, his gaze flicked restlessly around the room. He had the look of someone with at least a bit of Purian ancestry, though his hair was a soft, curling brown, and his golden skin had olive undertones. Veronika couldn't figure out if he'd chosen to be there during her questioning or if he was being made to stay now as punishment. Maybe he wanted to make sure she was proven guilty to redeem himself in some way. The result of this interrogation would affect him almost as much as her, after all. If she truly was a threat, his apparent disobedience from earlier would be forgiven. If she turned out to be harmless, which she was, he'd look all the more foolish. Her success would mean his failure, and the dichotomy left her feeling like there was no way to really win. Veronika was oddly relieved when the woman named Mora arrived. She wasn't what Veronika was expecting, some wealthy lady with fine clothes and a noble look, like the commander. Instead, she was short and stocky, with strong arms and a plain, no-nonsense kind of face, and she brought with her the warm, comforting scent of fried bread and spices. Her hands were calloused and blistered, and her forearms bore scars that certainly hadn't come from the kitchens. She was Purian, her braided hair tied into a knot at the back of her head, the strands thick with adornments that clinked and jingled as she limped into the room. There were feathers there, too, more than one, along with several gleaming chunks of obsidian. A warrior. A phoenix rider. Veronika's heart swelled at the sight of her, of a woman, at last. Then Veronika noticed that Mora leaned heavily on a wooden crutch to support her left leg, which had been cut off from the knee down. And as the woman moved past, Veronika saw that Mora's phoenix feathers were black on the ends, dipped in ink and ash to honor a fallen bondmate. Her stomach clenched. She'd had Zephyra too briefly to gather a feather, and with her braids gone, there was no evidence that she'd ever had a phoenix at all, no way to openly respect Zephyra's memory or commemorate their time together. Even with her short height, Mora somehow managed to look down her nose at Veronika, surveying her from head to toe. Despite the woman's humble appearance, when she edged around the table, Commander Cassian hastened to give up his seat to her and took a position standing in the corner next to the boy. Mora indicated that Veronika should take the chair opposite, and she did, perching on the edge and gripping her hands tightly together under the table. They sat in silence for a moment. Who was this woman, and why did she do the commander's questioning? A heartbeat later, she had her answer. A finger of magic prodded against the natural barriers of Veronika's mind, testing the strength of her defenses. Fear sluiced through Veronika's body. Mora was a shadow mage.
They called me the feather-crowned queen, my brow decorated with phoenix quills, my right to rule written across the stars in fire. They called my sister the council's queen, for she was nothing more than their puppet.
Chapter 14. Veronika. Veronika clamped down on her panic and schooled her features into her best impression of Val's emotionless mask. Of all the things she didn't want to reveal about herself, her possession of shadow magic was high on the list. If they didn't trust her now, how would they react knowing she had the ability to see into and manipulate minds? Mora wasn't inside Veronika's head, not yet anyway. She'd merely taken a cursory glance, and already she was receding, drawing her magic back in as she contemplated her next move. Her magical pressure was nothing like what Val was capable of, which probably meant her ability wasn't as strong, or not as well honed. It was such a rare skill that even in the Phoenix Rider glory days, they hadn't tested people for it or educated them in its use. Val must have gotten so good because she used it constantly, and because it was in her nature to want to control. Luckily, Val's expertise had trained Veronika well in how to defend against it. If she was very careful, she could show Mora enough to prove her answers truthful without opening her mind entirely. Everything she didn't want Mora to see, she'd lock up in her safe house. If it worked on herself and on Val, it would work on Mora. With a soft exhalation of breath, Veronika relaxed her mind. She often pictured her mental defenses as a wall of stones in the middle of a swirling river, the water surrounding her on all sides. Veronika stood inside that wall, and within it she was protected from outside influence. Whenever Val would tell her to guard her mind, Veronika would imagine strengthening the wall, filling in the gaps with small rocks and pebbles until nothing could get in or out. When Veronika's defenses were at their strongest, the wall was watertight, but she couldn't show Mora a mind as well protected as that, or she'd become suspicious. Veronika had to loosen the stones, allowing cracks and crevices between them. This was her mind's natural state, and as Veronika opened herself up to external influence, she felt water streaming in through the openings, the thoughts and emotions of the humans and animals nearby. Veronika had to ignore the influx of information, the commander's cold indifference and the boy's resentful impatience, not to mention the fiery haze in the distance that was surely the phoenix's. Focusing on herself, Veronika let her head fill with safe, harmless thoughts, the half-truths that would confirm her answers. She allowed them to float to the surface of her consciousness, easy for the picking, before turning her attention to that dark corner where her safe house lived, solid and impenetrable. There, with her memories of Zephyra, she could hide the truth of her gender, her own shadow magic, and the source of the dagger. After burying every compromising memory, she reinforced the barriers, walling it off from the rest of her mind, hiding it in plain sight. "I'm Mora, and I run the kitchens here," the woman said, drawing Veronika back to the world around her. "What's your name?" As she spoke, Mora's magic came back, harder and more insistent than before. Veronika fought her instinct to draw herself inward and trusted that her safe house would hold. Shadow magic only revealed active thoughts and feelings. Mora couldn't find what Veronika refused to think about. All a shadow mage could see was the surface of a person's mind, their current preoccupations. That was why Mora was questioning her rather than just taking what she wished from her mind. "Nick," Veronika whispered, pushing the word through her tense lips. As long as Mora found the truths she sought, she'd have no reason to suspect deception. She was Nick. She let the truth of it fill her up, and the fact that Nick was short for Veronika was unimportant. Seeming satisfied, Mora pulled back. "How old are you? 12? 13? She asked. 16, Veronika corrected indignantly. She was used to people thinking she was younger than she was, and it was automatic to quickly and somewhat defensively set the record straight. In this instance, though, she wished she hadn't been so rash. Surely it would have been easier pretending to be a young boy than a young man. The apprentice in the corner snorted in disbelief at her response, further proving Veronika's theory. "Where do you come from, Nick?" Mora asked, speaking over the boy's reaction. "From lower down the mountain, miss, just outside Vale." Again, this was a truth, even if the full truth was that Veronika was born in the valley in Oranova. That, too, was hidden in her safe house. She knew somehow that any mention of the valley or the empire would compromise everything. "Why, then, do you not speak with a Pyrrhian accent?" Veronika swallowed. Pyrrhians on the lower rim speak with a certain lilt," Mora continued thoughtfully, "and have a tendency to draw out their vowels. It's very distinctive. Of course, there are more and more now living in Pyrrha who weren't born or raised there. Traders and travelers, refugees, spies." Veronika clenched her fists. Her Maora had spoken in a rough Narrows accent, and her years of education with the riders had never quite cured her of it. Val had insisted that Veronika speak properly, like the noble classes of the Empire, without accent or dialect, but it had never occurred to her how that would stand out in a place like this. 100 excuses sat on the tip of her tongue, but she feared a trumped-up lie would raise more suspicion than the truth. "My grandmother raised me, and she was educated in Oranova." She had been the one to teach Veronika reading and writing, but Val was the one who drilled pronunciation and syntax into her, making up for what she saw as the old woman's shortcomings. "Is she still with you, your grandmother?" "No," Veronika said, her voice wavering slightly. "Have you any other family?" Mora asked. Veronika swallowed the surge of emotion. "Just my sister." "Ah, yes, your sister. Barrick said there was an uncanny resemblance. Are you twins?" "No," Veronika said carefully, keeping her thoughts and memories of Val as vague as possible, not wanting to reveal her face or Veronika's true feelings toward her at the moment to Mora's prying magic. Being twins might better explain away her close resemblance to the girl who had approached Barrick in Vale, but Veronika didn't want to lie unnecessarily. At least now, if Mora did see Val's face pop up in Veronika's mind, it wouldn't contradict her story. "We're a year apart." "And this sister, she told you to come here. Why?" "Yes, She overheard the steward, Master Barrack, speaking ancient Pyrrhian, and— "That's impossible," the boy burst out, cutting her off. He'd stepped forward and pointed an accusatory finger at her. "How could a country girl from Vale know ancient Pyrrhian? It hasn't been spoken since the Reign of Wisdom, and is only taught in empire classrooms or by tutors in noble households." Clearly, he desperately wanted her to be wrong, to be dangerous or devious so that he could justify his earlier actions. She felt sorry for him, but if only one of them was going to make it out of this interrogation unscathed, it would be her. "My Mayora taught me, and she was educated in Oranova," Veronika repeated flatly, substituting the Pyrrhian word for grandmother to prove her point. It was true that most Pyrrhians knew only a handful of words in the ancient tongue. It was considered a dead language, learned by the priests of Mori, god of knowledge and memory, to study ancient texts, and by the empire upper classes as part of a well-rounded education. The Phoenix Riders used it as well, and many of their formations, training techniques, and communication ciphers were dependent upon understanding ancient Pyrrhian. "Tristan," the commander said in a low, dangerous voice, and the boy stepped back from the table at once, as if scalded. "We will let Mora handle the questioning." "What did your sister tell you?" Mora pressed, once the commander had nodded that she should continue. "She said she'd heard mention of Phoenix Riders. When she spoke to the steward, he denied it, but he told her that when he did recruit, he was only looking for boys, so she thought I might have better luck." "You traveled an awfully long way on such scant information." "We don't have much, my sister and I," Veronika said, speaking with complete honesty. "I want to be a Phoenix Rider. It's all I've ever wanted. I don't care about anything else." Veronika swallowed and looked down, avoiding Mora's eyes so she could gather herself. Zafira was fluttering against the walls of her safe house, trying to escape, but she couldn't let her break through. If she told them about Zafira, then she'd have to tell them what had happened to her. Who in their right mind would give a phoenix to a girl who'd allowed her last bondmate to be murdered by her own sister? "You don't have much, but you have a Veronese steel dagger?" Tristan jumped in, apparently unable to help himself. "I found it," Veronika said, more firmly than she had to the commander when he'd first asked her. Tristan's aggression was making her own temper rise, but she was relieved to get to the heart of the interrogation. She might be lying about some things, but she was no spy. She focused. In her mind, she pictured the knife lying in the dirt and clamped tight on her memories of the cabin that surrounded the dirt, closing out Val and Zafira and the soldier and all that came before it. "He's lying," Tristan said, looking between Mora and the commander. His tone was scathing, making it clear what he thought of liars. "That's an army-issue dagger. Look at the bottom of the hilt. That's a soldier identification number." Veronika frowned, glancing down at the knife where it lay on the table between them. Indeed, there was a series of numbers carved into the grip. "There's no way he just found it. Best case, he stole it. It's probably worth more than his house." He looked away at his last words, as if recognizing that they were cold and uncaring, and probably true. "It is," Veronika admitted, her voice trembling slightly as she stared at the dagger. "I could have traded it, bartered it for gold or enough food to last my sister and me for a couple of months, but instead I saved it, hoping it was worth enough to buy a place here. I guess I was wrong." Veronika knew she was exaggerating and bending the truth, but she needed them to side with her. When she looked up, there was pity in Mora's and Commander Cassian's eyes, and to her surprise, regret in Tristan's, and though she hated to appear weak and vulnerable, she knew it helped her cause. So let them pity her. Let them believe her small lies and big truths. Let it be enough. "You forget yourself, Tristan," Mora said in a low, disappointed voice. "You forget your roots." "Leave us," the commander said to Tristan, his tone holding none of Mora's polite censure. Tristan looked like he wanted to retort, a spasm crossing his face as he fought to control himself. "Yes, Commander," he said through clenched teeth. Then he strode out the door, slamming it behind him. The atmosphere in the room changed with his departure, and Mora's presence in Veronyka's mind receded. She and Cassian shared a look, and Veronika got the feeling that she had passed their inspection. "Thank you, Mora," the commander said at last. With a nod at Veronika, Mora got to her feet, following Tristan out of the room. The commander retook his seat. They were alone. "When I was a boy," he began, settling comfortably into his chair, "becoming a Phoenix Rider was a family legacy, something I inherited, much like my title and my lands." Veronika was thrown by the turn the conversation had taken, but she tried to follow along. "For years I served, and our mission was clear, to guard the Empire and protect its people. But," he said with a sigh, "the Blood War saw our duty muddled beyond recognition. I lived to see the Phoenix Riders change from a government-sanctioned military order to a rebellion, to something akin to a private army. Under Avalkira Ashfire, we served her purpose, her ambitions, and her goals, and no one else's. With her death, those of us who survived struggled to find our place in this new world order. I have since recognized that our mission, our purpose, cannot be to one person, one country, or even one province. It must be to all people, but especially to our fellow animages. We are united, not by political boundaries or cultural histories, but by magic. We are everywhere, and yet we have nowhere. We have no safe place, no home to call ours. I seek to rectify that. Ajurek's Eyrie is a start." Veronika's heart swelled with his words. He was right. The Phoenix Riders that had served the Empire for almost 200 years were no more, and they had to come together for a new purpose. "That being said," the commander continued, "we are a small operation at the moment, and I have to be prudent. We must build our strength slowly, cautiously. In the beginning, it was just myself and Barrick. We'd flown together in the war, and I knew where he'd gone into hiding in the aftermath. It took us years to find Fallon, a young rider who'd yet to see any action, and we stumbled upon him mostly by chance. Surely there are others, Phoenix Riders in hiding all over the Empire and beyond, but we cannot go searching blindly for them and risk drawing attention to ourselves or to them. It wouldn't do for the Empire to learn that riders are mustering on Pyrmont. The Empire may have little interest in reclaiming Pyrrha, but it would have great interest in destroying us." "But I would never," Veronika began, confused. She'd thought they'd determined she wasn't a threat. He waved her off. "What I mean to say is that recruiting has been difficult for us. While there are many with the gift of animal magic, there are few with the gold to fund their training. Raising, housing, and feeding phoenixes costs money, Nick, my money, not to mention the price of a horse, fireproof saddle and tack, armor, and weapons. I have to feed guards and servants, pay wages, build and make repairs, and my coffers are not what they once were." He lifted the dagger from the middle of the table, turning it over in his hands before giving it back to her. "Phoenixes are too rare and precious for us to have poor peasant lads bonding with them, who are then unable to afford the cost of proper training. I'm sorry." Helplessness seized Veronika as she gripped the hilt of the dagger. Suddenly, phoenix riding was only for the rich? The first riders didn't have coffers filled with gold. They had phoenixes, the only wealth a person ever needed. She swallowed a number of angry replies and fought to keep her voice steady. There must be other ways, means of earning a place. "There are, the commander conceded. When we recruit, the current riders have the option of sponsoring one of the new applicants. Several of our current apprentices are being sponsored by master riders. They're called underwings. So, when you recruit again, I could apply as long as I found a sponsor? Veronika asked, a flicker of hope sparking to life inside her. The commander looked uncomfortable. Sponsorships are difficult to come by, Nick. Those who can afford to take on an underwing are likely to pick friends and family, not a stranger. But I could still try, Veronika pressed stubbornly. Indeed you could, he said, his voice resigned. But I don't have plans for recruitment any time in the near future, and we can't afford to board you here while you wait. There must be other ways I can earn my keep and help the riders in the meantime, she said desperately, leaning forward. I could cook, clean, be a servant, maybe work in the stables. The commander pursed his lips. Then his expression cleared, and he bowed his head. I'm sure our stable mistress, Jana, would welcome the extra help. Veronika's heart leapt despite her disappointment. Sure, she'd come here to be a phoenix rider, not to muck out stalls and feed grain to pack animals. But it was still something. It was still a way to be involved, and it wasn't a no. She would work harder than anyone, show them she deserved to be here, that she had so much more to give. And when the time came for the next recruitment, she'd have multiple sponsors lined up and would be the best damn applicant they had.
The Sekvia, or the Second Road in the trader's tongue, is a deserted path through the wilds of Pyrmont and a mysterious relic of the ancient world, both in origin and in purpose. Some historians suggest it was built in an attempt to expand the Pyrian queendom and connect some of its smaller settlements on Pyrmont, with the hopes of developing a thoroughfare for trade that could lead all the way to the valley, though this idea never came to fruition. It has also been postured that the Sekvia was actually built centuries earlier by civilizations unknown to us, possibly the now extinct lowland peoples. This is supported by the fact that many of the ruined temples and structures that can be found along the Second Road bear no resemblance to Pyrian architecture built before or after the Empire. Perhaps most outlandish of all these claims is that the Sekvia leads to the famous lost treasure of the Pyrian explorer Wylan the Wanderer, who disappeared himself after declaring he would fly his phoenix around the world. The details of his exploits have been chronicled in many songs and poems, perhaps none more famous than the play titled The Wanderer's Fortune. During a particularly successful run on Mummer's Lane, the lead actor had hundreds of false treasure maps distributed to promote the show. It created such a fervor that mobs broke out and several people were trampled to death, causing the play to be temporarily shut down. Myths and Legends of the Golden Empire and Beyond, a compilation of stories and accounts. The Mauryan Archives, 101 AE.
I wonder what they would call me now if they knew that I was the one who killed her.
Chapter 15. Sev. Pack animal duty wasn't a popular assignment among the soldiers. Most had little love for the animal's smell and slow progress, not to mention the heaps of dung with which Sev was well acquainted, so nobody argued when he signed up for it day after day. While he was frustrated about being given an assignment he didn't understand, Cade appeared downright furious. He seemed to take it as a personal offense, as if Sev were somehow undercutting his authority or encroaching on his territory. Was his hatred as simple as their separate roles, bondservant and soldier? Sev had hated soldiers once. They were the thundering footsteps in Oranova alleyways, the looming shadows on the doorsteps of every orphanage and cookhouse. They were the waves on the beach of the Pyrian border, lapping ever closer until they'd poured over the hills and overrun his family's farm. Sev still hated soldiers, truth be known, and somehow he'd become one of them. He couldn't blame Cade for how he felt, and while neither of them was happy with the arrangement, they didn't have a choice in the matter. The one overwhelming positive was being near animals again. The llamas were sure-footed beasts used primarily in the mountains, with long necks and sturdy, padded feet. They reminded him a bit of the woolly, mild-mannered sheep his family had herded when he was a child. Most of the time. He'd almost been bitten on more than one occasion and by more than one llama, though he'd begun to suspect one fellow in particular had a taste for him. Sev knew it was risky, but he couldn't help interacting with the creatures, just a little. A pat here, a nudge there, and before he knew it, he was helping with saddles and filling water troughs. The other soldiers assigned to pack animal duties stared incredulously at the extra work he was doing, but as far as Sev could tell, they thought he was trying to gain attention and approval from superior officers and not relishing his contact with the animals. To Sev's surprise, he was enjoying his time with the bondservants as well. At first, the sight of them caused an ache in his chest, and it took a while for Sev to recognize it as envy. He knew it was strange for a free man to be envious of people forced into servitude, but as someone who had always hidden his abilities, he found being around animages who used their magic so openly was like watching someone guzzle gulps of cool water while he died of thirst. Now Sev found their presence comforting. The thrum of magic, the hard but gratifying labor, and the way the humans and animals worked together, it all reminded him of his time on the farm. Tilla and Coram had herded sheep the same as Sev's family, while the youngest bondservant of the bunch, nicknamed Junior, was from a small village near where Sev had grown up, and his family were fishermen. Or at least, they had been. "Don't know where they are now," Junior told him one day as they filled the water troughs. He had coloring and features similar to Cade, so much so that they could almost be brothers, except where Cade was tall and muscular, Junior was lanky and thin, all elbows and knees. "Empire got me before dawn when I was checking the nets. I never saw my family again." Sev realized he was lucky to know what had happened to his parents. Even though they were gone, he knew they were at peace and not in bondage elsewhere. Though Junior was young, from what Sev understood, his parents had made a decent living selling their fish, and his term was 7 years, half his life. While Sev often pitied the bondservants, Junior's story made him angry, and he had a sneaking suspicion that Trix might have intended for him to have these kinds of feelings. He guessed that she'd posted him with the bondservants to show Sev to whom his loyalties should belong. He was exactly like them, and yet because of his choice to deny himself and his magic, he was free and they were not. Of course, Sev wished life could be different. If the war hadn't happened, he would have been a sheepherder and a farmer, and every animage in the Empire and beyond would be free. There would be no mage slaves, and Phoenix Riders would have remained glorious, distant heroes, and both his parents would still be alive. But life wasn't different, and Sev's decision had saved him from bondage. How could he regret it? While Cade was as gruff with Sev as ever, he completely transformed when he interacted with the llamas. His face, his entire being, lit up when he was with them, murmuring reassurances and praise and interacting so subtly and skillfully that Sev was more than a little bit impressed. He was clearly the strongest animage of the bunch, someone who had been using his magic since birth. Sev liked this side of him. He was usually so grim, even hostile, but with the animals, the stiff line of his shoulders relaxed and his severe features softened into delighted smiles and gentle laughter. It made Sev want to be near him, to watch and bask in the warm light of his magical glow. But whenever Cade saw Sev close by, he'd scowl and turn away, and Sev would reluctantly do the same. He wished he could understand why Cade disliked him so much and find a way to quell the animosity between them. Early one morning, Sev scrambled from his bedroll just before dawn. The soldiers had camped in the shadows of a steep cliff next to a series of ruined structures. While they'd left the pilgrimage road far behind, they did sometimes find themselves on twisting stonework paths that would appear as if out of nowhere, only to be swallowed by the forest moments later. There were broken archways made from rectangular blocks of stone, strange pillars engraved with unfamiliar geometric patterns, and crumbled statues standing guard along the way, so old and weather-worn that it was impossible to tell what they were supposed to be or who had built them in the first place. Sev had heard Coram say the word Sekvia, the second road, which was supposed to be a mythical route through the wilds of Piermont. When he was small, Sev and the other farmers' children would go exploring in the foothills, searching for the beginning of the legendary second road and the treasures it supposedly led to. Using it now as an Empire soldier felt like some sick, twisted version of the childhood fantasy, especially if the treasure they sought at the end of this path was the Phoenix Rider's hidden lair. Noise had awoken him, and when he squinted toward the pack animals, he saw Cade already starting his work for the day. He was hauling sacks of grain and barrels of water, his breath swirling around his face. He'd removed his tunic, and steam rose from his body in the cool morning air, his chain glinting in the pale dawn sun. Sev hadn't slept well. Trix was nearby, muttering in her sleep as usual, and it had taken forever for him to drift off. He'd dreamed of the farm again, of rolling green hills and vast blue skies. Then he'd watched as it had all burned down. Blinking to banish the images from his mind, Sev packed away his bedroll before making his way over to the paddock of llamas. His foot crunched on a small twig, and Cade whirled around, posture braced as if preparing for an attack. He could be a soldier, Sev thought, somewhat dazedly, scrubbing at his sleep-mussed hair. Except for the eyes. They were intelligent and perceptive, but without cunning. They were kind eyes. Until they recognized Sev. "Oh," Cade said, straightening up. "It's you." With a sigh, Sev hunched over a water barrel and splashed several icy handfuls onto his face before taking a long drink. When he straightened, Cade was still standing before him. He was panting slightly, his chest rising and falling, muscles glistening with sweat. As Sev lifted the edge of his tunic to mop his sodden face, Cade's dark eyes followed his movements. His features were precisely carved, all angles and hard edges, and unlike Sev, whose chin was shaded with stubble, he'd kept up shaving his face, his jawline smooth. He was like a bronze statue of some ancient hero in a temple garden, gathering droplets of morning dew. Sev inhaled sharply and cleared his throat, heat crawling up his neck. Since when did Sev care about temple statues? He realized with dismay that he'd been admiring more than Cade's magic recently. He glanced up at the bondservant's still scowling face, and a bitter feeling settled in his stomach. Clearly, the admiration was one way. Stepping around Cade, Sev spotted the stores of grain. He ripped one of the bags open and prepared to dump it into an empty trough, but Cade stopped him. "What are you doing?" he demanded. His voice was its usual low rumble, but there was a raspy, gravelly edge to it, anger or annoyance, or maybe both. Sev straightened, looking down at the grain in his hands. "Feeding them?" he said, his voice tilted as if it were a question. What had he done to earn Cade's ire this time? "Why?" Cade asked, taking a step forward. He waved a hand at the animals. "They are not your charges," he said, then tapped a finger against his chest. "I am." "You're not my charge," Sev said uneasily. He was meant to guard the pack animal train and make sure everything went smoothly. Yes, that involved keeping an eye on the bondservants, but that didn't make him Cade's master. "Don't kid yourself, soldier," Cade snapped, wrenching the feed from Sev's grip. "You're one of them." He jerked his chin toward the rest of the campsite, where most of the soldiers were still sleeping. "I know you don't like me," Sev began, clenching his hands into fists to stop from trying to snatch back the bag of feed. "But I think we're more alike than you realize." Cade snorted, but Sev continued before he could make a snide comment. "We both wanted to keep that girl safe," he pointed out. "There's a difference between wanting to protect someone for their sake and wanting to protect someone for your own. You wanted to keep her safe so you didn't have to be the one to deal the blow. You wanted to ease your own conscience so you could sleep at night." Sev bit the inside of his cheek, anger flaring in his breast. The words hurt, and the sting told Sev that Cade had struck close to home. Had Sev saved her neck only so he could save his own? Of course, Cade didn't see what had happened afterward, how close Sev had come to dying for his decision that day. "You're a fair-weather ally. Empty words and kind smiles, nothing more." "I didn't ask for this, Cade," Sev said, his voice quaking slightly as he continued to suppress his outrage.
I'm doing my best."
"This is your best?" Cade said skeptically, looking Sev up and down, taking in every imperfect inch of him. "I highly doubt that." Sev frowned, trying to work out if Cade's words were some kind of backhanded compliment. Cade thought Sev was better than a soldier? The idea made him stand taller, even as he realized that Cade was mistaken. This is what I am, Cade. Sorry it's not good enough for you." "I know what you are," Cade said slowly, almost threateningly. "And it's not this. This," he gestured carelessly at Sev's raider uniform, "is what you chose to be." It took Sev's body several moments to catch up with his mind. When it did, Cade had marched out of his reach and Sev was forced to stomp after him. "Hey," he said harshly, gripping Cade by the upper arm and turning him around. Sev was breathing hard, harder than he should when he'd walked only a few short feet. His heart was pounding in his chest and there was a tinny ringing in his ears. Cade stopped so abruptly that Sev's momentum carried him forward and they almost bumped chests. Cade's body was tense, poised as if ready for a blow. "What choice?" Sev asked, trying to be reasonable. "I didn't enlist. They forced me into the military. I could either live as a soldier or die as a laborer in the dank mines of Pharaoh or the sun-baked fields of Stel." Cade's eyes sparked, and standing this close, Sev could pick out shades of amber and russet, warm against his black lashes and heavy brow. His angular face, twisted in rage, became even sharper. "Not the choice I was talking about, soldier," Cade said, speaking through tight lips. He shrugged off Sev's hand, which had still been gripping his biceps, but then he stepped closer, his voice whisper-soft. "You think I don't see? That I don't know what you are, animage?" Sev's stomach dropped, and the ground seemed to buck and dip beneath him. He staggered back. Cade knew Sev was an animage. Had Trix told him? Or had Sev been that obvious? "You can pat the animals and get them their feed. You can talk and laugh with the other bondservants, but you're not one of us. You denied that part of yourself. That's the choice you made. So you don't get to play both sides. You don't get to be a soldier and a friend to animages. It's one or the other." Sev had made a choice long ago to pretend he wasn't an animage, to hide his magic and suffer the consequences. He'd chosen to be a coward, to not care about the world because it was easier than fighting. It was survival, or so he'd thought. Animages like Cade had made a different choice. They'd rather risk bondage than hide who they were, and their bravery shamed him. Worst of all, it shamed his parents, who had died for Sev. They had given themselves to the Phoenix Riders, to their fellow animages, and by denying that part of himself, he denied them as well. Sudden heat pricked at the back of Sev's eyes, and before Cade could see more of his weakness, Sev pushed past him, bumping Cade's shoulder as he lurched away, past the line of animals and into the forest. Pacing back and forth between the trees, Sev gripped his head. The memory descended upon him like a heavy cloak, and in a blink he was back home again, back where everything had gone wrong. It had been 2 years since the end of the Blood War. Animages were fleeing the Golden Empire, making for the recently separated province of Pyrrha, and Sev's family lived right on the border. They kept the Empire's forces back and helped families flee persecution. It was less about politics, his father had said, and more about people. By making herself an enemy of the Empire, Avalkira Ashfire had made all animages enemies of the Empire, whether they were riders or not. The magical registry was being put violently into effect, and the Empire was rounding up animages in droves, accusing them of rebel sympathies, of being traitors and conspirators. It was only a matter of time before the soldiers came for Sev's parents and the rest of Hillsbridge, their small village. Before they came for Sev. He'd been playing in the fields when he saw the soldiers approaching in the distance. His parents had always been very clear. If he saw Empire soldiers, he was supposed to run back to the house. He was supposed to stay safe. But back then, Sev hadn't been the coward he was today. Back then, Sev had wanted to be a hero. He might have been young, but on the farm, as soon as you could walk, you could work.
First, it was scouring the bushes all day so his father could make his famous blackberry pie, or helping his mother weed the garden. Then it was carrying buckets of water or feed for the animals and hitching their oxen to the plow. During the spring thaw, when the river would flood and destroy their wooden bridge, Sev would turn the winch and raise the platform, keeping it safe until the waters receded. The river snaked around their farm, and when the bridge was drawn, Sev felt like they were on their own separate island, safe from harm. As the enemy soldiers approached, Sev knew that if he could just reach the drawbridge in time, he could slow the soldiers long enough for everyone on the farm and in the nearby houses to get to safety. It was late spring, so the river waters were still high and couldn't be forded easily. If Sev could just get there, he would be a hero. The thought of his parents' faces shining with pride and admiration filled his heart. He could imagine the villagers praising him for his quick thinking as they retreated to their safe houses. No one would get hurt, no one would die, all thanks to Sev. The ground was muddy and slick as he ran down to the river's edge, and he skidded the last few feet as he approached the mechanism that controlled the bridge. The soldiers were much closer than he'd thought from his place on the hill, and fear made his hands clumsy as he struggled to turn the crank that would hoist the bridge, the sound of clinking metal and thumping boots reverberating around him. Sev pulled harder, panting, when the first raindrop splashed onto his face. The single drop turned into a steady mist, making his hands slip across the metal lever and his feet sink into the ever-deepening mud. The soldiers came to a halt on the other side of the river. Sev had managed to raise the bridge no more than a foot, and now it was too late to run. There was a shout, a command, Sev thought, and a soldier stepped forward, a loaded crossbow in hand. It was pointed at him, and Sev just stood there, muscles frozen, unable to move or think. But then a fierce screech cut through the patter of the rain, and a fiery arrow pierced the heart of the archer before he could pull the trigger. Sev whirled and saw his mother rip past, fire blazing from her phoenix as she rained a dozen more arrows down on the Empire's soldiers in rapid succession. They ducked and raised shields, but before Sev could see more, strong hands gripped his arms and hoisted him up into the air. He was sitting in front of his father, mounted on his phoenix as they wheeled around, away from the fighting. It was Sev's first and only flight on Phoenix back, and he'd been crying the whole time, too teeming with fear to marvel at the dizzying height and powerful speed. Before he knew it, his father was placing him on the path to their house. "It's going to be all right, son," he said, leaping back onto his phoenix and turning around to face Sev. His voice was calm and soothing, like it always was, no matter that they were under attack and his wife was fending off soldiers on her own. "Now, I want you to run as fast as you can to the safe house. You remember where it is, don't you? Left at the fork. Run now, Sevro, and don't look back." Sev did as he was told, his boots slipping and sliding on the muddy path. But when he reached the top of the hill, he disobeyed his father's last request and turned around. Both of his parents were in full flame, swooping and diving, leaving bodies and swaths of fire in their wake. Despite his fear, Sev's heart swelled to see them make short work of the Empire's soldiers, who had begun to scatter and retreat back over the hills and into the swollen ranks of their reinforcements. There was double, triple the original number, the soldiers cresting the hilltop in waves. The 1st Regiment must have been the vanguard, and now a larger force was on the horizon. Behind Sev, villagers and farmhands were scrambling to load themselves into wagons with whatever animals and supplies they could manage to gather. If his parents didn't stop the coming soldiers, they would cross the river and wreak havoc on all the people Sev had grown up with, friends and neighbors, cousins and relatives. Turning his attention back to the fighting, Sev saw his mother and father flying high above, circling, signaling to each other. The bridge was on fire now, but the coming soldiers had wagons loaded with war machines, ladders, and catapults. The river wouldn't stop them. Nothing would. Somehow, deep down inside, Sev knew what his parents intended to do. Maybe that was why he stayed there, watching. Maybe he knew it would be the last time he ever saw them. Slowly, his parents' phoenixes burned hotter, brighter, blistering like the sun hanging low in the sky. Soon he couldn't even see his parents or the phoenixes they rode through the air. All he could see was fire and light. With a crackle and a cry that would sear itself into Sev's memory forever, his parents dropped, hurtling toward the enemy soldiers like blazing arrows. They landed in a fiery explosion, the heat waves rippling across the ground and knocking Sev, hundreds of yards away, off his feet. When he got up again, there was nothing but fire, soldiers running, screaming, while all around him, the crops began to burn. Sev ran, just like his father had told him. He knew the fire would spread, would swallow their farmhouse, the stables, and the blackberry bushes. Everything Sev had ever known. He followed the road, trying to catch up with the villagers, but it wasn't until nightfall, when he still hadn't reached the safe house or seen the back of their wagons, that he realized he'd gone the wrong way at the fork. He wound up at a small village farther down the river, one that was already in the Empire's possession. He was deemed a war orphan, loaded into a wagon with a handful of others, and carted off to Aranova. He'd learned quickly that being an animage in the Empire was a very bad thing, and so he'd hidden his true identity. He'd learned other things too, how to go unnoticed, whether it was from the larger boys at the orphanage looking for sport or from the soldiers on the street looking to meet their quota, how to beg, borrow, and steal. He'd also learned how to look the other way when the old Sev would have stood up and fought. He learned how to be a coward. In some ways, he'd been running ever since that last day on the farm, following his parents' instructions to the last. Run and hide, stay safe. Eventually, it was hunger that got him captured, not his magic. He'd been caught stealing from a baker's cart, and as he ran from the proprietor's outstretched hand, he collided with a loaded merchant's wagon. The cart horses startled, and the entire wagon tipped over onto an Empire soldier. Looking back, Sev often wondered if he could have stopped it if he'd used his magic to calm the horses. But he hadn't, and someone had lost their life because of it. Sev had been charged for the soldier's murder and hauled to the Aranova prison that night. The next morning, he was given a choice: be forgiven his crimes and serve for life in the military, or work himself to death as a laborer. Sev had heard horror stories about the criminal labor camps, but joining the ranks of the people who'd killed his parents? He had thought it was the hardest decision of his life, choosing to join his enemies in order to survive. Now he wasn't so sure. Maybe Cade was right. Maybe he'd made a much worse choice long before in rejecting a part of himself. Sev shook his head. It was too late to go back. All he could do now was move forward. He'd had enough of the guilt and the taunts and Trix's mad plans. Let her tell them what he was. He'd be long gone before any of it mattered. Trix expected him to run at night. It was the logical thing to do. But Sev didn't much feel like being logical. The decision banked the fire burning inside him, and Sev's mind cleared. In the cover of the trees, he watched as the campsite came to life, as the llamas were fed and watered and reloaded with their burdens. Tents were packed up, meals eaten, and soon their party began to move out. More than once, Cade glanced over his shoulder in the general direction of the trees where Sev had disappeared. He whispered questions to Tilla and Coram, asking after him, Sev guessed, but they only shrugged and shook their heads. Sev smiled grimly. He might be a terrible soldier and a worse animage, but he knew how to hide. When the pack animals drew into a line, Cade at the lead, Sev slipped back out of the trees. The animals always brought up the rear of their convoy, allowing the soldiers to clear a path ahead. There would be plenty of guards walking alongside the animals, keeping watch over their valuable burdens, but right now none were in place. Even the rear guards were not yet in position. The time before the procession moved out was always chaotic, with stragglers and confusion and shouting voices. It was perfect. Before Sev could overthink or hesitate, he snuck to the back of the line and took the lead reins of the nearest llama, carefully guiding the animal aside. He was loaded with several sacks of grain, plus a few personal packs. As the rest of the line moved forward, soldiers catching up as they snaked through the trees, Sev remained still, pretending to fiddle with a harness, allowing them to move past. The grass was thick here, the bushes and brambles growing tightly together with swaying fronds swishing back and forth as the convoy progressed. Along with heavy crates and barrels stacked high, obscuring the view, it was easy to get lost in the shuffle of bodies and the noise of their departure.
When no one was looking his way, Sev slipped back into the trees with the llama in tow, disappearing in a flap of ferns and bowing branches. His heart hammered in his ears, the thump of adrenaline so loud he didn't hear the footsteps of the person who followed him.
An arrow through the heart, and my world went up in flames.
Chapter 16. Veronyka. The first few days at Ajarek's Eyrie were a blur, though most of what Veronyka did remember revolved around food. Never in her life had she been able to eat as much as she wanted, and even go back for seconds, for every meal of the day, and that wasn't including the extra sweet cakes and fresh rolls Mora slipped her every time she passed the kitchens. The cook didn't like to see people who looked underfed, particularly not young Pyrian children. It was somewhat of a shock for Veronyka to realize that she'd never been properly full in her whole life. With it came a pang of sadness for the girl she used to be, hungry and scared and alone. Guilt threatened to surface when she remembered that Val was likely still living that way, but she refused to let it take hold. They could have had this life together if Val had ever listened to Veronyka or let her weigh in on their decisions. Veronyka had earned this comfort, and she was determined to enjoy it. Her work as a stable hand kept her busy, running errands and tending animals from dawn until dusk, and she was so tired that she usually fell into bed at the end of each day, though she'd had to adjust to doing so in a room with over 20 other people. That also meant shoring up her mental defenses, lest she be plagued with dreams about families, hobbies, and romances that were not her own. Her duties took her all over the stronghold and village, and she wasn't just in charge of mucking out the stables as she had expected. She was responsible for the welfare of every animal they had. That meant the horses and hunting dogs, the llamas that provided wool and served as beasts of burden, and the pigeons that carried messages across the mountain. They took care of goats, rabbits, chickens, and even the cats that kept the stronghold free of mice and rats. It had been strange, at first, to see so many people on a daily basis. Stranger still that they were constantly smiling and nodding at her. Most of the servants, guards, and other occupants of the stronghold and village came from either Monacent or Petratech, the closest settlements on Pyrmont. There was the odd person from farther down the mountain, like Veronyka, but recruiting that close to the border was dangerous. By banding together, the people of Monacent and Petratech, who were usually rather isolated and closed off, had access to work and resources, and the Eyrie got the helpers, fighters, and craftspeople they needed without risking exposure. The result was a familiar, friendly atmosphere, and Veronyka was surprised how at home she felt. She was used to keeping her head down to avoid notice and sticking close to Val's shadow, but here she could watch and wonder and ask questions all day long. Veronyka learned more in her first week than she'd learned in years, and very little of it was about animals or magic. She'd caught serious trouble for cutting through old Anna's vegetable garden on her very first day, but by her fourth, old Anna was enlisting her help in pulling up potatoes and mending the wooden trellis that held snaking vines of cucumber and sugar snap peas. It had taken Veronyka days of lurking outside his forge to work up the courage to ask the Faranese metalsmith about his craft. But she now knew the exact color heated iron should be when it was ready to be worked, as well as the difference between forging, welding, and finishing. Best of all, Veronyka spent most of her days outside, not skulking in a cabin. And every time a mounted phoenix soared through the sky on a training exercise or patrol shift, her heart leapt into the air, only to flop back down again. Zephyra should be here with her. They should be soaring through the sky together. Even the thought of joining the rider someday sent a similar mix of joy and regret flickering through her, as if seeking a new bondmate were a betrayal of Zephyra's memory. She often spotted Tristan among the apprentices, his squared shoulders and stiff jaw visible even at a distance, and Veronika couldn't help the stab of resentment the sight of him produced. He'd been so willing to see the worst in her, done everything he could to prove her story false and bar her acceptance here. What if he was telling the other riders that she was no good and turning them against her? She'd need one of them as a sponsor when the next recruitment came, and all she wanted was a fair chance to prove herself worthy. The problem was, she wasn't the only one. There were 5 stable hands aside from herself, and all of them were animages. She had no doubt that they were awaiting their chance for recruitment, the same as her, and it made for a somewhat tense, competitive environment. "Can I help with that?" she asked Peter one morning, several weeks into her time at the Eyrie. They were saddling the new crop of horses the commander had recently purchased and readying them to meet their new riders, the apprentices. Peter, a local boy from Petratech, was struggling to bridle Wind, the most challenging of the horses and Veronika's personal favorite, who was lifting his head high like the proud, stubborn creature he was, keeping his mouth firmly out of reach. Peter ignored Veronika's offer and instead flipped the nearest barrel upside down and stood atop it to get a better reach. Veronika bit her tongue, anticipating the trouble right before it happened. Wind obediently lowered his head, only to toss it directly into Peter's chest, butting him from his perch. The boy went careening to the ground with a shout, and everyone in the stables looked in their direction. Veronika rushed to help him from the hay-strewn ground while giving Wind a stern, chastising glare over her shoulder. Jana came hurrying up, and all it took was one look at the horse in question to give her a sense of what had happened. "Leave Wind to Nick, Peter, and help Lauren with one of the easier mounts." Neglecting Veronika's outstretched hand, Peter got to his feet and stormed off. Veronika sighed, bending down to scoop up the bridle. It was always like this. She had established her talent early on, and Jana, who came from a long line of Stellan horse breeders, was quick to use her whenever a challenging situation demanded it. Veronika was only trying to help, but she could understand how her enthusiasm and her skill might be seen negatively by her peers, who were now constantly overlooked in favor of her. They were trying to prove themselves too, and so Veronika did her best to ignore when the other stable hands whispered alone together or took their meals without her in the dining hall. She was sure she'd earn their respect, if not their affection, in time. Or at least, she hoped. "I guess we're both everyone's least favorite, Wind?" she murmured, rubbing her hand along his smooth flank. Digging in her pocket, she held out a carrot she'd begged from old Anna before she'd arrived for duty that morning. Wind perked up, but she held it out of reach. "Only if you're good," she chided, showing him the bridle. He huffed through his nostrils, then resentfully bowed his head. Veronika grinned. She and the rest of the stable hands guided the horses in a single line, 10 of them total, through the village and out to the pastures beyond the wall, near the steps down to the way station. The horses had been purchased from a breeder in the foothills who specialized in crossing the elegant Stellan bloodlines of the valley with sturdier mountain horses. A series of barrels, stones, and other objects had been set up in the open space before the village, and standing off to the side were Tristan and the rest of the apprentices. The moment his gaze landed on Veronika, he scowled, but his expression shifted at the sight of the horses behind her. The muscles in his jaw clenched, while he and the rest of the apprentices shifted and craned their necks, trying to get a better look. A mixed wave of emotions rose up from their group, their excitement, fear, and dread hitting Veronika like waves lapping at a pier. She had been keeping her mind guarded ever since her run-in with Mora, but still, spikes of heightened feeling managed to push through her defenses. There was a makeshift paddock set up, where Veronika and the other stable hands led the horses and left them to wait. A pack of hunting hounds was already inside, weaving through the horses' legs as they ambled through the tall grass, and a cage of messenger pigeons had been placed on a barrel. Glancing around, Veronika saw Jana hide a crate of rabbits into the cover of the nearby bushes. What was going on? A few moments later, the commander appeared at the village gates, leading his dappled horse, Cotton, toward the apprentices. A hush fell over the group when he arrived, and in the ensuing silence, the commander explained the rather bizarre exercise that had been set up. If riders needed to fly out on an overnight journey or travel a long distance, they would often have an accompanying land party with pack animals and extra supplies. The phoenixes needed to rest, and so did the riders, so such provisions were necessary. They also occasionally scouted from horseback, allowing them to travel to more heavily populated areas, with their phoenixes reporting from the safety of the sky. As animages, they needed to be masters of more than just their bonded animals. They needed to be masters of every beast in their service, including messenger birds and even the dogs that served them in the hunt. Horse mastery, the commander continued, has been an integral part of rider training for centuries. As warriors of the highest sort, riders were trained in warfare both on land and in the sky. While most of you are competent on horseback, none of you have practiced control of all your animals simultaneously. Veronika's ears perked up. Finally, she was going to see some real magic at work. Thus far, from what she'd glimpsed, the commander's training program seemed to focus on honing their skills as warriors over their abilities as animages. The sight had left her disheartened, as she had no weapons or combat experience. If ever she was to join their ranks, she'd be at a major disadvantage. Veronika's single best skill was her use of magic, and she was eager to see how she would measure up. The horse of a phoenix rider must be comfortable in the presence of not only his rider, but whatever other beasts his master requires, including, of course, his phoenix. This is not an easy task, and will take weeks of training and discipline, starting now. A gust of warm wind rippled through Veronika's hair, and a phoenix landed on the ground in front of them. It was the commander's mount, Maximian. He must have been circling high above them all this time, or perched on one of the jagged spears of rock just out of sight. Though Veronika had already seen him close up, the first time had been in the crowded clearing on the mountainside. Now, in the wide open, she was free to appreciate his magnificence. This wasn't a juvenile like Zephyra had been, still small enough for Veronika to hold in her arms. This was a full-grown phoenix, just as majestic on foot in the morning sunlight as soaring through the night sky on wings of fire. His plumage held more variations of red than Veronika had ever seen in her life, each feather shimmering and jewel-bright, with fiery orange and brilliant yellow tipping his crest and long tail feathers. The phoenix's rib cage was about the size of those belonging to the horses behind them, who whinnied and neighed at the sight of the gargantuan firebird, while his wingspan was more than twice their length. His body shape was similar to an eagle's, with thick, wide-set legs and a short, strong neck. His eyes glimmered like black gems, and his hooked beak shone like gold. One of the stable hands told her that after the war, Cassian had gone willingly into custody, claiming his bondmate had died in the fighting, so Maximian could hide safely somewhere in the mountains. Some bonded pairs could remain in magical contact over thousands of miles, depending on the strength of their connection. When there was a permanent link, things like eye contact and physical distance, which were helpful when trying to use animal or shadow magic, were far less important. Still, it was a difficult thing to accomplish. Veronika hadn't known it while they lived together. Val accidentally let the truth slip later, but her Mayora's phoenix had been alive their entire time in Ora Nova. In order to protect Val and Veronika, and to keep their identities as animages and hers as a writer and once servant to Avalkira Ashfire a secret, her grandmother stayed in the capital city, while her phoenix remained in Pyrrha. Her Mayora's capture had lured her phoenix back to her side, and she was killed as she tried to defend her bondmate. Veronika had cried often for her Mayora in the weeks that followed her death, but she'd cried for her phoenix too. She wondered how many others might be living the same way, separate from their bondmates to avoid persecution or unable to reconnect because of bondage or the travel restrictions. Some people might have chosen to remain with their families over their phoenix, unable to get out of the empire or unwilling to leave livelihoods behind. It was a dark thought, at odds with the blue sky day and the sight of the phoenix before her.
You will watch Maximian and me complete the course, and then you will do the same. I do not expect perfection on your first attempt, but you should be expecting it of yourselves.
Encouraging, Veronika thought, as another wave of emotion splashed against her from the apprentices. Never had she been surrounded by so many animages all in one place, their emotions high and their magic strong, battering against her like a windstorm. She wished, not for the first time, that Val had taught her more about shadow magic. The commander expertly navigated the obstacles, which seemed relatively simple, if he were just on horseback. That, however, was not the purpose of the exercise. Before he began, he ordered the paddock gate opened and the pigeon cage unlocked, calling a hound to his heels and a messenger pigeon to his shoulder. Doing the course with a phoenix soaring above while keeping a skittish bird on his shoulder and an eager dog trotting alongside him was another thing entirely. As he worked, the commander spoke calmly but loudly, indicating various details of what he was doing and why it was important.
You must guide the horse without the reins, so that your weapons will be within easy reach at all times,
he announced, drawing his bow to hit a target halfway down the first leg of the course.
Veronika darted a glance at Peter. Apparently the bridle wasn't necessary after all.
Next, the commander leapt several barrels while keeping his bird calm and relaxed on his shoulder, and his dog from running off in pursuit of the caged rabbits, their scent a tantalizing distraction on the wind. His phoenix continued to circle overhead, acting as a scout and guide and keeping him informed of any approaching riders or threats.
However, the commander said, on his way back toward the group after completing the roughly oval-shaped course, there may come a time when horse and phoenix must work together, and as we all know, with phoenixes come fire.
A piercing stab of fear broke through Veronika's mental barriers, so sudden and powerful that she turned, seeking the source. Tristan stood directly behind her, jaw set and sweat dotting his brow. Did the emotion come from him, or from one of the other apprentices clustered nearby? Maximian dropped into a sudden dive, emitting an ear-splitting shriek as his entire body burst into flame. The sight was so awe-inspiring that Veronika almost forgot her duty, and she sent delayed thoughts of calm and safety to the nervous horses shifting and stamping in the paddock behind her. The commander's horse stood his ground, nostrils flaring, but otherwise showed no sign of fear or panic. The phoenix landed mere feet in front of them, burning feathers turning the air around him into rippling heat waves. Then, to Veronika's surprise, the phoenix bowed his great head toward the horse and his rider. The commander dismounted and calmly greeted his phoenix with a pat to his flaming neck. Zephyra had been too young to ignite, so even though Veronika knew that protection from your phoenix's fire was a part of the bond magic, she was still amazed that the heat had no effect on him. With a final flap of his wings, Maximian put his flames out, and the commander faced the apprentices.
For today, we will forego the finale and focus on getting through the course without incident. Now choose your mounts.
Veronika and the rest of the stable hands stood aside as the apprentices stepped through the gate of the paddock. While the messenger birds and hounds were shared by all, the horses would belong to one rider alone, so they had to be careful to choose an animal that suited them. At once, the air around Veronyka filled with the presence of each apprentice's animal magic, their mental conversations with the horses like whispered words just out of earshot. Though Veronyka frequently crossed paths with the apprentices, usually inside the stables or at mealtimes, she didn't know any of them very well yet. Still, she had put some names to faces. There was Tristan, of course, and Elliot, the steward's assistant. She always saw him walking around the stronghold, either tight on Barrack's heels or running his errands at all hours of the day. There was Anders, tall and lanky, with prominent ears and a near-constant smile on his face, and Ronan, one of the Pyrian apprentices. Staring at his bristly, close-cropped black hair, Veronyka wondered if he'd cut off his braids to join them, as she had done, or if he'd never worn any at all. While Jana moved around, offering her expertise and advice on a horse's skills or temperament, Veronyka and the rest of the stable hands waited off to the side in case any of the apprentices had questions or the horses misbehaved. Every time an apprentice stepped toward Wind, he would stomp his hooves and toss his head, snorting irritably until the apprentice moved on. Veronyka worried that no one would choose him and that the horse might be sent back to the breeder. While Wind's disposition seemed to push the other apprentices away, it actually drew Tristan toward him. He watched curiously as the horse deterred several of his fellows in a row, his brow furrowed in consideration before stepping up himself. While the apprentices varied in age and skill, Tristan was clearly top among them. Every morning, Veronyka saw them running together on her way to breakfast, Tristan in the lead. They practiced their weapon and fighting skills in the training yard, and Tristan defeated every opponent, whether it was a fellow apprentice rider, a master rider, or even a stronghold guard. He was an expert at archery, spear and knife fighting, and hand-to-hand combat, and Veronyka was curious to see if his competency extended to his magic. He waited patiently as Wind had his little tantrum, all the while emanating a calm but firm presence. The horse eventually relaxed, and Tristan moved close enough to let the animal sniff his hands and face. When it was clear Wind wouldn't bite, he patted the horse on his long, spotted nose. Then out of his pocket came a carrot, and Veronyka couldn't help but grin as Wind snuffled along Tristan's arm before snatching it up. Clearly, Wind had found his rider, and Tristan his mount. Intrigued by their quick connection, Veronyka reached out to Wind, wanting to get his measure of the apprentice. Had his affection been bought with a carrot, or did stubborn, surly Wind perhaps recognize a kindred spirit in stubborn, surly Tristan? In order to communicate with an animage had to open a doorway or channel in their mental walls, a passage for their magic to pass through. These were temporary and disappeared almost instantly after the animage released it, except with a bondmate, of course. That passageway was permanent, strong, and stable, until it was severed entirely. Taking a deep breath, Veronyka found Wind's consciousness, a familiar mix of sweet and stubborn. The more she interacted with an animal, the more easily the channel opened, and connecting with Wind was almost effortless. The problem with reaching out is that it leaves the animage vulnerable. If they aren't completely focused, the chatter of other animals can slip in by mistake, weakening the connection to the first and making it difficult to maintain control. And if the animage has shadow magic as well, then it's not just animal minds the person has to worry about. Before Veronyka knew what was happening, Tristan's thoughts began to infiltrate her mental barriers. She was experiencing them through Wind, or at least that's how she perceived it. She was only hearing his interactions with the animal, not the full scope of his mind. These weren't projected feelings, like the odd snatches of words and fragmented feelings that the other apprentices unconsciously released into the air. Veronika had somehow become intertwined in the passageway that Tristan had established between him and Wind. She knew she should pull back. She hadn't meant to eavesdrop like this, and yet she didn't. It was oddly thrilling to actively use the magic she'd spent her whole life fighting against, even though she didn't really know what she was doing. But after a moment of confusion, a haze of muddled feelings and extraneous thoughts, she found the thread of his interactions with Wind. He was sending out waves of compliments and praise, of encouragement and promises to be kind. She even discerned the words Zai. Tristan spoke to the horse the same way that she would to one of her own animal friends, not forcefully or imperiously, but with kindness and respect. She was surprised, given his explosive temper and haughty attitude toward her. Just as Veronika's impression of him rose, the commander came up behind him, and the nature of his unspoken words changed. They turned hard, firm, and authoritative. Wind bucked back abruptly, and Veronika found herself ejected from his thoughts and disconnected from Tristan as well. She frowned. 1 minute he was being kind, the next dominating. After the commander moved on, Tristan's stiff posture relaxed, and Veronika assumed that firm control must be what they taught them here, even though she had never found it effective. Gaining an animal's permanent respect versus its immediate obedience had always seemed the smarter way to go. Val had never agreed, and neither, it seemed, did the commander. Tristan notified Janna of his selection, then joined the rest of the apprentices who had chosen their horses and were now adjusting weapons and strapping on their gear. The boy named Anders was to go first, and as he mounted up and called a hound and a pigeon, the rest of the apprentices gathered in a group to observe his run, their own horses waiting safely inside the paddock until their name was called. Veronika watched, breath caught in her throat, as Anders prepared to start the course. He silently called his phoenix, who appeared from the depths of the eyrie where the rest of the bondmates awaited their summons. The boy's phoenix was half the size of the commander's, and so too was his performance. His horse kicked and reared, his hound bayed and leapt for the rabbits more than once, and his messenger pigeon took flight near the beginning and never returned. His phoenix behaved correctly, as far as Veronika could tell, and when the commander demanded to know where the second patrol was, Anders's answer, relayed from the phoenix, seemed to please him. At the end, his bondmate came to land gracefully in front of him, and while the horse started, it refrained from unseating its rider. The others clapped as he dismounted, shouting words of encouragement as Anders's narrow shoulders sagged in relief. 8 more went through their paces with similar levels of success. The multitasking was clearly very difficult, and while each shone in their own way, some at archery or jumping, others with the hound, the pigeon, or both, none were able to master it all. Veronika itched to try it herself. Tristan was last. The other apprentices, done tending their horses, stood to watch. It was clear by the focused attention of the other boys and the commander that great things were expected of him. Even the stable hands watched eagerly. Tristan easily outshone the others. Wind fought against his control, Veronika could sense it, but ultimately the horse obeyed, completing the circuit without rearing or kicking out. The hound and pigeon also behaved correctly, making Tristan's run almost flawless. Almost. Nearing his triumphant finish, Tristan called down his phoenix, the largest of the apprentice mounts, who flapped his wings and burst into dazzling flame. Everyone stiffened in surprise, except the commander, who watched without reaction or emotion. Tristan's face was focused and intense, and Veronika couldn't tell if he'd intended for the phoenix to ignite or if his bondmate had acted against his will. The phoenix landed in a wave of heat and sparks, the horses in the paddock whinnying and snorting, while the rest of the phoenixes, who preened on the rocks at the edge of the grassy plain, squawked and ruffled their feathers. Veronika ignored all this, her eyes fixed on Wind. They had a special friendship, a connection, and even at a distance she could feel the horse's terror. His eyes rolled and his nostrils flared as he reared up in fear. The phoenix puffed out his flaming feathers, standing his ground, while Tristan tried desperately to get his horse under control. Wind was having none of it, kicking and spinning around, causing the pigeon to take flight and the dog to dart away, tail between his legs. Veronika didn't think. She reacted. She stepped out from the group, putting herself between the phoenix, who pulsed heat so suffocating that she staggered, and the horse, who continued to try to buck his rider. Tristan was halfway off his saddle now, in danger of a bad fall and possibly a trampling. Despite the fear and panic assaulting her from all sides, Veronika cleared her mind of everything and everyone except for Wind. She found the disappearing remnants of their earlier link and reopened it. Her eyes bored into his, strengthening their connection and drawing his focus away from the phoenix. She put all her magic into a series of calm, soothing emotions. "Look at me," she said gently in his mind. "Keep your eyes on me." He tossed his head and reared onto his hind legs, but she never wavered. "On me," she repeated, the words ringing in her mind. A second later, the horse dropped to all fours as if Veronika were a puppet master controlling his strings. He released one last snort of agitation, then remained still. Tristan dropped from the saddle, panting as he gathered himself. He nodded at his phoenix, and the flames went out. Everyone stared, including the commander, but it was Tristan who spoke first. "What do you think you're doing?" he spat at Veronika, his voice shaking. "How dare you interfere with an apprentice exercise?" Veronika was stunned. She hadn't thought beyond calming Wind and keeping him and Tristan safe. But if she had, she might have hoped for some recognition or praise, not a scolding. The commander stepped forward. "It's clear that all of you need more practice with this exercise. Some," he said, staring at Tristan, "more than others. This course will replace your morning map lessons and teach you the importance of focus and control. You, Tristan," he added as the apprentices moved to pack up, "will come in the evenings as well, every night. Nick here can help. It was lucky you found him. Perhaps he can teach you a few things." Tristan glowered at Veronika. She didn't understand. She was to teach an apprentice? "But, Commander," Tristan began incredulously. He spoke more quietly when he continued, not wanting to draw the continued attention of his fellow apprentices. "Father, he's just a stable boy. What could he possibly teach me?" "Father?" Immediately she saw it. He had the commander's light brown eyes and widow's peak hairline, as well as some of his natural confidence and physical presence. Veronika reconsidered every interaction she had seen between them, filtered through the lens of family. Suddenly, Tristan's bad mood made sense. The commander's lips twisted as if in amusement. "What could he teach you? Humility, for a start," he said, mounting his horse and trotting back up to the village. Tristan glared down at Veronika, cold hatred in his expression, before storming off after the commander. Veronika helped the rest of the stable hands bring in the animals, avoiding their stares. She knew Tristan didn't like her much after his discovery of her had backfired and made a fool out of him, not to mention the way they had argued at her interrogation. But after today...
Angering a random apprentice was one thing, but making an enemy of the commander's son was something else entirely.
But fire forges weapons, obsidian, steel, even phoenixes. All are tempered, fortified, and made stronger after passing through the flames. The same can be true of people.
Chapter 17. Sev. Sev should have gotten a knife. He'd yet to get a replacement for the dagger the girl had stolen and threatened him with weeks ago, and the empty sheath on his hip made him feel more and more foolish with every step he took, struggling through dense undergrowth and heavy, hanging branches. It had been a Veronese blade, pilfered from an officer's untended pack during a training exercise back in the capital. It had been plainly made, probably deliberately, in order to avoid theft, but Sev had recognized the stamp near the hilt that marked it for what it was: valuable. He'd hoped to sell it someday, but as he got caught in another snagging vine, Sev admitted that he'd happily take a butter knife at this point. He thought of the axes and short swords, the spears and scythes and numerous other weapons that were within his grasp mere moments ago and were now beyond his reach. Perspiration beaded his forehead, and he kept swiping at the phantom hair that had been hacked off when he'd been made a soldier. Without the thick strands to catch it, sweat trickled down his temples and dripped down the back of his neck. The cursed llama was no help either. As luck would have it, Sev had grabbed a biter, and every time his back was turned, trying to clear a path for them, he sensed the beast's snuffling nose and open jaws, ready to snap at any exposed flesh. Sev hadn't made it far when a distant crunching sound drew his attention. The biter's ears twitched and Sev froze, scanning the forest until his pursuer stepped through the trees. Cade. Shock rooted Sev to the ground, and he quickly turned away to hide his reaction. He gripped the animal's lead reins in case the creature tried to bolt, but it was clear that Cade's calming presence was already at work on him. By the time Cade stepped into Sev's peripheral vision, the llama was butting its head against his outstretched hand. Traitorous beast. "They do a head count," Cade said offhandedly, as if their meeting were happenstance and the information were of no real importance, as if he hadn't just caught Sev trying to run away. "I know that," Sev said, heat rising up his already hot face. "But I'm on pack animal duty, so that means I'm the one who's supposed to do the count. Alec is too lazy and Greer is too drunk," he said, mentioning the other soldiers assigned with him that day. "That's pack animal duty, by the way, not pack animal bondservant duty. I don't report on you." Cade forced a slow breath out through his nose. "And when they don't get a count on the pack animals, you think they will just forget it?" His voice was calm, reasonable, nothing like the angry, scowling boy from barely an hour before. For some reason, this soothing tone made Sev angrier. He was treating Sev like one of the llamas, like a simple-minded, temperamental pet. He faced Cade at last, dropping the reins and clenching his hands into fists. "They'll march on long enough for me to get a head start. I don't care about the rest." "They'll hunt you down." Again, his voice was almost indifferent, but his eyes betrayed some hidden feeling, something that invested him in this conversation, despite what he was trying to project. Sev frowned, trying to puzzle it out, before realizing the gravity of what was happening for the first time. Sev had run away, but by following him here, Cade had done the same. "That's my problem, not yours. If you leave now, they'll think you were just lagging behind." "I can't." "What? Why not?" Sev demanded. A flicker of hope stirred in his chest. Cade placed a gentle hand on the llama's long neck. "Do you know what happens when a bondservant loses track of his charge?" Sev swallowed, the warm glimmer inside quickly snuffed out. He hadn't thought this through. "And why should you?" asked a harsher, more instinctual part of himself. Cade disliked Sev. He had made that very clear, so Sev should dislike him back. Cade was nothing to him. Nothing. It was selfish, Sev knew, but he had to be selfish in order to survive. Look what had happened to his parents. They'd been selfless, and it had gotten them killed. They'd left him all alone to fend for himself in a world that hated him for what he was, so he'd had to become something else. There were no more heroes soaring through the sky protecting their people. There was the Empire and those that got caught under its boot. Sure, the riders had supposedly regrouped, but they'd soon be killed as well. Trix and Cade were stupid for believing otherwise. And yet, somewhere in the back of his mind, Sev wanted to believe too. He wanted to believe in something, and whatever his mixed feelings about Cade and his cause, Sev couldn't let him take the fall for this. Cade had been watching him, staring intently at his face. They were the same height, their faces on a level, but Sev was much narrower, thinner, like the sinewy string to Cade's carved bow, the supple branch to Cade's sturdy tree. A dull pain shot up from Sev's hands, and he looked down, unclenching his fists. His joints ached with the release of tension, and his knuckles had gone white with the lack of blood flow. Cade's hands still rested on the llama, and they were shaking. He was afraid. Did he fear being alone out here with Sev? Or did he fear being caught alone with Sev? Something dark and desperate unfurled in Sev's stomach. He was afraid too, but not for the same reasons. "Come on," he said, turning around. "We're going back." As the end of the convoy came into view, Sev realized it was no longer moving. He looked at Cade, who had also noticed the halted progress. "Just let me," Sev said. He shoved the llama's reins into Cade's hands, then lengthened his strides. As the three of them rejoined the party, Captain Belden, who had long since returned from his meeting with the informant, was standing at the back of the line. Sev's insides turned to liquid. This was not good. Officer Yara, who was next to Captain Belden, noted Sev's approach and marched over. "How dare you remove an animal from the convoy, mage-slave?" she barked, speaking directly to Cade and ignoring Sev entirely. A hot spasm of anger lanced through Sev's stomach, and a protective urge reared up inside him. He hated the way the soldiers treated the bondservants, and he hated the reminder that this was the very reason Cade disliked him in the first place. But they were in a dangerous position right now, and Sev had to be careful. "It was me, Officer Yara," Sev said loudly, stepping forward. "I took both the llama and the bond-servant with me," he explained, putting extra emphasis on the proper term for Cade's position. Though Sev didn't dare glance in his direction, he thought he sensed Cade's reaction to his words. Soldiers never stood up for bondservants. Officer Yara, too, seemed surprised by them, raising her eyebrows and causing her burn scars to stretch and turn white against her brown skin. "And who gave you permission to abandon your post, soldier?" She jerked her chin at Cade and the llama. "They are the property of Roland, governor of Pharaoh, and by proxy, Captain Belden. They are not yours to do with what you wish." Property. Sev took a deep breath, composing himself. Lowering his voice to the slow, dim register the others were used to, he answered. "The llama was limping, Officer Yara. The bondservant reckoned he had a muscle cramp and needed a quick rub-down, so we stepped aside to treat the animal. We didn't want to delay the convoy." "Is this the lame beast?" Captain Belden asked, cutting in before Officer Yara could respond. He'd been standing just behind them, consulting a map that his attendant held out for him. Waving the map impatiently aside, he stepped forward. The captain was a weasel of a man with a pale, pointed face and thinning, straw-like hair. He was battle-hardened, though, and had a reputation for cruelty, despite his taste for fine wine and embroidered silk. "Yes, Captain, he's walking fine now, sir, and—" "Stand aside," he commanded, and with a quiet snick and a flash of steel he drew his dagger. The elegant weapon put Sev's stolen dagger to shame, with its embossed leather grip and swirling knotted embellishments, not to mention the gleaming Veronese steel blade. He snatched the llama's leads from Cade, who resisted for a breath before releasing them. Without a moment's thought or hesitation, Captain Belden drew the knife across the animal's throat. Sev barely had time to register what was happening before the llama let out a strangled snort of pain, then collapsed, a shower of blood spattering across the ground as the warm flicker of his life was snuffed out. Next to him, Cade staggered, and Sev fought to hide his own visceral reaction. Only an animage would truly feel the animal's death the way Cade did, and Sev couldn't give himself away, not while the captain stood there, bloody blade in hand. There were plenty of misconceptions about animages in the Empire. Many thought they were half-animal, wild, and incapable of proper human emotion and intelligence. Others saw them as weak and overly sensitive, weeping at the death of every rat and cockroach, and wanting to make even the lowliest creatures their pets and playmates. Sev supposed that last part was true. On the farm, he'd had all manner of animal companions, but that didn't mean he was incapable of understanding that some animals had to be killed so that he could eat, that some beasts plowed fields and pulled carts, that they worked just the same as humans did. Regardless, one truth universally acknowledged was that animages could feel the emotions of the animals around them. They felt their pain and their panic, sometimes connecting with them more deeply than they did with humans. It made them vulnerable, and Captain Belden had just exploited that fact. As Cade and Sev stared down at the dead animal, Belden carefully cleaned his blade with a handkerchief his attendant gave him, the fine fabric stitched with his golden monogram. He did it slowly, almost reverently, and the care was in stark contrast to his rash, thoughtless treatment of the llama. "You will now report to Officer Lyle and assist our hunting unit," he said to Cade, who visibly forced himself to straighten and face the man. "If you are caught anywhere near the pack animals, you will face strict discipline. Do you understand me, mage slave?" Cade's nostrils flared and his jaw clenched as he nodded. "Yes, sir," he grit out. "We cannot afford to be delayed," Belden continued idly, examining the knife closely before removing one last speck of blood. "By anything." He stared fixedly at Cade when he spoke the last two words. Sev understood the threat plainly. This time it was the llama. Next time it will be you. Belden returned his weapon to its sheath and the blood-soaked rag to the attendant, then strode back to the front of the convoy. "I'll deal with you later, soldier," Officer Yara said, following the captain up the line. Sev looked at Cade, expecting to see anger or disappointment on his face. The hunting party was the worst duty available to an animage, who had to use their magic to lure in unsuspecting animals to be slaughtered. When Cade met his eye, however, he didn't look upset. He looked panicked, his gaze darting around the clearing, face leached of color. That's when realization dawned on Sev for the first time. Trix's mission. He had no idea what Cade's task was, or for that matter what his own was, but Cade had obviously been assigned to the pack animals for a reason, and Sev had just screwed everything up. Two soldiers dragged the llama carcass off to the side of the path, out of the way, while a handful of bondservants reclaimed the supplies that were strapped to its back. Objects, not life, were valuable here, and Sev was struck by the senselessness of it all. The creature had died in vain for his selfish decisions, and worse, he'd somehow managed to drag Cade and Trix into it. As the line started moving, Sev saw the old woman up ahead, staring at him. He looked away.
Long have the ash fires bled and burned for our right to rule.
Chapter 18. Tristan. Tristan skipped lunch. The rest of the apprentices were probably talking about what had just happened, and he didn't want to deprive them of the opportunity to gossip. The commander and his son, at odds again. Rather than turning right toward the dining hall, he turned left, around the side of the temple, and back to the apprentice barracks. Inside, he paced. Quiet as the mountain. Still as the mountain. Calm as the... A surge of frustration reared up, and Tristan whirled, throwing a punch clear through the wall. As quickly as his anger came, it leaked away. He sighed loudly, forcing the air from his lungs. He examined the hole in the wall, then his banged-up knuckles. Luckily, the wall was more of a screen made from wooden slats woven together, and not the heavy planks they used in the valley. If the wall had been board or stone, like the exterior walls of the barracks, He'd have broken his hand. He laughed darkly, imagining how he'd explain that kind of injury to the commander. His knuckles bled, the skin scraped clean off, and the wall had obvious damage. He'd have to get the servants to fix it and hope his father never found out. Tristan sank onto his hammock, swaying idly back and forth. The barracks was a long, narrow building, filled with fabric slings instead of wooden bed frames or pallets on the floor. The hammocks allowed them to fit as many sleepers as possible, sometimes stacked double with stools to help climb onto the higher beds, like in the servant barracks. Since they had only 10 apprentices, though, many of the slings were empty, and Tristan had chosen one low to the ground and near the back door, where there was a fleeting sense of privacy. Most thought the commander of the riders would show favoritism to his only son and heir, but Tristan had found the exact opposite to be true. He'd been itching to train with Horse and Phoenix for months, the last major hurdle to conquer as an apprentice before becoming a master rider. But his father had insisted on holding him back and waiting for the other apprentices, who were nowhere near as good as Tristan. Then that nagging feeling had surfaced in Tristan's mind, the fear that his father knew his weakness, that his reasons for holding his son back were a lie. It wouldn't be the first, or the last, lie his father told him, and Tristan loathed having to second-guess every conversation and interaction between them. Tristan guarded his secret closely, did his best to hide it, to recover when he made a mistake, like the exercise out on the bluffs, and come back twice as strong. But there was always that moment of paralyzing doubt, a flash of uncertainty or hesitation that he was certain his father would see, if he knew to look for it. And what if he did? What if he learned that his son was afraid of fire, the very thing that made the Phoenix Riders who and what they were? But no matter how it jangled his nerves and set his teeth on edge, Tristan wanted this life. He refused to lose his dream over something that was ultimately within his own control. After his father demonstrated the obstacle course today, Tristan had seen it as an opportunity, a chance to show that he was stronger than any flaws his father might think he had, that there was absolutely nothing that would hold him back. He thought he might even be able to convince his father to give him his own patrol, Tristan's ultimate goal. Instead, he'd made a fool of himself. Actually, the stable boy Nick had made a fool of him. As if it wasn't bad enough to hesitate, to mess up another important exercise, but to have a stable boy swoop in and save him? The very same person who had already made him look an idiot once before? Word had traveled after Tristan's disastrous first patrol, and the apprentices had been quick to see the humor in Tristan prematurely blowing his horn. Every time they saw Nick, they'd cast Tristan sidelong glances and smirks. And now, with this most recent blunder, his hopes of living it down were practically non-existent. Tristan had replayed the scene over and over in his head since he'd left the obstacle course, and he was convinced that if the boy hadn't stepped in, he could have gotten things under control. The fire made him panic. That was nothing new, but given another moment, Tristan would have told Rex to quench his flames, commanded the horse to stand down, and called back his dog and pigeon. He could have fixed it. But instead that runt of a boy ran into the middle of the scene, seconds away from being trampled and burned, and did the very thing Tristan hadn't yet managed to do. Regained control. Almost effortlessly, it had seemed. This boy was really starting to get on his nerves. Tristan dropped his head into his hands, his hair curling around his fingers. As if being embarrassed in front of his fellow apprentices wasn't enough, he'd seen that familiar look in his father's eye. This mistake would be his excuse for holding Tristan back for weeks, months probably. No matter how strongly Tristan performed from now on, his father would remind him of this failure. Not only would he suffer, but the riders would suffer too. The commander's opinions of him didn't change the fact that they needed more patrols. Finding Nick had only proven that. They needed to survey the areas of Pyrrha where Empire spies and raiders might lurk. The lower rim and the foothills and the wilds that weren't traveled by the locals. Now, because of Tristan's mistake, the commander would hold back on what they desperately needed, just to prove a point, just to humble him. "You win, father," Tristan muttered, getting to his feet. "I am humbled." Several hours later, however, Tristan's weak grasp at humility slipped away with every step he took toward the obstacle course. How could his father do this to him? He was the best apprentice they had, and still he wasn't good enough. Sure, he'd made some mistakes, but only because his father pushed him to that brink. By the time he reached Nick, standing anxiously next to Wind, Tristan's mood burned hotter than Rex in a fire dive. Calm as the mountain, he told himself, but the words held no meaning. He didn't speak to the boy, who looked up at him with hair and eyes as dark as charcoal. He had a smudge of dirt on his short nose, and his servant uniform was filthy and ill-fitting. Still, he had to be magically powerful to pull off the stunt he did during the obstacle course, to calm a horse as wild as Wind, and to approach Rex in full flame without fear or hesitation. He had the stuff of a rider, Tristan had to grudgingly admit, but all the raw talent in the world didn't make Nick an expert, and the commander assigning the boy to help Tristan, that cut more deeply than his fragile ego could bear. Scowling, he snatched the reins, mounted up, and called his other animals. Without a word, he began the course, leaving the boy behind. Halfway through, however, Nick caught up. I thought I was supposed to help you," he asked, wide-eyed and uncertain. Tristan paused before the target up ahead. "Do you ride?" he asked. "What, horses?" Nick said. Tristan's nostrils flared. "Yes, horses," he said, forcing his voice into politeness. He knew the boy didn't ride horses, or phoenixes, or llamas for that matter. "No," Nick said, and Tristan nodded. "And have you any skill with a bow?" Tristan indicated the weapon in his hands. "No," the boy said again, looking down. "No," Tristan repeated. "Have you used a messenger pigeon? Hunted with a hound? Have you done anything that I am doing in this obstacle course?" Nick shook his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. "I didn't think so," Tristan said, focusing again on the target several yards away. He knew he was being harsh, but he couldn't seem to stop. "This is what you wanted, isn't it, Father? To make me more like you?" "Why did he assign me to help you, then?" Nick asked, looking up at last. Tristan felt an unwilling stab of compassion for him. "That was just the commander toying with you. You'll get used to it. Or not. I thought I had, and now look at me." A rush of blood burned Tristan's cheeks. He hadn't meant to say so much, to reveal his true feelings. But to his surprise, when he glanced down at Nick, there was deep understanding in his expression, as if Tristan's words hadn't been the nonsense ramblings of the commander's privileged, misunderstood son, but something he could completely relate to. "What do you want me to do, then?" Nick asked after several silent moments. As he stared up at Tristan, his eyes landed on the knuckles of his right hand, raw and bloody from his punch to the wall. Tristan moved it out of sight and straightened in the saddle. "Just keep quiet and stay out of my way." "Will you do the finish?" Nick asked, gesturing toward their stack of supplies, which would certainly be in danger of catching fire if Rex ignited nearby. "No," said Tristan, more sharply than he intended. No, not tonight." Nick nodded, a slight frown on his face, and stepped aside. Tristan squeezed his eyes shut. He couldn't face Rex in full flame again, not so soon after his screw-up this afternoon. But he had to be more careful. Being on edge only made everything worse. With a slow breath out his nose, Tristan straightened his shoulders and continued. The course was exhausting, especially for the second time that day. Though he did his best not to show the strain, a habit he'd picked up after being constantly scrutinized by his father. Sweat dotted Tristan's brow, and his concentration was waning. Keeping a firm grip on 3 animals, as well as a connection to Rex as he soared overhead, was draining. He soon began cutting corners, telling Rex to circle but not encouraging him to give reports on the landscape or goings-on in the stronghold's grounds. Nick became increasingly agitated, following along silently but clearly dying to say something. He opened and closed his mouth, gripped his hands tightly together, and kept moving closer, only to jump back again. Tristan couldn't take it. "What?" he demanded at last, coming to a stop. He didn't care much for what the boy had to say, but he needed a break, and he figured that if he let Nick speak his mind, he'd stop fidgeting and Tristan could finish before the sun set. As it was, the glowing orange ball was cresting the mountains in the distance and would be out of sight in minutes. Nick hesitated. "It's just, you spit it out." His eyes narrowed. "Fine. You're doing it wrong," he snapped, before adding, "Sir." Sir. Given the fact that his father was the rightful governor of Pharaoh and Tristan was his heir, he should be addressed as my lord. But as another man currently laid claim to that position, Tristan supposed that sir was the best he could hope to get. Still, it was wrong. "I'm no sir. I'm an apprentice. Yes, apprentice. No, apprentice. Got it?" "Yes, apprentice," Nick answered, his voice flat. "Doing what wrong?" Tristan asked, looking down at himself. His technique, his form, everything was perfect. "The way you use your magic," Nick said, gesturing to the animals. "You push too hard. Take Storm," he said, indicating the dog at Wind's feet. "Instead of telling him what you expect and guiding him through it, you force your will on him moment to moment. You keep constant pressure on him, draining yourself unnecessarily, and the second you let up, you'll lose him." Tristan pulled a skeptical expression. He had never enjoyed lording over animals, but asking them nicely when they needed to obey was simply out of the question. Even his bond with Rex, which had developed into a trusting friendship, started out as rider and mount, master and servant. If there was a mental equivalent to an eye roll, Rex did so just then, his exasperation seeping through the bond. To the Phoenix, their connection made them a pair, equals. His magic strengthened Tristan's, and likewise, Tristan's human logic and understanding of the world increased Rex's intelligence. Phoenixes weren't like regular animals, and their centuries-long bond with humans was part of the reason why. With a shake of his head, Tristan pushed Rex's thoughts from his mind. The suggestion that he could interact with a dog in the same way he interacted with a phoenix, to whom he was magically bonded, made no sense at all. He looked up at the darkening sky. His time was running out. Nick's words about control nagged at him, but they obviously came from youth and inexperience. Tristan was doing what he was taught to do, and surely his father, a veteran of the Blood War, knew more about animal magic than an unbonded 16-year-old kid. While your observations are fascinating, this is how animages have been taught for generations. We need these animals to be obedient. We don't need them to be our friends, and I will not lose him, he said, nodding down at the dog. Tristan continued the course, leaving Nick behind, pushing extra hard for fear that his tiredness would prove the boy right. As he turned the corner and prepared for the final leg, Rex's boredom filtered through the bond, making it difficult for Tristan to concentrate. The pigeon on his shoulder itched to stretch her wings and dig for grubs, and Storm had caught wind of the rabbit cage again. The scent flooded the dog's nostrils, and anticipation coursed through his veins. Then, out of nowhere, a loud whack echoed through the silence. It came from across the course, where Nick stood just below the archery target, a tree branch in hand. He'd clearly just knocked it against the wooden frame, and the distraction stripped Tristan of his hold on the animals. With a grim smile, Nick cocked his arm back and flung the branch as far as he could. Before Tristan could scrabble to regain control, the dog was off after it, The pigeon took flight, and the horse beneath him tossed his head and reared, almost unseating him. The only animal who remained doing what he was supposed to was Rex, whose boredom had quite evaporated as he watched the scene below. Without so much as a glance in Tristan's direction, Nick strode to their supplies and readied for their departure. Tristan didn't bother trying to finish the course or calling his lost animals back to the starting point. He rode over to where Nick stood and leapt from his horse. "What in the dark realms was that?" Rex landed next to them, and his arrival was the first thing to make Nick turn Tristan's way since he threw the stick. He gazed longingly at the phoenix, eyes bright with reverence. "If you refuse to order your animals about, then tell me, how did you get the horse—" "Wind," Nick interjected, whirling around to face him. "Your horse's name is Wind. You don't call this beautiful creature," he gestured to Rex, "the bird, do you?" Rex cocked his head, waiting for Tristan's response. "What? No, his name is Rex." Nick nodded, staring at the phoenix. "Yes, that suits you, you regal-looking fellow." "Stop that," Tristan snapped as Rex drew himself up straighter and puffed out his chest. Tristan's self-righteous anger was deflating in the face of this boy's obvious affection for his bondmate. "Scat," he told Rex, who ruffled his feathers and took off. Tristan turned to Nick. "If all you do is charm and flatter the animals, then how did you get Wind to obey you so easily this morning? You're telling me you asked nicely and didn't force your will, your magic, on him? Only Rex has ever obeyed me like that." Nick sighed, as if Tristan had asked him this question 1,000 times and he was tired of answering it. He turned away before responding. "I just convinced him, is all." "You just convinced him?" Tristan repeated skeptically. "Don't lie to me," he said, thinking of his father's constant games and deceptions. "There's nothing worse than a liar." "I'm not lying," Nick answered hotly. "And the reason he obeyed instantly, and without hesitation, is that he was familiar with me already. If you befriend the animals, if you treat them as equals, they'll trust you. And once they trust you, they'll obey you. Without a command and without question. That's what I meant with Storm today. If he trusted you, he'd have stayed by your side." Tristan shook his head. It was absurd. "You're too soft-hearted for this line of work, like a little girl who wants to cuddle puppies." Nick's face contorted in outrage. "As opposed to you, too manly to admit when you're wrong, to admit that sometimes being kind is better than being cruel? Deny it all you want, but I know you're as soft-hearted as me, Zizai." With that, Nick stomped back up to the village, the rabbit cage tucked under his arm, while the pigeon, the dog, Wind, even Rex soaring through the air, followed like a row of ducklings behind. Tristan gaped after him, stunned that the boy had the nerve to speak to him that way. But as the shock wore off, his mind replayed the events of that morning, when he'd first met Wind. No matter what he said to Nick, it was his instinct to be kind and gentle to animals. His father had done his best to change this, but whenever Tristan was scared or nervous, it was his default. "Zizai," he murmured, shaking his head. It was what his mother had called him as a young boy. The Pyrrhian words ingrained in his memory, while her face faded a little more each day. "Sweet one. Dear one." Tristan hadn't realized that he'd said those words out loud before. Maybe that was why his father had punished him so severely. The commander's ancient Pyrrhian was a little bit rusty, but surely even he would remember that phrase. Tristan stood in the field for a long time, night descending around him, before finally walking back through the darkness alone.
Post-mortem examination. Deceased, King Eric Ashfire. Birth, Day 27, 12th moon, 129 AE. Death, Day 6, 5th moon, 165 AE. Age, 35. Witness account, Queen Lania of Stel. On the evening of Day 5, 5th moon, 165 AE, Queen Lania claims that King Eric wished to retire early after dinner, citing stomach pains and exhibiting fever symptoms. When Lania joined him in his chambers several hours later, it was to find him in bed, unresponsive, with a burning fever and vomit-covered sheets. The king was placed under High Priestess Deidre's care, and the court sat vigil at his bedside. The sickness took him before 8th bell on the afternoon of the following day. Witness account: Fenton, captain of the King's Guard. Captain Fenton claims King Eric retired on the evening of Day 5, 5th moon 165 AE, in good spirits, intending to have an early morning walk with his beloved hounds. He had no visible signs of illness or discomfort. Physical examination. Date, Day 7, 5th moon 165 AE. Conducted by Deidre, High Priestess of Hail, and Alithia, Acolyte of Hail. No evidence of forced entry or struggle. An empty cup was found on King Eric's bedside table, as he was well known to enjoy a glass of spiced honey wine before bed, which he would fix for himself. The cask of wine, honey, and spices were all checked for poison or spoilage, but no toxic materials or signs of tampering were discovered. Body exhibited symptoms of intense fever, dehydration, and stomach illness. Diagnosis: death of natural causes, possibly phoenix flu, sweating sickness, or other airborne virus. Update. Date, Day 10, 5th moon 165 AE. Conducted by Alithia, Acolyte of Hail. Empty cup examined, and trace amounts of suspicious dark residue discovered embedded into ridges of the embossed metal. The chalice was known to be the king's favorite, an ashfire heirloom once belonging to Ferronese king Damien himself. Further testing required to identify the nature of the substance. The only people with access to the king's bedchamber and his private collection of favored treasures were himself and his wife, Queen Lania.
Sometimes the title of queen is given, sometimes it must be taken. And sometimes the honor becomes so drenched in blood and betrayal that it is slippery to the touch. But we reach for it nonetheless. Poison on our fingers and vengeance in our hearts.
Chapter 19. Veronika. Veronika hid in the kitchens during dinner. She was still angry with Tristan, and he was definitely still angry with her, so she didn't want to see him any sooner than she had to. Mora put her to work the moment she sidled in, but Veronika didn't mind. She picked at a plate of honey-drizzled sweet cakes that the cook set out for her, while using a mold to cut pastries from a flattened length of dough. She plopped the rounds onto a nearby tray, while Mora rolled the remaining bits into fresh sheets for her to cut. As long as Veronika kept her mind occupied, she didn't fear the woman's shadow magic. As far as she could tell, Mora didn't use it unless absolutely necessary. Of course, Mora didn't need shadow magic to know that something was bothering her. When Tristan walked past the open archway that led into the kitchen on his way to the dining hall, Veronika couldn't help the scowl that crossed her face. "I think it's cut, lad," Mora said dryly. Veronika looked at the woman, confused, until she nodded down at the piece of pastry Veronika had been cutting, and which she had ripped in half with a savage jerk of the mold. "Oh, sorry," Veronika said, removing the cutter so Mora could gather the ruined dough and re-roll it. "What's your issue with the lordling?" she asked, nodding in the direction of the arch Tristan had just passed through. Her gaze was knowing as she sprinkled flour onto the stone table, pressing a roller over the ball of dough, her strong arms flattening it in several short strokes. "He's the one with the issue," Veronika said. She knew she was responsible for some of his animosity. She shouldn't have commented on his magic or pried into it at all, even if it was mostly by accident, and she probably shouldn't have stepped in that morning at the training exercise. But it was clear he held other resentment toward her, thanks to her arrival on his patrol route and the questioning that came after it, and Veronika refused to take the blame for that. Mora laughed. "Oh, he's not all bad. He's got more of his mother in him than his father.
Those of us who knew her see it. As soon as he sees it, things will go easier."
"What do you mean?" Veronika asked. "Who is his mother?" Mora absently rubbed the thigh of her amputated leg and reached for a mug of pungent herb tea she often drank to dull the pain.
Tristan's mother, Olanna, came from a very old Pyrrhian family. Most think only Cassian can claim a noble lineage, being an ex-governor, but the history of the Lesser Kingdoms is young compared to the bloodlines of ancient Pyrrha. Olanna was a flame song, and their family tree goes all the way back to the first riders.
Veronika's heart leapt. She loved hearing about the first riders. They were part of the Phoenix Rider creation story, legendary figures that were chosen by Azura in her fight against Nox. Val had shown Veronika a giant fresco in Ora Nova that had escaped the Council's purge of Phoenix-related artifacts, hidden between two old buildings in a narrow alley. The plaster was peeling and the colors were faded, but it was still the grandest thing Veronika had ever seen. It showed the battle between light and dark, Azura's flaming phoenixes pitted against Nox's darkness, depicted as ink-black birds trailing wisps of shadow. Strixes, Val had called them, and the word had caused a chill to crawl up Veronika's spine. They were more than just death and darkness personified. They were harbingers of the end of the world. The entire thing sounded more myth than history to Veronika, but until this day Phoenix Riders claimed descent from those mighty warriors. Val said the first Rider Queen was Ashfire, the start of an unbroken line that ruled for 1,000 years, starting in the Queendom of Pyrrha and then in the Golden Empire, up until the Blood War tore everything apart.
Cassian's family ruled Pharaoh as kings in the beginning, and then as governors, Mora continued. It was some great-great-great-uncle of his that married Alicia and ruled as king consort when the empire was founded, and then elevated his brother to the role of governor in his homeland. Tristan certainly got the look of his father, but right here,
Mora tapped a finger to her chest,
he's his mother. It's from her that he gets his compassion and his sense of right and wrong. His temper, on the other hand, is Cassian through and through.
Mora leaned in, lowering her voice.
They say there's Stellan blood in the commander's line, and that's where he gets his love for plots and politics, though I'm sure he'd deny it until his dying breath.
Veronika smirked. Stellans had a reputation as troublemakers and warmongers. At least that's what Val had told her. Stell was the largest and most powerful of the provinces, and before it was part of the empire, it was a commonwealth of more than a dozen kingdoms. The kingdoms spent centuries warring among themselves as much as with their neighbors, usually Pharaoh, with whom they shared a border, and had difficulty reaching satisfactory terms with Queen Alicia's growing empire. Stell was the last region to join and had apparently been heavily involved in the Blood War, backing Veronyka, who was Stellan on her mother's side, against Avalkira and providing military and financial support. "Did Olanna fight in the Blood War?" Veronika asked.
"Oh, yes. She served the feather-crowned queen same as her husband, and even when the final battle was lost, she continued to fight. While Cassian met with the council, asking for clemency and offering up information in order to keep his governor position, Olanna was helping hide riders and their families. It wasn't just Avalkira's soldiers being captured and killed. Anyone with animal magic was in danger. Olanna smuggled hundreds out of the valley and safely into Pyrrha. She smuggled me out, even though it looked like I might die from my wound. She was a good woman, Olanna."
Mora cleared her throat and got to work on the next lump of dough, her movements jerkier than before. "Wait," Veronika said, putting aside the cutter and facing Mora directly. The commander tried to cut a deal while his wife was out risking her life? He ratted to the Empire? She couldn't contain the sneer that curled her lip or the contempt that tainted her voice. "There's many who saw it that way, it's true," she said, putting aside the roller. "But it wasn't as simple as that. He and Olana disagreed on methods, but their goals were the same. He thought if he could just retain his position on the Council of Governors, he could save us. He could save her. The magical registry was only an idea then, but it was easy to see how such a law could take hold amid the rampant fear and hatred after the war, and we needed someone on the inside, someone who could represent us and our interests on the council. So he turned himself in. He offered information, but he didn't have anything of real value, mostly names of people already caught and condemned or bases long abandoned. But his efforts were for nothing. Something about her tone made dread uncoil in Veronyka's stomach. What happened to Olana? "She was caught," Mora answered with a heavy sigh. "What she did was risky, and it was only a matter of time before she was brought in. Tristan had been sent away to live with some servants in the Veronese countryside. But Cassian was still in the Empire's custody when she was captured, and he attended her trial. All his connections, all his political maneuvering, and he couldn't save her. Olana was deemed too dangerous to be kept alive and serve her term in bondage like so many others. She was executed for treason and her phoenix beheaded. Her death sent shockwaves through the Empire and scared the last remnants of Avalkira Ashfire's rebellion into submission. If, with all her status and wealth, Olana could be butchered, then no one was safe. Cassian has not been the same since. They chose to spare his life, but not his position on the council. I think they rather enjoyed seeing him broken and exiled, a once mighty governor brought low. Perhaps they thought he could serve as an example or a cautionary tale. The council named some Stellan Lord Governor in Cassian's place and banished his entire family from the Empire. The disdain Veronika had been feeling just moments ago slowly ebbed away. It was so incredibly cruel, and she couldn't help feeling a pang of pity for both Cassian and Tristan. "Did you fight in the war?" she asked. "Yes," Mora said, returning to the dough. "Though I didn't last long." She reached into her hair and pulled out an ash-covered feather. "I lost Anexi in a border skirmish. Those were dark days for me. But there's more than one way to fight a war. Olana taught me that. We riders who outlived our bondmates found other ways to serve our queen. They called us mercies. We raked the burning buildings and smoking battlefields, seeking out survivors and resurrections." "Resurrections?" Veronika whispered. "Phoenixes can be reborn in the middle of a battlefield?" Her heart stuttered inside her chest, and the image of Zephyra's cold ashes came back to her. Mora nodded gravely. "All it takes is fire and bones, and there was plenty of both. I'd only just joined, but the older Mercies had strange stories to tell. I was determined to do my part, to find someone." She glanced at Veronika, then shrugged, sliding the dough over for her to cut. "But my unit was ambushed before we'd even crossed the border. The others died. I barely escaped with my life." She gestured down at her leg. They stood in a small bubble of silence for several moments, while the noise and commotion of the kitchens clamored all around them. "We're not as strong as we once were," Mora continued, "but nor are we as weak.
The commander may seem brusque, and some of his methods are too rooted in the Empire, but he is capable. Of those who survive the Blood War, with their bondmate, mind you, Cassian has the most military experience, the most wealth, and the most natural authority. Those who fought alongside him respect his ability as a leader, and there's no one among us to challenge him. Yet, she said with a wink. Quietly, she added, one day, young Tristan will find his strength. Veronika had a hard time seeing Tristan as someone in need of strength. He was very like his father, as far as she could tell, but apparently Mora saw something else in him. As someone with shadow magic, she probably saw more than most. Veronika paced next to the obstacle course the following evening, waiting for Tristan's arrival. During the morning exercises, he didn't so much as look at her. He just went through the course, ignoring her advice and pushing his animals hard, overexerting himself. The rest of the day passed quickly, in the way that time does when you're dreading something. Mora's words floated around Veronika's mind all day. She was curious about what Tristan thought of his mother's heroic sacrifice. Did he think her brave, or did he blame her for their exile? And would he turn into the kind of leader she had been, a selfless supporter of her people? Or would he be like his father, desperately clinging to his place in the valley? It made her think about the kind of person she wanted to be, too. Veronika had been told hundreds of stories about the Phoenix Riders in her life, about Avalkira Ashfire and her deeds, each more amazing than the next. At 11, Avalkira was the youngest rider in history to win both the flying and archery competitions at the Summer Solstice Games, and she led her first patrol at 12. During court functions and official council meetings, Avalkira insisted that she and her sister sit at the king's right hand, a place usually reserved for the queen, and forced her stepmother to sit on the king's far less dignified left. When Avalkira's father died and her stepmother tried to seize control, Avalkira flooded the council with allies, dismissing many of the regent's confidants with threats and blackmail, allowing her to overrule the would-be queen's every move and order. Even the Stellan Uprising, the largest military conflict before the Blood War, couldn't defeat Avalkira. She won the battle with half the recommended soldiers, ensuring Ora Nova was not left vulnerable to her stepmother's machinations in her absence, and even brought Veronyka to the battlefield, ensuring the queen couldn't use her as leverage or turn her sister against her. And when evidence came to light that the king had been poisoned by his own wife, the current queen regent, Avalkira ensured that justice was served. "What kind of justice, Mayora?" Veronika had asked late one night as her grandmother told the story. They were in their usual positions in front of the fire, Veronika curled up on the pile of mats and cushions that acted as her and Val's bed, and her Mayora seated on a rickety old stool next to her. "The only kind that matters, Zenika," Val had said, slipping under the covers next to her. Was Avalkira to put her treacherous stepmother in a finely furnished cell where she could continue to cause strife? Was she to rely on a trial run by cowardly politicians with agendas of their own? Death was the only punishment worth doling out, an eye for an eye. But what about Veronyka? I thought Avalkira loved her sister. If she did, how could she kill her mother? Veronika had looked up, surprised to see Val and her Mayora share a look over her head, an exchange that she wasn't meant to see. "It's not as simple as all that," her grandmother had said. "Love and politics are like oil and water. They don't mix. What was best for the Empire and for Avalkira's own claim to the throne wasn't necessarily the best for her sister." "So she chose politics over love?"
Val made an impatient noise in the back of her throat. Avalkira couldn't let the regicide of her own father go unpunished. People respond to strength, Veronika. She was heir to the throne and had a duty to her king to see justice served. But that decision had been the schism, the moment when the two sisters, always struggling together to combat the will of the council and the machinations of the governors, finally separated. Later, her Mayora explained that Avalkira thought the move would gain her support in her bid for the throne, but the opposite happened. People saw her as cruel and ruthless, and Veronyka gained public favor and sympathy. The sisters stopped speaking, and Avalkira refused to attend the dead queen's funeral. While Avalkira never admitted to the murder of her stepmother, she was the prime suspect. She fled into Pira, avoiding her own trial, and began the process of separating the province from the empire. Treaties were signed, boundaries redrawn, and Pira became its own country again. Veronyka had not been crowned in her absence, as she was still underage, but the council ruled the empire in her stead, earning her the nickname the Council's Queen. Hearing Mora recount hers and Olana's stories made Veronika reconsider what she thought she knew about the Blood War. She'd always imagined Avalkira Ashfire as a hero, going down in a blaze of glory, the war ending with her last breath. But war wasn't one or two big moments. It was dozens of smaller ones, enacted by people like Mora and Olana, who continued to fight even after their cause had lost. Suddenly, Avalkira Ashfire's shining flashes of greatness looked rash and foolish. Avalkira hadn't just fled persecution when she'd set up in Pira. She'd turned her back on the people of the empire, leaving thousands of her supporters as well as innocent animages behind. Thanks to her actions, many were condemned to bondage, imprisonment, even death, and it was left to people like Mora and Olana to make things right. There's more than one way to fight a war. There were fiery battles and court intrigues, but there were also daring rescues and selfless sacrifices. Veronika thought of the bondservant she'd seen outside her cabin all those weeks ago, the way his face had lit when he'd seen Zephyra, when he'd seen her, a fellow animage, living in freedom. She remembered what Commander Cassian had said about a new purpose for the Phoenix Riders, about creating a safe place for their people. Before, Veronika's visions of being a Phoenix Rider involved soaring through the air and raining arrows down on some fiery battlefield. Now that picture changed, shifted. She saw herself protecting wagons of animages, children, old folks, and everyone in between, people like her, lost and afraid and in need of a home. The idea made her skin tingle. That was a battle worth fighting. Lost in thought, it took her a moment to notice Tristan's approach. His bow and quiver were slung over his shoulder, and his soft brown hair rippled in the evening breeze. Veronika went to Wind, making sure he was properly saddled, which she'd already done at least 3 times. Tristan ignored her once more, mounting up. While he was still stiff and unsmiling, he seemed less angry than he had been the previous night, or even earlier that morning, as if his temper had finally cooled. With a nudge of his knees and a wordless command, he turned Wind around, called the pigeon to his shoulder and the dog to the horse's heels. As he readied his weapon and moved to the beginning of the course, the distant sound of pumping wings told her that Rex was on his way. She waited for Tristan to begin, determined to avoid any further arguments. After several moments, however, she stepped forward. Why wasn't he starting the course? Was something wrong with him or with Wind? "Are you—" Veronika began, coming up alongside him, but Tristan interrupted her. "I'm sorry," he blurted, staring straight ahead. "What?" Veronika asked incredulously. He sighed and looked down at her.
I said I'm sorry. None of this is your fault. I was wrong to raise the alarm when I saw you on the mountainside, and I was the one who screwed up the obstacle course. If I were you, I'd have done what you did. Or at least, I hope I would have. So can we just forget it? Veronika was stunned into silence. Growing up with Val meant Veronika was extremely unused to apologies. All she could manage was a nod. Tristan nodded back, cleared his throat, and began the course. He started stiffly, but soon loosened into his usual confident performance. Veronika stuck a hand into her pocket. She'd woven her shorn braids and their attached trinkets into something resembling a bracelet, and had taken to carrying it around like a talisman. She often fidgeted with it, and she did so now, her fingers running along the familiar beads as she studied Tristan from a distance. Ever since they'd met, he'd been nothing but angry, mean, and arrogant. It was hard to believe this calm, apologetic version of him was the same person. Of course, he'd been under a lot of strain, and his description of the commander's behavior had reminded her all too much of Val. Clearly, his father had wanted to teach Tristan a lesson, and Veronika had been drawn into the mess. Now, not only was he apparently sorry for his previous behavior, but his entire energy and demeanor were different. "Nick?" he said hesitantly, his voice carrying from the far end of the course. Veronika jogged over. "Yes, apprentice?" she said. The word seemed to irk him. He scowled for a moment before clearing his throat. "You can call me Tristan," he said. "Oh," was Veronika's response. What was with him? He sighed. I'll need you to do that distraction thing again. With the stick?" he added. She hesitated. Was this some kind of test? "You want me to distract the animals again?" "If I'm going to do all this," he gestured around the field, "extra practice, I might as well push myself. We both know I can do this course, but that's not the point. The point is to keep calm in the face of distraction, to be able to command a large group of animals without losing focus or control. You might have inadvertently made a fool of me before, but you deliberately made a fool of me last night. I don't like to be bested, whatever the contest." Veronika frowned. "I thought you wanted to forget all that?" she asked warily. "This isn't a trick. His expression turned even grimmer. "I'm not like my father. I don't want to be like my father. I'm not trying to embarrass you in return or to prove a point. I mean what I say." Veronika nodded, understanding him at last. He wasn't being manipulative, he was simply expressing himself without ulterior motive. The day he'd found her, he'd been angry and frustrated, and his scowling face and argumentative words had told the story. Yesterday, he had been humiliated, and so that was how he'd behaved, lashing out at her. Now he wanted to start over, so he had apologized and was inviting her help. He might be one of the most honest people she'd ever met. It made her uneasy. She wondered how he'd feel if he knew she was a liar. "Okay," she said, peering around for a stick. "There should be some in the bushes over there. Did you use your magic on the animals yesterday or just make the sound?" "I didn't use my magic. All I did was distract them." Her voice trailed off, and she realized the thing she'd noticed about him, his change in energy. It wasn't just his attitude. It was his magic. Veronika reached out to the animals, confirming her suspicion. His pressure, his hold on them, it was different from yesterday. The dog and the bird had a loose understanding of what was happening beyond what they remembered from doing the course before. Wind, too, was familiar with the exercise, but even so, the magic that told him to stand still and be calm wasn't a forceful push. It was a request. "Right,"
Tristan said, straightening in the saddle, oblivious to her revelation. Do it whenever you want, and I'll try to keep them focused. Don't prepare them for it, Veronika warned, tugging a branch from a tangle of weeds and walking backward to the target. That's cheating. She actually heard him chuckle. Wouldn't dream of it. There was a hurdle coming up where horse and rider had to weave through a series of staggered poles jutting from the ground, and Veronika decided this was when she'd make her move. She waited until he was about to finish, then hit the target as hard as she could. The sound echoed loudly, and she turned to see what Tristan did next. The horse's ears went flat, and the dog barked. Veronika threw the stick into the air, and the dog leapt away from wind, only to pause halfway across the clearing. Tristan was sweating, keeping wind on course and the pigeon on his shoulder, and she could sense his pressure was increasing. Focus on the dog, Veronika found herself calling, remaining as still as she could. You already have the bird and the horse. Trust them and focus on the dog. Tristan frowned, then gave her a small nod. His eyes closed. A heartbeat later, the dog yipped and whirled around to rejoin him. Tristan's eyes flew open, lips parted in surprise, and Veronika cheered. Overhead, Rex let out a musical screech, and a trail of fire streaked out behind him. Tristan looked up, watching his phoenix's fiery arc across the sky, before looking back down at Veronika. He smiled at her, and the sight nearly knocked her off her feet. It transformed his usually haughty expression into something boyish and carefree. His cheeks dimpled on either side, and his brown eyes glittered with triumph. He looked like some mythical hero again, as he had the first time she'd seen him. Except this time it was his smile that shattered the fanciful illusion, and not the fact that his drawn spear was leveled at her. Veronika swallowed, realizing that he had said something and she hadn't heard a word. Pardon me? She said, still slightly dazed. His smile twisted into a quizzical frown. I said, I think I want to have another go. Can you stay? Veronika did a double take. He wanted her to stay with him? Was she no longer an annoying presence, a punishment laid down by his father? Did he actually value her help? Warmth spread from her chest all the way to her fingertips. Of course, she said. He smiled gratefully, and the angry, mean boy from the days before was gone. Maybe that wasn't who he truly was. Maybe she'd had him wrong all along. As Veronika expected, Tristan did even better the second time around. Though the dog still turned and darted toward the stick, he didn't move more than a few steps before Tristan got him back under control. As they packed up, a cold wind whipped across the open field, and the lanterns atop the village gate swayed and guttered in the distance. Veronika shivered until a gust of warm wind enveloped her like a hug as Rex landed on the ground nearby. Veronika stared admiringly at the beautiful creature. His heat and his magic pulsed from him, leaving her both warm and covered in goosebumps. She couldn't believe she'd had a phoenix of her own, for however brief a time. Veronika closed her eyes. Zephyra's smoke and charcoal scent filled her nostrils, and her rustling feathers whispered in Veronika's ear. It was as comforting as a caress, as painful as a freshly opened wound. She clenched her jaw and reinforced her walls, burying both the good and the bad. If Veronika had come here with her bondmate, she could be an apprentice, like Tristan, not a servant, not a boy. She could be herself. You can pet him, if you like, Tristan offered with a slight frown, as if he were trying to puzzle out her bizarre expression. Veronika hesitated, thinking about her future among the riders. Could she really bond anew, with Zephyra still living in her heart? Could she still love the same way? But as her gaze lit on Rex, some of the pain and anxiety disappeared from her mind, like the night's last shadows banished by the sun. She rested a hand on the phoenix's neck. Rex stood tall and proud, his feathers almost hot to the touch, and softer than she'd have expected since he was full grown. While Veronika could speak into the mind of any animal she chose, phoenixes were the only ones that had the ability to block that access, thanks to their own magic. But after a moment, Rex opened himself to her, slowly and deliberately, like a flower beginning to bloom. Veronika's fears all but evaporated. Yes, she could move forward. Zephyra would always be with her, and bonding with one of her brothers or sisters wouldn't be a betrayal. Taking them into her heart would be like honoring Zephyra's memory, not abandoning it. Focusing on Rex, she marveled at his calm, self-assured nature. He was clearly the stable counterbalance to Tristan's easy frustration, but the longer she remained connected to him, the more she understood that while he often calmed his bondmate, he was capable of peaks and valleys of his own. He had arrogance and a powerful temper, but humor as well. Tristan watched them closely, and she wondered what he could sense of their interaction through his bondmate, if anything. The lines between shadow magic and regular animal magic were often difficult to discern, and mysterious at the best of times. Coming to stand next to her, Tristan ran his hand along Rex's neck. "You're going to make me say it, aren't you?" he said, eyes on the scarlet feathers underneath his fingers, and not on her face. "Say what?" Veronika asked. "You were right," he said, dropping his hand and looking down at her. He sighed heavily, as if it pained him deeply to admit it. "I've been thinking about it all day, and when I tried it just now, you were right about the animals, about the way we control them." Veronika smiled, patting Rex once more before repacking their water skins into Wynn's saddlebag. Tristan crossed his arms over his chest. His face was almost impossible to see in the darkness. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" he asked. Her smile grew wider before she forced it down and turned to face him. "Only a little." He laughed, the sound as soft as a whisper across her skin. "Were your family riders then?" he asked, slinging his bow and arrows over his shoulder as they continued to pack up. "You seem to know a lot about animal magic." "I learned it all from my grandmother, who was a phoenix rider. My parents were too, but I don't remember them." They were walking toward the village now, the soft thump of the horse's hooves and the steady pant of the dog at their feet almost lost in the swish of the grass in the evening breeze. Rex soared overhead, his warm glow like the last dregs of daylight on Veronika's upturned face. "You'd be a good rider," Tristan said. Veronika's head jerked around. "What?" Tristan glanced at her and shrugged. "You would." Veronika's chest was suddenly tight. "But your father, the commander, said you're not recruiting." "Is that all he said?" Veronika frowned. What did that mean? "Well, he also said that training costs money, that he couldn't have poor peasant lads bonding with phoenixes but then unable to afford proper training." Tristan sighed. "It's one of the first things I'd change if it were up to me." "What is?" Veronika asked, her racing thoughts causing her to lose track of the conversation. "You shouldn't have to be rich or sponsored to be a rider. Plus, we should let girls join. It would double our numbers right out the gate." Veronika fought to keep her face neutral, though his words caused a tingle of heat to creep up her cheeks. "I don't understand the rule against girls to begin with," she said in what she hoped was an offhand voice. Tristan shrugged.
It was practicality at first. When we began recruiting, well, it was expensive starting up, so precedence was given to those who already had an egg or who had the funds to purchase one of the few we had on hand. They also needed to be able to afford the food and supplies they'd need for training, and of course, any extra funding to help us rebuild the facilities was welcome. Latham, Lauren's brother, he added, as Lauren was one of the stable hands she worked with every day. Veronika hadn't known he was related to an apprentice. Surely, when the time came to recruit and gain sponsorship, Lauren would have no trouble getting in. Their mother paid for the renovations to the practice yard, and Fallon's family supplied our first horses. The commander was also interested in those with existing combat training or weapons skills. That way we weren't starting at zero, and most who met those qualifications happened to be boys. Most, but not all? Well, you know Elliot? Tristan asked, and Veronika nodded. Both he and his sister wanted to join. They had the money, too. But we only had one egg available, so the commander decided to just admit him. Was he better? Veronika demanded, unable to keep the scathing note from her voice. He was the older of the two, Tristan said, and seemed more eager, but he was pretty devastated when his sister was rejected. I guess it was easier to have no girls than one girl. Veronika seethed, but she didn't say anything. The commander's reasoning was flimsy, and yes, maybe the one girl rider would have had to sleep with the female servants in their barracks, but was that really such an inconvenience? Even in the days of the Empire, the Phoenix Riders had always mimicked the natural social structure of wild phoenixes, flying in smaller groups that were responsible for defending a given territory, and mated pairs were kept together. Older, solitary phoenixes often remained in the mating grounds and training complexes, helping to care for the hatchlings and tend the young. The gender divide wasn't something they practiced or acknowledged. Patrols trained, slept, and ate together, whatever their sex. Valley logic, Val would call it. The mountain-born Pyrians had been the only matriarchal monarchy in the region, and their laws and customs were hard for some of the men of the valley kingdoms to swallow. But we'll have to change eventually, he continued. We could make do without a horse for every rider. We could modify old saddles and tack and start using obsidian arrowheads and spear points, which are cheaper than steel. Sometime, sooner or later, the Empire will learn that we've regrouped, and they'll come for us. And he just plans to sit here and wait for them? What's the point of being tucked away up here when our people are in bondage in the valley? You're right, he said heavily, a note of frustration in his voice. But 2 rider patrols and 10 apprentices don't make an army. We need to grow our numbers first, give the apprentices time to develop their skills. If we showed our faces in the Empire now, we'd be slaughtered and do more damage than good. Even still, he said, seeing Veronika open her mouth to interject, I've been pushing to become a master rider, ideally the next patrol leader. That way we can graduate some of the older boys and make a 3rd patrol. Hopefully after that we can open up recruitment and take on more apprentices. Veronika's blood was like lightning in her veins. Will he listen to you? How many new recruits could you take on? Something in Tristan's gaze flickered, and Veronika sensed hesitation when he replied. I don't know. We probably shouldn't be talking about this. You're the one who said, I know what I said, but I'm just an apprentice. It's not my place to talk about or criticize the commander's protocols. They walked on in silence for several moments. Veronika chewed her lip. Tristan wanted to change things here, to allow boys and girls, even the poor ones, to join. That sounded like the Phoenix Riders Veronika had grown up on, the kind of Phoenix Riders she wanted to be a part of. Why haven't you become one yet? Veronika asked, breaking the silence. A master rider or a patrol leader?
Tristan laughed without humor. The commander doesn't think I'm ready. Veronika thought about this. They'd have to show him that Tristan was ready. Maybe if they really pushed hard during these evening exercises, she could help him achieve his goal, and her goal too. She was still poor, but maybe as a patrol leader, Tristan could have more say in who they recruited and who was sponsored. Veronika knew it was a long shot, but if they were going to be doing all this extra training anyway, wasn't it worth trying? How long do you think the commander wants us to work together? She asked, an idea forming in the back of her mind. They'd arrived at the stables, Veronika opening the gate to guide Wind back inside, while Tristan undid the latch to the fenced area where the dog slept. Closing it behind the hound, he followed her into the stables, a frown on his face. I don't know. Probably until his next inspection. He attends our lessons once a month, so maybe by his next visit he'll decide if I've been sufficiently punished, he said, smirking slightly at the last word, as if the idea was laughable now. It made her smile too. Why? As Veronika removed Wind's saddle and placed it on the rack, Tristan picked up a brush and started grooming the animal. He seemed to do it absently, as if helping her with her chores wasn't something he had to think about. No reason, she said, removing Wind's bridle. Tristan continued to frown at her, so she shrugged as she said, It'll be a good opportunity, that's all. Tristan stopped brushing to stare at her over the animal's back. Opportunity for what? To prove him wrong.
When Pyrian Queen Alicia, 9 BE to 37 AE, set her sights on expanding into the valley, she knew that alliances, not conquests, were the best way to protect her people and their future. With 4 royal sisters eligible for marriage as well as herself, she intended to secure such treaties through wedlock. The 5 brides have often been credited as crucial to the founding of the empire, for it was through these matches that they were able to unify many of the lesser kingdoms in a peaceful fashion. Hence, Queen Alicia became known as the Peacemaker. While her sisters married for duty and for position in this new world, it is said that Alicia herself married for love. When she and her sisters flew to Pharaoh to undergo peace negotiations with King Damien, they discovered that he was under attack by the neighboring Stellan kingdom of Roland. They traveled with haste to the battlefield, where King Damien and King Roll were locked in combat. When Queen Alicia landed among them, her 4 sisters beside her, the battle ground to a halt. None in the valley had ever seen such a sight as flaming birds with fierce, beautiful women astride them, descending like fallen stars. As the soldiers on either side began to scatter, Queen Alicia faced the 2 kings. King Damien bowed at the sight of her, showing the respect that was her due. King Roll, on the other hand, took advantage of the moment of distraction and stabbed King Damien in the back. Before he could finish the job, Queen Alicia lunged forward, blocking his blade with her obsidian dagger. When Roll tried to run, the youngest of the sisters, Princess Daria, put an arrow in his chest. Though there would be decades of strife between the Stellan kings and Pyrian queens, many trace their enmity back to this solitary event in history. As King Damien stood face to face with Queen Alicia, it was clear that he saw more than just a fiery warrior queen. He saw his future bride. The reign of Queen Alicia the Peacemaker, from The Early Years of the Golden Empire, by Winry, High Priestess of Mori, published 79 AE.
It is a fact of life that one must kill or be killed, rule or be ruled, win or lose.
Chapter 20. Sev. For Sev's part in the Lama's death, he was given a week of latrine duty. The disparity in the punishments between him and Cade was enough to ensure that whatever anger Cade held toward him before his botched escape, it would now be tenfold. Word had also traveled along the convoy, blaming Sev for the delay and the extra hard afternoon's march, and so curses and mutters followed him wherever he went, coming from servants and soldiers alike. One benefit of marching until midnight was that Trix didn't confront him until the following evening. Sev was hunched over and sweating as he dug the latrine, the activity a convenient outlet for his pent-up frustration. The steady thump and scrape of the shovel hitting the packed earth drowned out all his thoughts. It was almost peaceful.
"Drop that shovel this instant before I club you over the head with it."
Sev grimaced. He'd known this moment would come, but he'd been dreading it all the same. Slowly, he turned to find Trix standing behind him, eyes sparking dangerously. Cade was there as well, looming like a wide, intimidating shadow. Sev began, but he didn't have any words lined up.
"The shovel," Trix barked, "or maybe I'll drive it straight up your backside instead."
Sev released his grip on the spade, which fell into the dirt with a thud. The latrine was mostly finished anyway.
"Good. Now walk."
Sev had the uncomfortable feeling that he was being marched to the edges of the campsite so that he could be killed quickly and silently. He assured himself that was ridiculous, but with every step he took, Trix's rage seemed to grow, filling the air around them with the crackling intensity of a coming storm. "Look, Trix,
No, you don't get to talk,"
she snapped, coming to a halt at last and turning to face him. Sev had never seen her upset before. She was always sarcastic and dark-humored, but never truly angry or out of control.
"For once you'll listen. Never have I ever encountered such a ridiculous, stubborn, thick-skulled—"
"Enough," Cade interrupted, and both Sev and Trix whipped their heads around in shock. Sev couldn't help but gape. Cade was standing up for him? And against Trix? He was almost giddy with gratitude. Cade looked between them, from the astounded expression on Sev's face to Trix's similar wide-eyed stare. He cleared his throat. "He came back, didn't he?" Trix shook her head as if trying to dispel a cloud of mosquitoes. She turned to Sev again. While her voice was quieter, her temper had not yet subsided.
"Do you have any idea what you've done? You almost ruined everything."
"Of course I don't," Sev said, his tone bordering on shrill. They stood in a dense copse of trees, the heavy branches muffling the sounds of their conversation. Still, he cleared his throat as he added quietly,
"You don't tell me anything." "I wonder why," Trix sneered. "You've had a foot out the door the whole time." "The only reason my foot is in the door at all is because you blackmailed me, you sneaky, conniving witch."
Silence. Sev worried he'd gone too far, that Trix might decide to do away with him after all. Instead, she burst into raucous, cackling laughter. Sev allowed himself a small, cautious smile, and was shocked to see Cade returning it.
"I hoped you might have a backbone in there somewhere,"
Trix murmured, wiping at the tears of mirth that wet her eyes. Then she became severe once more.
"But what you did was beyond foolish. Didn't I already catch you trying a ridiculous escape once before? Did you really think you could slip through my grasp so easily, never mind the Empire's?"
Sev clenched his fists, but he didn't argue with her.
"Well,"
she sighed, the rest of her anger seemingly spent.
"You were right, of course."
Sev frowned. He was right about something? She crooked him a regretful grin.
"It was a mistake to get you involved, to try to coerce loyalty out of you. I thought you might want to fight for our people like your parents did, but I accept that I was wrong."
"My parents?" Sev repeated, all humor gone from him. "What do you know about my parents?" She stepped forward, the dappled moonlight filtering through the trees, playing across her wrinkled face.
"I know more than you could possibly imagine, Sevro, son of Alice and Savono."
Their names, unspoken for so long, echoed inside Sev's head. "How?" he asked, his throat tight. "How do you know who my parents were?"
"It's been my business to know things for a very long time, boy." I had reason to keep tabs on loyal servants of Evelkira Ashfire and the Animage cause, even in the years after the war. Your parents were the final line of defense in the foothills, and though they did not bear a noble name or boast a great Phoenix Rider lineage, they earned a title of their own after their deaths. Among the Hillsbridge survivors, they were toasted as Alice and Savono Lastlight. When their glorious flames were extinguished that day, many saw it as the true end of the Phoenix Riders, and yet even in their dying moments they saved lives. 367 by my count, including hundreds of animages and their families. A snuffed candle will cast light until its last breath. And so too did your parents.
Stop, Sev choked out, unable to bear it anymore. Just stop it.
It troubles you to hear tell of your family's heroic deeds? I thought you died that day, as did most people, but then you turned up on Captain Belden's roster. As I said, Sev is a unique name, and you look just like them, you know.
Enough, I don't.
They are shining war heroes, and yet you skulk around as if they shame you.
I shame them, Sev gasped, his heart hammering so painfully that he thought his chest might explode. They died because of me. Trix was silent at last, but Sev could feel her stare as he gathered himself, breath shuddering into his lungs. He couldn't bear to look at Cade, to endure his judgment, so he stared at the ground when he spoke. We had time to escape. They told me to run if anything ever happened, and I saw the soldiers coming and thought I could reach the drawbridge in time, but I didn't get there fast enough, and they had to come and save me. They died because I wanted to be a hero like them.
They died so you could live, Zephyro, Trix said, not unkindly. It was a most precious gift. Now it's up to you what you wish to do with it.
He shook his head. I'm not like them.
No, Trix agreed. You are something else.
Sev looked up. He'd had the exact same thought about himself, but Trix didn't say the words with derision or disdain. She said them with admiration.
I've been watching you for weeks, you know, long before our little arrangement and long before you started watching me.
Because of my parents? Sev asked.
Because information is power. But you know that, don't you, boy?
What do you mean? Sev asked, unnerved by the cunning glint in her eye.
What did I tell you? I've been watching you, Sevro, and I know you're a hoarder of information, just like me. You know every soldier's name and where he likes to sleep. Every night before bed you wander the campsite with your bedroll as if looking for a perfect spot. But you never look at the ground. You look at the soldiers' faces. You've been studying the work roster, too, lingering just a few minutes longer than necessary every time you check your assignment, so you know where people will be and when. Smart stuff. Subtle stuff. That's what I was interested in.
Both Trix and Cade were staring at him, and heat crept up Sev's face. It was true, he did collect information, often as a means of feeling comfortable in a new place. It had also helped keep Sev alive, from his time in the orphanage to his years on the streets, and now as a soldier. Though it seemed she meant the words as praise, something in her tone felt dismissive, regretful, and Sev didn't know what that meant. Was? He repeated after picking through her words. You're not interested any more? Trix tilted her head at him.
I tire of trying to convince you, Sevro. Go on, back to your old life. Sign up for Vanguard or Rearguard or Captain Belden's personal footstool for all I care. Your debt to me is paid.
I didn't do anything, Sev argued.
Technically speaking, you undid months of careful planning. Thanks to yesterday's antics, we'll have to regroup. Still, I no longer require your services.
Cade whispered under his breath, casting a glance at Sev.
The packs. There's no way anyone else will be able to memorize them in time.
Memorize the packs? Sev asked. Trix had started moving again, and Sev followed close behind. You mean the soldiers' personal packs? While most soldiers didn't have much by way of possessions, each had their own pack that they stocked with food, water, liquor, and personal items, endless talismans for luck, love, or swift journeys, plus letters from family back home. The soldiers had to be ready at a moment's notice to go on patrols, take watch duty during the evening meal, or go on scouting missions, and whenever they did, their personal packs went with them. When they weren't in use, they were stored with the rest of the supplies and carried by the llamas. "Yes," Trix said over her shoulder, still striding away from him. Sev tried to listen as she spoke in an undertone to Cade. "We could focus on the water supply, though there's still the question of who will—" As their voices dropped out of earshot, Sev slowed his pace. His limbs were tingling, his breath oddly shallow. After the events of the previous day, he'd been expecting a variety of grim outcomes, one of which ended with Trix choking the life from him while he slept. But this? To have her release him from their agreement just like that? He should be relieved. He'd no longer have to face Cade every day or try to unravel Trix's complicated motivations. It would be like none of this had happened, and Sev could walk away unscathed, at least for now. What was that she'd said about the water supply? Then it hit him. "You're gonna poison them," he called to Trix's retreating back. She turned, gaze flicking to Cade before settling on Sev. "Am I?" she asked mildly. "But I'm in charge of the messenger pigeons. How would I manage something like that?" "He was going to do it," Sev said, taking a step toward them and pointing at Cade. "Only now he can't, thanks to me. And the personal packs—" Sev paused, his mind picking through all that had been said and all he'd gleaned on his own. "You don't want to spoil the supplies. You'll need some when all this is over, so you wanted me to help identify them, help keep track of which bags belong to which soldiers." That still didn't explain everything. Whose packs would they choose to poison? Did Trix have other allies among the soldiers? And what of Captain Belden? All his possessions were kept separate from the rest of the regiment. "This is no longer your concern, soldier," Trix said. "Remember? Don't worry. I don't forget my friends. And we are friends, aren't we, boy? I'll ensure you make your escape when the time comes, and you won't be one of my targets. But you'd best stay out of my way." Trix made to walk away, but Sev grabbed her arm. "If the soldiers get sick all of a sudden, who do you think will take the blame? Those who make their meals, those who handle the food supplies. You'll be putting all the bondservants' lives at risk." "You're right. If the soldiers get sick, we don't stand a chance." Sev stopped short, releasing her, and she continued to march on. After a stunned moment, he caught up. "You mean to kill them all?" She turned back around to face him, her expression utterly remorseless when she said, "Dead men tell no tales, and point no fingers." "But you work with the messenger pigeons, like you said. Why not send a message to the riders right now and avoid—" "Avoid what, boy? Death? What do you think would happen if the riders knew there were Empire soldiers making straight for them? Whether it's us stealing it or them, there will be bloodshed on this mountain, make no mistake. As for the messenger pigeons," she continued, her acid tone turning to one of worn frustration, "don't think it didn't cross my mind, but these are no proper messenger pigeons. They've been simpled, trained in a very specific way for a very specific purpose. They can travel only to and from the same starting and end points within the same range, no deviations, no longer distances. They can't break loose and follow unique orders, too much magical influence." "And the wild animals have too little," Cade said, his voice subdued. "It requires a good amount of training for an effective message carrier. Wild animals would only obey an animage's orders for as long as their magic remained connected to them. Eventually they'd become distracted or lose focus." "I had a pair of real messenger birds during the war," Trix said, her tone wistful. "They could fly from Oranova to Pyrrha in 2 days. Nephira and Callista, I called them. What I wouldn't give for another pair such as them." "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" Cade asked Sev, after several moments of silence. There was no aggression in Cade's tone, just curiosity. "What is?" Sev asked, mind still on Trix's plans. "A way out of this arrangement," he said. Though Sev could hardly see in the darkness, there was something like disappointment in Cade's crossed arms and downcast face. "Now you have it." "You're free of us," added Trix. She smiled, patted him on the arm, and left,
Cade following soon after. Yes, this was what Sev wanted. He wanted to get away from the war and everything it stood for. But as he watched Cade's and Trix's retreating backs, he realized that he didn't want to get away from them. "You're free of us." The words rang in Sev's mind, but it was one word in particular that he couldn't shake. Us. It was powerful, loaded with meaning. Us was about community and commonality, animages, bondservants, allies, friends. Sev hadn't had an us in a very long time. When he was young, he'd belonged to his family. That was the last time he'd truly felt a part of anything. Now he was a soldier, but he'd never fit in. And before that he'd been one of dozens of orphans, always coming and going from the shelters. There was no friendship in that life, and it was the same on the streets, each of them out for themselves, scraping and clawing to survive. Sev had thought being alone made him stronger, gave him fewer vulnerabilities. But there was strength in us, power in the unity of brother and sister. This was what his parents had fought for, not for themselves, not to be heroes. They'd fought for animages. They fought for us. Was Sev going to sit back and be a soldier, complacent among his enemies? Or was he going to stand and fight with his people? Wait. Cade and Trix stopped, though they didn't turn around. "I'll do it." At that, Trix looked over her shoulder and grinned.
But victory does not come without consequences.
Chapter 21. Veronyka. They trained hard over the following days. Tristan had his own motivation to want to succeed, and Veronyka knew she helped him and herself by pushing him as hard as she could. If he could prove to his father that he was ready to lead a patrol, it would get her one step closer to possibly being an apprentice. Of course, even if Tristan and the other apprentices were promoted, there was no guarantee Veronyka would be chosen as one of the recruits, or that she could convince someone to sponsor her. One thing at a time. As each day passed, Tristan's skills grew stronger. He'd begun to trust her advice, and the animals trusted him in turn. Veronyka's attempts at distraction were almost fruitless, so she moved on to quizzing him the way the commander had about what Rex saw from above. "How many steps on the stairs that lead up from the way station?" Veronyka asked, struggling to find new questions after he'd answered several already. 221, Tristan said instantly, clearly not conferring with his phoenix before answering. "I've counted them. Try asking me something I don't already know," he said with a theatrical yawn. "How many lanterns line the—" 45. Veronyka scowled. Tristan's laugh echoed to her from across the course. "Fine," she said, looking around, trying to find something to stump him. Seeing an extra quiver on the ground, she slid the arrows out and whirled around, hands behind her back. "How many arrows am I holding?" Tristan rolled his eyes and looked over at her, spotting the empty quiver. 15. I know how many extra arrows I brought with me." Overhead, Rex released a sharp caw. Tristan frowned, then looked more closely at her. "Wrong," Veronyka said with a wide grin. But of course, Tristan already knew that, thanks to Rex. "You're not doing the exercise properly. Tell me what Rex said." 16, Tristan said. "But I only brought 15 per quiver, and the rest are— the target." He looked over her shoulder, where the target lay bare. Veronyka had removed the arrow he'd embedded earlier, which had come from the quiver he wore on his back. "All right, you've made your point. I shouldn't assume." "Or get cocky when you get a few right," she said, walking toward him and waving an arrow in his face. "Come on, let's go again." During the next run-through, Tristan announced that he wanted to do the full exercise, including the fiery finish. Veronika didn't think anything of it, certain he'd have no trouble pulling it off after performing so well up until now. But as he progressed through the course, she sensed a definite tension in him growing with every step Wind took. By the time he reached the last obstacle, sweat dripped down his temples, and his chest was rising and falling in erratic, rapid bursts. Wind's ears were twitching in agitation, Rex was flying faster, and the dog's tail was tucked between his legs. Veronika hesitated. Tristan was projecting his thoughts. She'd only have to open a crack in her defenses, and she'd know exactly what was bothering him. "Are you okay?" she asked instead, clamping down on the urge to use her shadow magic, no matter how innocent her intentions. If he wanted to tell her his problem, he would. He was frozen at the end of the course, as if waiting for Rex's descent, only the phoenix was still circling above, making no move to dive or ignite. "Tristan," she said, coming to stand next to him. He was staring straight forward, his jaw clenched. Apparently, he hadn't heard her the first time. "Hey, are you okay?" He started, twisting in the saddle, and they locked gazes. One way to strengthen a magical connection was to make eye contact, and Veronika hadn't been prepared to defend against it. In one blinding flash of insight, she understood. She looked away, severing the momentary link. Tristan was afraid of fire. It was so surprising she hardly believed it, and yet it explained why the course had gone so badly for him that first day, and only at the end, when Rex ignited. And now that she thought about it, she remembered sensing a surge of fear from his direction when Maximian burst into flame. Surely it wasn't impossible for a Phoenix rider to be afraid of fire, especially when they weren't bonding as young children, like they had in the old days. "Let's just call it quits for now," Veronika offered, unnerved by his wide-eyed, tense silence. "It's been a long day." Wordlessly, she called Tristan's other animals, the hound and the pigeon, and packed up the supplies, trying to cover the silence. Tristan began, still seated on Wind in the same place he had been before. His head drooped shamefully. "I can't do it." "You're tired," Veronika said, forcing nonchalance into her voice. "Next time—" "No, you don't understand," he said, and when he lifted his head, moisture glistened on his bottom eyelids. He stared at the sky, at Rex still soaring above, and choked out a strangled laugh. "I'm a Phoenix rider who's afraid of fire." When he'd collected himself enough to look back down at her, his expression was wary, as if he expected her to laugh or belittle him. Instead, she came to a stop next to him, patting Wind's neck, and shrugged. "Belonia the Brave lost her dominant arm as a child and had to relearn her fighting skills with her other hand. She became the fiercest spear thrower in history. King Warid was deaf, so he designed a special saddle to allow him to fly without losing his balance. He also set up the Mauryan archives, making sure the Empire's histories were recorded by the priests and acolytes of Mori, and not just passed on verbally." Tristan frowned at her. "What's your point?" "My point is that you have a condition, and now you have to deal with it," she said, realizing with chagrin that her gender was her own condition to overcome. "I can't just deal with it. I'm a Phoenix rider. Fire comes with the territory. It's not like I can coat myself in pyriflora resin and carry on with my day." He dismounted in a huff, and Veronika actually smiled at the mental picture of him covered head to toe in sticky, fireproof sap. She tried to fight it back, but luckily, when he caught sight of her over his shoulder, he smiled too. A moment later, he sighed. "This is serious, Nick." "I know it is," she said, "but maybe you're thinking about it the wrong way." "What do you mean?" "Well, the problem isn't out here." She gestured to the world around them. She hesitated, then took a step toward him. "It's in here," she said softly, tapping his temple, his hair dark and curled with sweat. The touch sent a lightning bolt of awareness through her, and her entire body lit up as if her nerves were on fire. She'd never touched him before and was shocked at how intimate it felt. Her fingers against his warm skin, their faces mere inches apart. She yanked her hand back, and he watched her sudden movement with wide eyes. "I could try swallowing Piriflora sap instead?" he asked, his voice slightly breathless. Veronika forced a smile, avoiding his gaze and trying to shake the tingling feeling that was still crackling through her body. She was conscious of him now in a way she hadn't been before, how the breaths moved in and out of his chest, and the way the sweat from his skin left her fingertip damp. She rubbed her hand against her leg and stepped back from him, trying to focus on their conversation. "I have this thing I do when I don't want to think about something," she said, as memories of Zephyra flickered before her eyes. "It's a way of keeping bad thoughts and feelings locked up inside my head. Maybe you could do the same thing, but put your fear there instead." "Locked up?" he asked, frowning. "Yeah, I call it my mental safe house," she said, explaining the method she'd used to bury her grief for Zephyra and to pass her interrogation with Mora. She steered clear of mentioning shadow magic and just focused on how she visualized her stone wall, how she put whatever she didn't want to think about inside and carefully stacked protective stones all around it. "I know it's sort of silly," she said as they moved to pack the rest of the supplies, "but it works for me. This way, whatever you don't want to think about isn't running rampant in your mind. It's trapped, cut off from everything, even yourself." Tristan was nodding thoughtfully. She'd thought he'd scoff at the idea, but it seemed he was willing to try anything. "It makes sense," he said. "I mean, we do it subconsciously all the time, don't we? Hiding from stuff we don't want to face or think about. But doing it on purpose..." Veronika nodded. "I hope it helps." "Thanks," he said, expression earnest. No one else knows," he blurted. Veronika gaped for a moment, taken aback but pleased that he'd trusted her. She tried not to let her surprise show and smiled reassuringly. "And they won't." Some tension released in his shoulders and he smiled back. "Where did you learn all that?" he asked, waving back to where they'd been standing when she'd described her mental safe house. "I sort of came up with it on my own, I guess." She thought of Val, constantly berating her for projecting her emotions, and supposed her sister deserved some of the credit. Or blame. It had been strange without her these past weeks. Veronika was capable of taking care of herself. She'd known that all along. But it had meant something to prove it to herself, to prove it to Val, even though her sister wasn't here to see it. "I had some trouble with magical control," she continued, "so locking away certain feelings and emotions helped me find balance." Val had been a hard teacher, but Veronika had to admit that she'd learned from her and the cautionary stories she'd told. "I learned that in the last battle, half the animals in Ora Nova went mad," Veronika said softly as Tristan took a swig from the water skin. The last battle was Avalkira Ashfire's final stand, when she sent all of her troops to the capital city in an attempt to seize the Nest, the Empire's royal palace and seat of power. The riders couldn't contain their magic, and their volatile emotions fell like rain from the sky. Horses broke through their stalls, cats clawed themselves bloody, and dogs ran down their masters. Tristan finished his drink and trailed a hand absently along Wynn's neck. "I wonder if it wasn't on purpose." "What do you mean?" Veronika asked, trying to clear the disturbing images from her mind. Ever since she'd heard the story, she'd dreamed of it from time to time, soaring over the carnage on Phoenix Back. Her parents had died that night, And though Veronika had no idea of the details or circumstances, she hated to think of the terror and bloodshed they'd had to endure in their last moments in this world. You have to admit it's a potent siege tactic, turning half the occupants of the city against their human masters. It's like doubling your army. Veronika's stomach churned. But so many animals would die. Yes, they would, but humans died too, didn't they? And phoenixes? But they chose to fight, Veronika protested. Tristan shrugged, his expression thoughtful when he said, "Maybe the animals did too." Veronika frowned and he gestured down at Wind. Their devotion to the animages who feed and care for them is powerful. If phoenixes have the desire to fight on behalf of the humans they love, why not other animals as well? Veronika had never thought about it that way. What if the animals had joined in willingly? What if it wasn't a command or a pulse of anger that had drawn them into the fray, but love and loyalty of their own? Maybe the animals had fought to protect people like her parents. The idea warmed her heart and helped to banish the bloody images from her mind. In the distance, the hourly bell chimed, announcing the change in watch shift. 10 bells already. I'm sorry for keeping you so late, Tristan said, dismounting. I should have sent you back in hours ago. Once the sun sets, the commander won't know I'm out here alone. It's okay, Veronika said, and she meant it. Working with Tristan was the most fun she'd had since she'd arrived, especially now that they weren't fighting. What if I made it worth it for you? What do you mean? She asked. Tristan paused as he put away his arrows, considering her. Well, I can't promise I'll be made patrol leader, or that you'll become an apprentice when I do, but I can help you prepare. There's more to riding than bonding with a phoenix. Combat, archery. You said yourself you didn't know any of it. I just thought, maybe I could help you, like you're helping me. What do you think? I think, yes, of course, she said, stunned by his generosity. Tristan beamed, all uncertainty gone. Good, he said, sliding the last arrows into the quiver. As they walked back to the village, Veronika's good mood turned dark. How does sponsorship work? She asked. That would be the final hurdle she'd have to face if they decided to recruit in the near future. She could practice all she wanted, but if she couldn't afford the supplies or convince a rider to sponsor her... Tristan's brow furrowed. Well, usually a rider recommends a friend or family member for recruitment and offers to cover the costs of training. If they show aptitude and pass some basic tests, then they're admitted. Oh, Veronika said, her heart sinking. She had to have a sponsor in place before she would even be allowed to take the tests? As they arrived at the stables, Tristan opened his mouth to say something when Elliot emerged, followed by a flutter of wings as a pigeon took to the sky out the rear window of the pigeon coop. Elliot started at the sight of them. Oh, Tristan, he said, looking between them with a strangely accusatory stare. I was just sending an order for new leathers for Anders and Ronan. He paused, as if he were expecting Tristan's approval or permission. Oh, right. Tristan glanced at Veronika. We were just training. Elliot made no move to smile or greet her. Veronika glanced at Tristan, but whatever he'd been about to say when they arrived, it was clear he didn't intend to say it in front of Elliot. Veronika fought a pang of disappointment that their night was cut short so abruptly. I guess I'll see you later, she said to Tristan, before grabbing Wind's reins and leading him inside. Later, Veronika tiptoed through the shadows of the courtyard. The stronghold was deserted, save for the sentries posted atop the walls, and she avoided even their notice as she scurried toward the bathhouse. She'd been too afraid to go up until this point and had taken to washing with a rag and a bucket of cold water from the well. But it had been more than a month since she'd first arrived, and she couldn't hide from it any longer. The bathhouse was a low stone hut between the servant and apprentice barracks. There were 2 doors, one for men and one for women. Veronika edged through the men's entrance and peeked inside. The hut was filled with steam and burning incense, but no naked men, thank Azura. A fireplace burned in the wall that divided the bathhouse, heating both sides, while small oil lanterns hung from the ceiling. There were 3 round tubs sunk into the ground, each big enough to fit 5 or 6 people. Wisps of steam sat on the surface of the water, along with the pale, fragrant petals of the sapona plant. Veronika grabbed a towel from one of several woven baskets, then paused, listening for approaching footsteps. All was peaceful, save for the constant trill of crickets and frogs. With a deep breath, Veronika stripped naked, stumbling out of her dirty tunic and pants. She flung herself into the nearest tub, sloshing water onto the stone floor, washing as quickly as she could. She scrubbed furiously, watching the water fill with streaks of grime and foamy bubbles from the soap tree petals. The interior of the tub had a carved bench for soaking, and as she watched, the dirty water was sucked out a hole near the side, while fresh, clean water bubbled up from another hole in the ground. The water stayed warm as well, somehow heated or perhaps coming from a natural hot spring. The water eased Veronika's aching muscles and relaxed her breathing. She hadn't had a proper soak in a bathhouse since they'd lived in Ora Nova. And considering her secret, it could be some time before she'd be able to enjoy them with any frequency. Her true body was now a burden, and her secret to bear. She'd already had to steal scraps of linen for her monthly bleeding, and to hide behind a dressing screen to bind her breasts every morning, causing the other servants to tease Nick for his shyness. It would be a worthy sacrifice, though, if it gained her a place among the riders. And with Tristan's offer to help her train, surely she'd be one of the best new candidates. Veronika blinked, realizing that she'd lost track of time. Footsteps sounded from the courtyard beyond, growing steadily louder, and Veronika's insides tensed. She leapt from the tub, splashing more water everywhere, and hastily dried herself off. She struggled frantically with the towel, only just managing to drape it around her shoulders like a cloak when the door swung open. Tristan stood in the entryway, his face obscured by the mist and incense of the bathhouse. "Nick?" he said in surprise, letting the door swing shut behind him, the gust of air dispensing the cloud that surrounded him. "Why aren't you in bed?" Veronika's voice was so high, echoing in the domed hut, that it hurt her own ears. She cleared her throat and tugged the towel more tightly around herself. "Why aren't you?" "Oh, I couldn't sleep," he said, walking over to the linen baskets. When he turned around again, he held out Veronika's dirty, sweat-soaked tunic. She must have flung it there in her haste to undress. Face burning, she took it from him with a nod of thanks. Are you cold?" Tristan asked, eyeing her curiously as she clutched her towel tightly to herself. The room was stiflingly hot, and people usually walked around naked inside bathhouses, not wrapped up like a caterpillar in a cocoon. Yes," Veronika stammered, as a single drop of sweat trailed down her temple. Tristan nodded dubiously, then took a towel for himself, staring at the rolled-up cotton in his hands. "What if I sponsored you?" he asked abruptly. "What?" Veronika said, hardly daring to believe her ears. "I've been thinking. I have some savings, and when the time comes, I could put your name forward, if you want." "Of course I want!" Veronika blurted, taking an unconscious step forward. "But why would you give up your savings for me?" He shrugged, as if determined to keep things light. "Sponsorship isn't all fun, you know. You'd have to run my errands, help me care for my weapons and armor, clean my rooms, all on top of your own training." When he finally looked up again, he seemed surprised at the way Veronika was gaping at him. But how could she not? He was offering up her dream on a silver platter, and then apologizing that it wasn't gold. She'd take her dream if it were served in a bucket. "Tristan," she said with a breath, hands trembling as she adjusted her towel. "I don't know what to say." "Say yes," he said, smiling hesitantly. "Yes," she whispered. He beamed, his dimples reappearing, and Veronika bit her lip to fight her own stupid grin. A swell of happiness was rising in her chest. She was bewildered by his kindness and kept trying to figure out why he would put himself on the line for her. Then she remembered Sparrow. Not everyone wanted repayment or needed a reason in order to help someone. Still smiling, Tristan dropped his rolled-up towel next to the nearest pool. Then, to Veronika's dismay, he began to peel off his tunic. She gaped, her heart pumping as she realized what was about to happen. Not only was Tristan not leaving her alone to dress, but he was undressing himself. He obviously hadn't come to the bathhouse to talk, otherwise he wouldn't have been surprised to see her. Which meant he planned to stay a while. To bathe. Naked. "This is normal," she kept telling herself, her cheeks hot. "Men and boys bathe together just as girls do. No problem." But no matter how she tried to calm herself, Veronika's eyes went wild, darting from Tristan's bare chest to the door, back to Tristan, and around the entire bathhouse. Where was she supposed to look? How was she supposed to get dressed with him here? There was no escape. There was nowhere to hide. When his fingers reached the strings on his pants, Veronika felt lightheaded and stared resolutely at her feet, though she barely saw them. Her gaze wandered up again, as if dragged there by some uncontrollable force. He wasn't standing naked before her, but had already immersed himself waist-deep in the pool. He'd walked in calmly, making barely a sound, rather than splashing in as she had. It was a relief to have some kind of barrier between them, even though the steaming water didn't entirely obscure the dark trace of hair that trailed down his muscled stomach and into the water below. He submerged his head, and when he came back up, water streamed down his body. He smoothed his hair back and blinked at her. "You should get some sleep, Nick." Then he turned away, sinking onto the bench with his back facing her. He reclined and closed his eyes. Veronika sagged against the wall, her muscles trembling. She dressed at top speed, stumbling into her pants and fumbling far too long with the laces. She slipped out the door and ran to the barracks, determined never to have another bath again.
Day 5, 3rd moon, 169 AE. Zionia, I know you are angry with me, but we can't fall apart now. This is what they want. Don't you see that? I have sent this with Nephira, my best messenger pigeon. Your response will get to me in 2 days. Please respond. A Valkyra. I was banished, chased from the very empire my foremothers had built. Was I to give up, then, and fade away into obscurity? Was I to fall onto my knees and beg?
Chapter 22. Veronika. Tristan's promised help with training began early the next morning and continued doggedly over the following days. Rather than taking her to the target range or teaching her combat moves with knife or spear, Tristan took her running. Veronika was severely disappointed, but he insisted that fitness and stamina were more important. And so, every morning before dawn, they met in the courtyard. He would lead her over the village walls and up tightly winding stairs to the higher fortifications that enclosed the stronghold. He took her along narrow tracks that ran all over the mountaintop, through bushes and long grasses, and down the steep inclines of the cliffs that surrounded the plateau. Veronika knew he slowed his pace for her, but it was still the most exhausting thing she'd ever done. Tristan was eternally patient, nudging her if her eyes began to droop while they stretched, and taking frequent breaks to catch his breath that were obviously just for her. Nearly a week into their new routine, Veronika's sluggish start had them returning a bit late for their regular duties. As they jogged through the gate into the stronghold, the sun had already risen, limning the mountain in gold, and the other apprentices were gathering in the training yard, preparing for their own early morning lesson. They saw Tristan and waved him over, and Veronika followed. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, and her legs were unsteady beneath her. Tristan, on the other hand, had a fine sheen of sweat on his face, but appeared otherwise relaxed and at his leisure. Veronika, gasping with her hands on her knees, hated him for it. "Who's your shadow, Tristan?" asked Anders, separating from the rest of the apprentices. He had the cool, light brown skin of Arborea North, and his dark hair curled around his rather large ears. His parents were part of an acting troupe, and Anders had certainly inherited their love of theater and entertainment, if not their talent. His less-than-stellar singing voice could often be heard from the apprentice barracks, the dining hall, or from high above as he and his phoenix soared by. Arboreans were famous for their arts, and beyond music and theater, they made the best furniture and wood carvings in the empire, as well as fine leatherwork. Anders had a pair of thick leather cuffs etched with songs, poetry, and family motifs, though he wore them only at dinner. The commander forbade any embellishments that didn't follow his strict apprentice uniform, which included matching practice tunics and armor on patrols, and hair that was kept neat and short, and faces that were clean-shaven. Even in their prime, the Phoenix Riders employed a similar dress code for their apprentices, and only the master riders had earned the right to wear braids and whatever cultural or personal ornamentation they pleased. "Oh, this is Nick. He works in the stables," Tristan said. "Since when do stable hands train with apprentices?" asked Latham. He looked a good deal like his brother, Lauren, with the same fair skin, spun gold hair, and dark blue eyes common in the South where they were from. "Since the commander said so," said Elliot helpfully, reminding everyone of Tristan's punishment, to which they'd all been witness. "Ah, yes," Anders said with his usual broad smile, shooting Tristan a mischievous look. "The commander's most recent disciplinary decree. Tell me, Nick, have you gotten this poor apprentice up to scratch yet?" Tristan just shook his head, a faint smile on his face as he stared at the ground. Veronika wondered why he would take their joking without retaliating. He certainly had no problem arguing with her. When she realized his awkward place here. It was his father they were talking about, and his position of power over them put Tristan in a tough spot. He couldn't be a regular apprentice because they would always see him as the commander's son, and yet he wasn't technically in a position of authority. No wonder he was so eager to be promoted, to have the lines more clearly drawn. "He was already up to scratch without my help," Veronika said stoutly, and Tristan flashed her a surprised, grateful look. "Well, if they want to send servants over to help the apprentices, I'd be more than happy to let one of the washer girls whip me into shape," Latham said, grinning and waggling his eyebrows. "Or maybe one of Mora's kitchen maids." "Poor Latham, always pining for company. Almost as bad as Elliot here, going on and on about the girls back home," said Anders, slinging an arm around him. "I'm not pining," Elliot protested, blushing as he shrugged Anders's arm off his shoulders.
And I don't go on and on. It's my sister I talk about, not— "Leave him alone," said Ronan, sounding bored. He was one of the older apprentices and had clearly had his fill of Anders's and Latham's antics. "Nick here agrees, don't you?" Anders asked, tossing his arm around Veronika instead. "You'd like to see more girls about, wouldn't you?" "Of course," Veronika said. The others laughed in delight, but she didn't mean it the way they meant it. She just wanted to see female writers. She cast an exasperated glance at Tristan, but to her surprise, he avoided her gaze. His face seemed oddly flushed. Was he embarrassed by her being there? Veronika didn't mind the teasing. It was far less malicious than Val's constant jibes and sarcastic remarks, but it seemed that Tristan did. She felt the need to change the subject. "What I meant," Veronika said, copying Elliot and throwing Anders's arm off her, "is that there should be girl apprentices for training." "Well, there's something you and Elliot can agree on," Anders said, still smirking. "So, is that why you're here?" Veronica's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" Anders raised an eyebrow. "To train?" "Oh, yes, well, sort of. I'm helping him get in shape for the next recruitment," Tristan said. "What's the point?" said Ronan. "What do you mean?" Veronika asked. She couldn't tell if his tone was negative or just disinterested like before. His gaze flicked to Tristan and the others. "Well, we don't have any eggs," Anders cut in, the jovial attitude missing from his voice for the first time. "Haven't found any in months. You'd have a better shot laying one yourself than finding one here." The tone of the group changed, the laughing and joking replaced by a somewhat strained silence. Veronika was staring at Tristan, but he wouldn't look at her. He'd known this all along. Why hadn't he told her? Why had he pretended she had a chance, offering extra training and even promising to sponsor her, when he'd known there was no way it would actually happen? Maybe that was why he'd done it. It was a debt he'd never have to repay. When Barrick walked into the fenced area and called them to attention, Veronika took the opportunity to slip away, past Tristan and out of the training yard. It was still an hour until Veronika would be expected to begin her duties for the day, but she went to the stables anyway. It was dark and quiet inside, and the presence of the animals soothed her. Veronika's magic had grown strong in her time here, the way it had when she'd been with Zephyra. While being around phoenixes strengthened her powers, bonding with one had helped even more. Before Zephyra, and before Veronika's arrival at the Eyrie, she would have to see an animal in order to connect with them and communicate. Now she was able to walk through the dusty room with her eyes closed and sense what horse was behind each door, which cats were slinking in the shadows, and if there were any doves or starlings perched up in the rafters. Birds and mammals were always easiest for her magic to find, reptiles and water creatures the most difficult. Apparently, it had to do with a similarity in mind and behavior. The larger the differences between them, like habitat and diet, the more difficult to connect to. Familiarity helped too, so Veronika was able to reach out to the animals inside the stable with the barest thought. Finding Wynn's stall in her mind, she opened her eyes and slipped inside. Taking a seat on the ground next to him, she patted him gently on the nose as he drifted back to sleep, swaying slightly to the steady rhythm of his breathing. Helplessness was weighing her down, the sensation familiar after years of Val controlling her life. Now that Veronika was free from that, she hated the idea of sliding backward into that same futility. After her time training with Tristan, she'd started to feel like she was on the right track, building toward her future, but now it felt like she was right back where she'd started. "Nick?"
came a hesitant voice from beyond the door. Veronika froze. She wasn't sure she wanted to be found, but her hiding place wasn't exactly foolproof. A minute later, the door swung open and Tristan stood there. "How did you find me?" she asked ruefully. "I saw you run toward the stables, and then I asked Wind," he said, glancing at Veronika's stallmate, the corner of his mouth quirking. He patted Wind's hindquarters and sidled into the room, sinking down onto the ground next to her. He leaned against the wall and drew up his knees, resting his elbows on them. Veronika scowled at the horse, who blew a dignified puff of air out through his nostrils. "Don't you have training right now?" she pressed. Tristan shrugged. They sat in silence for a moment, then, "Why didn't you tell me?" she blurted. "Why pretend like you could help me, all that stuff about extra training and sponsorship, when you knew it was never going to happen? Why lie? Did you feel sorry for me or something?" Tristan dropped his knee and turned to face her. "No, it wasn't like that, and I didn't lie. I just didn't bother mentioning it because it's not never. It's just not right now. If you don't have any eggs, we'll get some," Tristan said firmly. Veronika put her head in her hands. "I don't know what I'm doing here." "You're helping me," Tristan said, forcing a smile. "You saw the mess I made during that first obstacle course. If you weren't there, things might have gone really bad for me. And Wind," he added, reaching up to pat the horse's wide barrel chest. Veronika tried to smile too, but she just couldn't muster it. "We need smart, talented people like you here," he continued. He was staring resolutely at the ground between them when he added, "I need you here." Veronika swallowed with difficulty, her throat tightening. The surge of happiness she felt at his words was quickly replaced by heavy guilt. He'd trusted her with his darkest secret, and yet she hadn't reciprocated. But how could she? Tristan hated liars. He'd said there was nothing worse. Sure, he might have skirted the truth about the eggs, but being Nick every day, Veronika was living a lie. It colored everything she did, every interaction she had. Veronika didn't feel like a boy on the inside. She wasn't like some of the other children she'd known growing up who might be born as boys or girls but didn't feel like they fit that category, and so they dressed in a way that felt right to them. That was their truth, no matter what the world saw. But Veronika wasn't Nick. She was Veronika. Nick was a lie. In some ways, it would have been easier to tell Tristan the truth before he'd revealed something so personal about himself. Now that they were closer, her lies felt like a bigger betrayal, and the stakes for revealing them felt that much higher. She didn't want to lose what they had. There was a look he gave her sometimes, a secret smile that made his eyes shine and his face flush with color. Veronika feared he would never look at her like that again, that even if he could accept her lies and forgive her for them, whatever it was that lay between them, as fragile as spun sugar, would shatter. I just don't know if it's enough. I need to be a writer. Without that, she began, then faltered. How could she explain all that she'd lost, that her heart felt broken, empty, wrong, and that she feared the only thing that would make her whole again was another phoenix to fill the void? "Something's missing?" Tristan offered. Veronika stared at him, surprised at his apparent understanding. "I think that's how I feel about being a patrol leader. Like, if I can just get there, if I can make it happen, everything will fall into place. But it's a dangerous game to play, putting the key to your happiness in someone else's hands. Even when I was a kid, all I wanted was to have a phoenix. I thought that once I did, I'd be invincible." He grinned, straightening his legs and leaning his head back against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest. But nothing is guaranteed in life. Rex could die, or my father could decide I'll never make a proper patrol leader. And then what? I can't be broken forever. I have to make my own happiness. His words struck a chord deep inside Veronika. She'd been looking outside herself for answers, for a way to bandage the wound she had inside. But maybe she had to heal herself before she could hope to find a phoenix that would want to bond with her. She didn't know if she'd ever fully recover from the loss of Zephyra, but she could start by trying to feel whole again, by trying to find happiness instead of constantly striving for things beyond her control. And what had made her happiest since she'd lost Zephyra? Training with Tristan, being a part of things here, even as a lowly stable hand. Veronika stared at Tristan's profile, at his sharp jaw and strong shoulders. She had the sudden urge to touch him, to ground herself in this place, with him. She wanted to let everything else fall away and just be here, in this moment. He glanced down at her, his eyelashes casting shadows on his cheekbones. She felt inadequate next to him, short and scrawny, her eyes too big and her nose too small, while he was all muscle and long limbs, with his artfully tousled hair and dimpled smile. "You make me happy," Veronika said, and then was so shocked she'd said the words that she almost clapped a hand to her mouth. Instead, more words burbled up from inside, trying to drown out the memory of the first ones. "I mean, training with you, helping you, and you helping me has made me happy. And being near Rex and the others, but mostly you and Rex and—" She squeezed her eyes shut, praying for one of Nox's death maidens to come carry her to the dark realm so she never had to face Tristan again. "Me too." Veronika's eyes flew open. Tristan wasn't looking at her, but his throat bobbed with a dry swallow. "So, what do you think?" "About what?" she asked in a daze. Wynn's stall felt impossibly small all of a sudden, and the quiet of the stables pressed in on every side. All she had to do was extend her arm and she'd be touching Tristan, alone in this cool, dark place. "Will you stay? Give it a chance?" Before Veronika could answer, the front gate creaked open, followed by the crunch of boot on straw. The footsteps drew nearer, and then Wynn's stall door burst open, revealing the commander standing in the doorway. "Sir," Tristan said, leaping to his feet. Veronika did as well, though she knew the damage was done. They were hiding away inside a shadowy stall, covered in bits of dirt and hay, and scrambling up from the ground as if they'd been caught doing something illicit. Then she remembered that Tristan was supposed to be in lessons, and her anxiety spiked even higher. The commander surveyed them closely, his gaze cool and precise, as if picking up on every minute detail. "You have lessons this morning, apprentice." "Yes, Commander Cassian, I was just—" "Socializing?" He made it sound like a dirty word. Veronika kept her head bowed, her hands clasped tightly behind her back, unsure if she should jump in or let Tristan handle things. "It's lucky I needed a quick word with Barrick, else I might never have known that you ducked out of your lesson and shirked your responsibility." Tristan's lips twisted, as if lucky was the last word he'd use for this situation. The commander leaned forward. "There is a time and place to fraternize with servants and stable boys, and the middle of your lessons is not it." "I'm sorry, sir," Tristan said in appropriate chagrin. "Please, do let me know when and where that is." Veronika groaned internally and had to press her lips together to stop the grimace, or was that a smile, that was trying to force its way through. The commander stared at his son, nostrils flaring.
Clearly, you are not taking your training seriously. Perhaps it's time for my inspection. I know it's a week early, but I'm quite eager to see how far you've come and if your extra lessons have taught you anything of value. I do hope you're prepared, Tristan. I'd hate for you to make a fool of yourself. Again. I'll see you in 1 hour's time, apprentice.
Veronica's anxiety was like a wild animal burrowing inside her stomach as she stood next to the obstacle course with the rest of the stable hands. It wasn't Tristan's abilities that had Veronica's insides tied in knots. It was the commander's reaction she most feared. Even if Tristan executed the course flawlessly, it might not be enough. The commander was always hard on his son, but after he saw Tristan skip a lesson this morning and assumed that Tristan wasn't taking his training seriously, Veronica worried he'd be impossible to please. Commander Cassian was just like her sister, and people like Val didn't do what was right for the sake of it. The commander was a shrewd man, but more than that, he was controlling. And for whatever reason, he didn't want Tristan to be a patrol leader. Instead, he used the possibility of that prize as a means to keep his son in line. No matter how well Tristan performed, the commander wouldn't give that up unless he absolutely had to, unless Tristan gave him no other choice. But could they push the commander to that decision? When he called the apprentices to attention, Veronica noticed commotion at the village gate in the distance. Barrick and the rest of the master riders, dressed in their full armor and riding leathers, were walking toward the obstacle course. The commander smiled as the apprentices whispered and pointed. Clearly, he'd asked the patrol members to come and watch, and the students had known nothing about it. Perfect, Veronica thought with grim satisfaction. She wanted to force the commander's hand, and what better way to do that than in front of an audience that could hold him accountable? There's no way the commander could maintain that Tristan wasn't skilled enough if the entire rider force, apprentices and masters alike, saw him excel. Veronica just needed to give them incontrovertible proof. Tristan couldn't simply do what the rest were doing. He had to go above and beyond. The commander spoke a few words